Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, wickers, wickettes, all my lovely haters. Okay, welcome to the stream. We are doing a great show tonight. A little different than my normal style, right? So, I guess how to introduce this. A couple days ago, Dan Saltman released some leaks of a Discord server, which he redacted, and he claimed to show different people in the server, specifically Shamoo and Nicholas, I think is how you say his name. I'm not sure. Using a doxing tool in order to find out the identity, to unmask the identity of an anonymous Twitter user. He posted the logs on Twitter, and he sent the logs to Chud Logic. Chud Logic then went and looked at the logs. Dan Saltman got on the call. They began a discussion. Destiny later joins that call. They have more of a discussion. Shamoo and Kuihman also joined the call later, and it's a whole thing, and it sent a little bit of shockwaves throughout the community. It was very interesting to me, the reactions and things like that. We're gonna get to some of them. Don't worry. But that's kind of the most neutral TLDR that I can think of. What do you think? Is that a pretty neutral, honest TLDR, Elder Drazzi? What are your thoughts here?
I think that's a fair framing of like what has occurred.
Yeah, just the facts as
I guess
we know them, yes.
Yeah. Which have been hard to keep up with, honestly. There's a lot of claims flying around with like a lot of evidence on either side. It's been tough.
Okay, just to address chat a little bit, why no
To suss
Twitch
it out.
stream? Well, it's because of the topics I'm covering and the people I'm covering. They aren't exactly known. Well, YouTube moderation is less strict than Twitch moderation. That's why. That's why we're doing this. And also, at certain points, I might want to show screenshots that include slurs. That's allowed on YouTube. I don't think it's allowed on Twitch. So we're going to get to that, and that might happen. We'll see how it goes. But I guess, first of all, welcome to the stream, Elder Drazzi. Why don't you tell people who you are, what you do, introduce yourself. We're waiting on one other person, gang. Stardust is hopefully coming soon. We got a lot to cover tonight. Just to kind of give you guys kind of an overview of what we're going to do today. We're going to watch the conversation itself, which I think it was very clear through this conversation that the sweep was on. It was very obvious from the get-go that Chud Logic wanted this not to be true. We have evidence for this. We're going to go through the conversation. I'll point out the things he did, the manipulation tactics, the way he framed things, the dishonest redirection of conversation. We're going to get to all that. Don't worry. I think that he basically was sweeping for people. Shamoo, Nicholas, other people, right? Kind of downplaying what they did. And he basically made huge mistakes during this stream that we're going to get to and I'm going to show. And he has, since that stream, he has taken action against Shamoo, right? He has admitted that Shamoo has done doxing in the past, and he has banned him from the server. But today, I am going to, my thesis statement, I suppose, if you will, is that he does not actually care about doxing, okay? The reason that he says he bans Shamoo is not the actual reason he got banned, and we have evidence to showcase, right? The quote that he has said of doxing is my red line is just clearly false, given the activities that have occurred in his community, which he has taken little to no action to stop. We also have evidence that he has had other people on his show that have engaged in doxing. He knows that they have engaged in doxing. He calls it doxing, and yet they are not banned from his server either. So the question becomes, why did he ban Shamoo? If he doesn't actually hold this position, Why is he lying about it? What is his actual position? And we're going to get into that as well. We got a lot to cover, and we're also going to talk about something that I think maybe many of you either did not know or have forgotten. But the reason Elder Drazzi is here specifically is to discuss what happened with him. Elder Drazzi, do you want to give like a kind of just a brief recap? We're going to go into the details throughout the stream. We're going to watch the convo first, but I want you to kind of tell people in your words what happened. Go ahead.
Sure. So, it was like 3-ish years ago. I was in, or I had made a video, and people in Spicy Chat didn't like it. And then right after that, they kind of had a weird thing with a fellow streamer who's a friend of mine. And then they tried to get me to do one too. There was like a big like hate gang up stream kind of thing. And after I declined because of the treatment of my friend, they started going like pretty wild. And this ended up resulting in them releasing my full name in their Discord and sharing it around. Pictures of my wife and at the time my ex-girlfriend in lingerie. There's like evidence of them like trying to find more information. It got pretty out of hand, and the reason I'm here is because it brought up to Chud, and he tried to reframe the whole thing as basically just his community trying to help me and making some jokes about my first name on Twitter, and I care that it's getting reframed.
Well, let's read. Hold on, let me bring up the tweet. I just want to read to you guys what Chud has to say, how he frames the conversation. Give me a moment. I'll make sure I don't show anything early. So give me 1 second. Okay, can you see this on screen? Is it readable? Let me make it bigger so you can. We good? So here's what Irrational Chud Logic had to say in the aftermath of his destruction live on stream. And we're going to go read through it. A creator called Elder Drazzi had their government name on their content creator Instagram account and their PayPal linked on their Twitch for tips. Some people in my Discord at the time made jokes involving their last name when Elder Drazzi said he did not want his name to be public information. Someone reached out to him and told him how to change this so his name was no longer on his Insta/PayPal. I have never doxed anyone, nor supported doxing in any way, shape, or form. We're gonna get to that. Don't worry. Stardust is now hopping onto this new, quote, snark/doxing, unquote, drama, like the disgusting parasite she is, to try and get some sort of win because all she can ever hope for is scraps from Destiny's table. Destiny is an open doxer, yet all his fans and wretched raped orbiters, Stardust, Wick, plus more, are desperately trying to paint me as a doxer permissive of doxing for exceptionally tenuous reasons. And this is him linking to the dox by Destiny of Saiba and someone. Yeah, I think it was just Saiba and someone else. Do you consider that an honest framing of what happened, Elder Drazzi?
It is, beyond my opinion, it is factually incorrect.
Why?
So my first and last name were both used to start. Not only that, and my city was put up there, and there was certain people in his Discord that were trying to find more information actively. And also, if Chud really believed that, he wouldn't have had some concerns that he expressed at the time, such as his Discord perhaps getting shut down. He expressed fear of like TOS violations. If there was nothing going on beyond people making jokes, I can't imagine why there would be any fear of his Discord being in danger whatsoever.
Well, we happen to have the screenshots. Well, Stardust has most of them in a handy-dandy presentation, and hopefully she gets here soon so we can go through these receipts. I have a few, but I've looked at some of these and some of these screenshots, and I went back and I reviewed the record and things like that. They put his full name on display, okay, first and last. They put his city, where he lived, on display. They put his state on display. They showed pictures of his wife and his ex-girlfriend in lingerie. They posted where he worked. The idea that, and this is the argument I hear, right? That, oh, well, you were poor with your OPSEC, right? You had poor OPSEC. You left your real name connected to one of your accounts. Well, first of all, did you intend to do that?
No, I just, I guess, and a lot of these things never occurred to me because I never had a big enough audience where I thought like I should like look at all my accounts to make sure everything's good. It just never even occurred to me that anybody would look or care. So it just never occurred to me. I think
Fair
that
enough.
a lot of
Well,
people who
I think
shrink
you
a
have
small
poor
audience have the
OPSEC,
same
buddy. But
thing.
that isn't, like, the analogy I would, and this is the excuse, right? That it was easy to dox him. It was too easy to dox him because he made it easy because he had poor OPSEC, right? He left his real name connected to some accounts he should not have, and this allowed these people to find all this information, to go back and dig for over a year, right? To find like your wife's Instagram and all those things. That because it was
Yeah.
so easy that it doesn't count. This is obviously bullshit, and you would never accept it in any other circumstances. And more importantly, the Spicy Chat community, including Kuihman, does not. I have another tweet for us to go over before we get into the meat of today, but I think it's important to look at. Give me one moment. I have just so many that I got to get through to the right ones. Here it is. So here is Kuihman back in 2023. So this is like just after what happened, right? Ish, timeline-wise. I can't make it much bigger.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I'll just read it out to you. So Kuihman says, Stardust moderator, Testicle Johnson, attempting to dig up info on me and share dox info in her community a few months ago when I first started shitting on her. Curious. Lisa response, he wasn't trying to dox you. It was during the 2 hours of hate, allegedly for Stardust, but was more hate Lisa hours. Testicle felt bad that you guys had laid bare all my failings and was trying to make me feel better by showing that you weren't so great. It's my fault. Kuihman says, no, this is proliferating dox information to a much worse degree than anything we did with Drazzi. You're just wrong, and I don't care about your mentally ill gunk guarding. So what do you guys think he shared here? What do you guys think that Testicle Johnson was sharing here? It was a YouTube channel. So the idea that a public, it's not private. I checked it, right? It's not a private YouTube channel. It has been privated, right? It's someone's public YouTube channel that they made that was, again, linked. That is in any way doxing. And I'll show you the evidence of this, right? Here it is. Here's the unredacted tweet, right? It's just a link to the YouTube channel called Kuihman. That's all it is. That is somehow worse or equivalent to them finding your name, finding your workplace, finding your wife's pictures, finding your ex-girlfriend's pictures, posting them, mocking them, continuing to harass you about them is so blatantly dishonest on the face. I don't know if I have much further that I can even narrate about this because it is just so wildly inappropriate. Like, again, if I posted Elder Drazzi's YouTube channel in my chat, even without his permission, I have not doxed him by any means, right?
I agree.
These people know, right? These people know that they're full of shit. They know that their standards are not the same for their behavior versus other people's behavior, right? And here Kuihman is calling what Testicle Johnson did a doxing attempt worse than anything, to a much worse degree than anything we did with Drazzi. And again, it's just the dishonesty on display. So again, their definitions of doxing change based on who's doing it. Their level of outrage about what's happening changes based on who it's being done to. These people are not serious interlocutors, and we're going to get some receipts hopefully when Stardust shows up.
There's
Here she
two
is.
things I can add to that.
Go ahead.
One of them was that they also shared Google reviews that I had made, so essentially letting people know places that I go to, which is probably like out of all the things, like the biggest like threat of harm to me. This is telling people like, here's restaurants that this guy goes to. So like, if you're in the area, you can go there and you might find him. I thought that was pretty wild. And also, I forgot about this, and I don't think it's up anymore. But when I refused to engage with their like little hate session thing, they did a really long video on what I believe is Chud Logic Noir channel, and they talk shit about my kid being trans in that video. I just checked the channel; it seems to be down now. But this was sort of like, I interpret this as like my punishment for not going through with it. So like they even brought my kid into things, which I thought was pretty shitty. I never really watched the whole thing, but some people told me about it and like sent me like time to just like look, and I seen maybe a total of like 1 minute and 30 seconds of the whole thing. I just didn't really feel the need to engage with it, even at like a personal level. But that certainly happened as well.
Yeah, this is the whole thing. Like when Chud says that he does not tolerate doxing, he's simply lying. He's simply not being honest.
He is.
Stardust, welcome to the stream.
Hello.
How you doing?
Hey, Star.
Hello. Good. How are you?
Is that real? Somebody in my chat just said they got banned from Chud's chat for saying that, hey, I think this got way out of hand. I'm assuming at the time.
I'm not gonna. We have bigger fish to fry than a chat ban right now. We might get into that, right? But
well, I just think it shows the attitude.
And I just want to make sure that, and hopefully Stardust can get up once she gets up her PowerPoint presentation. We're gonna go through exactly what was posted, right?
Yeah.
But while she's getting ready, I just want to make this take, right? Like, the fact that they're trying to downplay it, and I see the fuckers in chat, right? Remy LeBois, for example, saying this is the funniest thing he's ever. This is not being honest. His wife publicly posted it. Well, again, the YouTube channel that Kuihman complained was doxing also was publicly posted by that person, and yet he recognizes that that might be inappropriate in that case. But for some reason, when they go through, and because again, I remember this, and correct me if my memory's faulty, either of you, it wasn't Instagram post that his wife had just posted. This was from like a year back before any of that happened, right? They dug through shit to find it, and specifically went through a year's worth of likes of Elder Drazzi in order to find that post. They absolutely engaged in digging. That was insane. Oh, I love the little I guess I don't even know what this is, the cover letter picture or something.
It's just the cover photo. Hello everybody. I'm not on camera yet because my makeup is not finished, but I am here regardless because I am somebody. So when I saw all this going on, I saw this going on and I was immediately incensed. I was immediately enraged. I remember seeing all of this happen with Elder Drazzi, specifically the humiliation stream that they tried to do on Elder Drazzi happen. I was still overseas, and it made me so mad that I made I called in, I talked about it with Doobie and Zonia on a stream, and then after that stream happened, Chud Logic reacted to the stream, and his reaction was like, oh, Star is just doing this because her career is dying, and Star is just doing this. She doesn't even know what the fuck she's talking about, right? And so being me, I was like, well, if he thinks I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, I'll put together how many slides is this? I'm pretty sure it's like 58. Yeah, it's a 58 slide presentation. Okay. So maybe I went a little overboard.
Just a little.
But you know what I thought? He thinks that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. So I'll make a whole slideshow presentation to explain exactly what's happening and why I have an issue with this. Right. And that's what I did. And then, of course, the reaction to my slideshow was, she's psychotic. Well, what did you expect? What did you expect, Chud Logic? Okay, did you think that I was just going to let you, you know, slander me like this? No, of course not. So, let me know when you guys want to go through it. I am ready whenever you are. Because I will explain
know
the
if we need to
entire
go
thing.
through the whole 58 slides, but what I am interested in is the receipts of what specifically was posted that count as doxing, that we would consider doxing. Do you have
that we would consider very problematic? Yeah.
Yes,
so
issues.
let's go. It is. Give me 1 second here.
Take your time.
So here is when, here it is. After making his video, so this is Elder Drazzi makes a video about this job that he thinks is a scam, and after making this video, basically people find out that they start digging through Elder Drazzi's info. They found that Elder Drazzi listed his full name on TikTok, among other things, and in Spicy Chat, things were posted. So here is Rita, a well-known doxer in Chud Logic's community, saying, wait, Elder Drazzi has his real name listed on his TikTok? And you've got people here saying, seemingly, Elder dox, not even a dox. He reveals where he lives by outing the company. I found his location. Good. Where did Drazzi get fired from? So it's like already this is happening. They're finding his location, right? They're after this. Elder Drazzi has a website, but it's not functional. They find his AV company. Do we know what state Elder Drazzi is in? Unrelated to previous image. Then they found that one of the companies is registered at a PO box. Rita's being very malicious here, saying no one, wink wink, no one texts Elder Drazzi on TikTok and ask him to do this. Do not pivot to his personal information using this. Then they're commenting on his OPSEC being really insane. We've got Pretty Tony and a bunch of people making jokes with Elder Drazzi's name, both first and last name. Sorry, 1 second.
And to be clear, you did not want this to be public info, right, Drazzi?
No, I spoke to Chud about it.
Yeah, you asked him to take it down, correct?
It came up in the conversation.
Sure.
I didn't really get to ask much. He was asking all the questions and got mad when I answered questions.
Fair enough. We'll get into that later, but I don't know, man. Like, people, again, if because of your and I'm going to be real with you, Elder Drazzi, it was poor OPSEC, but I've already told you this.
Sure.
But again, if due to someone's negligence, I am able to find personal information about you, and then I start spreading that information, that I start publishing that information in a Discord to how many people? 50, 100, however many were in Spicy Chat at the time. They start going through it, combing through it, using that information to find further information, such as your workplace, all these things, your zip code, your P.O. box, right? That's crazy. I don't know. If you don't think that's doxing, I just don't. I don't treat you seriously. You're not a serious person. Because, and I want to be clear, they would never accept that. None of you fuckers in chat, right? None of you fuckers in chat. If I were to do the same thing to you, if due to your negligence, you had, again, some kind of information connected to one of your accounts that you did not intend, and then I was able to use that information to get more information, that is doxing. That is doxing. And then I publish it and talk about it in a public Discord or even a private Discord, right? Because, again, publish, the definition of publish, I'm going to be very clear. One of the definitions of publish is to give to a third party, right? When in defamation cases, for example, all you need to do to have published defaming information, all they need to do is prove you gave it to one other third party. That's it. That's what publishing is, okay? I want to make that very clear. So people will say, well, it's not publishing if it's in a private Discord with 500 people. No, motherfucker, it is. It is.
Wick, does the definition of doxing even matter? Like, I guess it just you can ask anybody, if this happened to your sister, would you be like, well, it wasn't doxing? If you say it's not doxing or it is, like, the people who don't want it to be, will find a definition that suits it. The people that do want it to be will find a definition that suits it. If this happened to your sister, would you be happy about it? How would that make you feel? Like that's the kind of like frame of reference that you should have when somebody brings up the word doxing. I think that the term is where people get lost and argue way too much over. It's like, what happened? Is this okay? That's really the question I think that matters.
And again, finding your full name, using that information to find more information, such as your P.O. box, such as your wife, such as your ex-girlfriend's Instagram or whatever, and posting that, it's obviously malicious. It's obviously harassment. And this is behavior that Chud didn't just allow.
He egged it on.
There was a screenshot you sent me, Elder Drazzi, a specific one. That I think you posted last night on Twitter. Let me see if I can find it. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I mean, I have an idea. I have Twitter open at the top on my top screen here. Let me see.
Give me a second. I'm pretty sure.
Sorry.
No, take your time. Well, you guys can yap while I'm looking for this. So.
Sorry, I just messed up what I was sharing on screen.
Here we go. Found it.
Okay.
It's all good. Stop sharing.
Oh, I just found it too. Yeah.
Oh, good.
I know what you're talking about.
And this is what ChudLogic says. Just to be clear, because I guess I should just ask you directly. What exactly did he do about all of this? What was the remedy for after your conversation, after you discussed it, after you made it very clear to him that you did not want this information in his Discord? What did he do?
Well, he did publicly. He said he was going to do something about it because during that call, other people got involved. But then after that call, and he said that he was going to do something about it, he banned like one person, I think. There was maybe two, but it was if it was a full day, I would be shocked. I'm pretty sure it was less than a day.
So
I could totally be wrong about that. Very short period of time. I think it was hours. Yeah,
So
I'm trying to be
hours.
charitable. Just because if I say the wrong thing, people are going to freak out.
Yeah, the people who run around publishing your full name, publishing your city, publishing your state, publishing your wife's pictures, publishing your girlfriend's pictures in lingerie, and he got a day. And then we have, and this is what ChudLogic says in his server. It says, just to be clear, I am only changing and deleting to protect the server. I stand by everything I have said. He makes it very clear here that he does not actually care about doxing, except for that it might impact him, right? That it might impact the server. That's the only actual issue he had with what they did to you. And you know how I know that? It's because he says it right here. So again, remember, this motherfucker said, doxing is a red line for me. This is something he said, I think, yesterday. Doxing is a red line for me. So I have had to ban him from the server and sever ties. Chud, doxing is obviously not a red line for you. It obviously isn't. And how do we know you're lying here? Because of your behavior. Because how you acted. Because what you have done. It's not a red line for you, buddy. You're fucking lying. Anyway.
It's not.
Bad optics is his red line.
Yeah, and even that is questionable, right? So, if I can just elaborate, people pulled up Edie's city-state pictures of his wife and his girlfriend. They repeated his name as a joke. They even made a mega folder of all of his Google reviews. And if you think that ChudLogic doesn't approve of this behavior, you can see in this screenshot here, they posted the mega folder of all of his Google reviews. Did ChudLogic have an issue with it in these screenshots? No, obviously not. It's insane. Who does that? Who pulls up every Google review and compiles them into a mega folder? It's absolute insanity.
I have never done something like that. That is insane.
And that requires those tools. By the way, that requires those tools that were being shared in the leaked server. You know, in the leaked recently, that leaks one of the tools that they were using there is something that you can use to pull up people's Google reviews. So this is connected. The LOL archiver, yeah.
I have no idea about that.
Well,
I can tell you, I'll tell you that it does. I have an idea about it. Okay,
so it's
you
funny.
can pull up.
And we're gonna get to the conversation in a second after we finish this.
Yeah.
But I asked one of the snarker guys, right? I asked them publicly on Twitter. I asked, say, hey, if you don't think this tool is such a big deal, that as long as people don't like spread it maliciously, and say, I asked them. I think the wording was, if all I did was ran this tool and then passed it on to a single individual, Destiny, you'd be okay with that? He said yes. So I, out of curiosity, after getting permission, ran the tool just to see what I could find. I got this bro's location. I got this bro's full name. I got 9 of his other linked accounts, or I'm not sure if they were linked accounts or if they were like past names of accounts of the same account. I'm not sure, right? It was wild. I didn't send the information anywhere. I deleted it after, and I deleted my history of it and things like that, because that's way too much. I didn't actually want to know about this guy, right? But these are some seriously fucked up tools. That's all I gotta say. You can get so much information, and this is all I did was run his Twitter handle. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. So that's crazy.
Yeah, agreed.
Any other thoughts on the Drazzi stuff specifically?
Oh, I just wanted to show you guys. I do think that there's some stuff. This was just a screen cap I took of the mega folder. And they shared one of the reviews here, the White Castle review. Again, Chud Logic is laughing along when this happened. You can see him typing, ha ha ha. Then Bug Squander says, oh, Elder Drazzi's deleted his TikTok as well. Chud Logic says, Jesus, why? Bug Squander says he was using his full name as well as Elder Drazzi. So it's like they knew. Chud Logic is laughing along. Edie's wife's Twitter and TikTok were pulled up, and his wife was not connected to Elder Drazzi on any of the platforms. So, yeah.
Hey, I just want to correct something. So Kuihman messaged me this morning, which he then also shared into Spicy Chat, the conversation. He informed me that he actually found my wife because I had liked a single one of her tweets, which means not only did they go through my Twitter with a fine-tooth comb, they went through every single one of my likes to see whose stuff that I had liked, and a single one of her tweets I had liked, and that's how they found her Twitter.
Yeah. So as from a video essayist perspective, I remember going through Frogan's likes, right? I didn't like the amount of detail you have to go through people's profiles to find out that that was your wife. Like I went through Frogan's likes. You think that I found anybody that she knew or clicked on any of the profiles to see if they were somebody related to her? Absolutely not. Like, are you kidding me? Like the fact that you liked a single tweet of your wife and then they I guess decided to go through that person's Twitter is insane as well, right?
Yeah.
So I made a compilation. I said in this, you can say at the very least that these things were shared in Spicy Chat of Elder Drazzi's. His full name, his city, his state, his wife's TikTok, his wife's Twitter, pictures of his wife in lingerie, pictures of his ex-girlfriend in lingerie, and Google reviews that show places he's visited.
Doobie for $10 says, not true. You don't need that tool to pull up reviews. They were publicly attached to his name, which was in his TikTok and Twitch profile. There's nothing to connect this to the LOL tool at all. I can't speak to the tool itself or what can connect and what not when it comes to Google reviews specifically. But again, the whole point of what they are doing is they are using a piece of information that they found that, again, we all admit that Elder Drazzi had poor OPSEC, and they were using it to dig for more information, which they published to their server, which they used to harass, mock, and deride If that's not that, I mean, that's just definitionally doxing.
Yeah, I could be wrong about that. But for what I certainly don't have the skills to just using somebody's name alone pull up all their Google reviews. So, and I imagine that other people using that tool, could pull up those reviews. So, regardless of whether you think that they're publicly attached to him, it is, the compilation of publicly or privately available information is considered doxing in California law. And Discord follows California law. That is against Discord TOS.
I would say it's probably a little too old for those tools. I think those tools use some kind of AI, but
honestly,
but I would say that it actually it would just seem to show more dedication to digging things up, because I feel like those are AI assisted tools. So if you don't have them, you're even more dedicated to finding the stuff. So I don't know if that necessarily helps anybody's case.
Mm-hmm.
It is what it is. What I guess my takeaway from this, and I do want to get to the actual conversation because I want to cover that, but just to kind of put a bow on the Elder Drazzi stuff specifically, is, again, we have, I think, fairly compelling evidence that we've shared with you that Chud Logic was not only okay with this being shared, and what I mean by this is Elder Drazzi's full name, Elder Drazzi's workplace, Elder Drazzi's city, Elder Drazzi's state, his wife, his ex-girlfriend. He was not only okay with this being shared in his Discord, but he also was laughing along with it. And when he was called out, the only thing he did was ban a guy for maybe a day, probably less than that. So the idea that it's a red line just doesn't add up. It doesn't fit the facts. So the question is, if doxing isn't his red line, what is the red line? Why was Shamoo banned and not the other doxers that he has in his community? Because remember, you guys know Aiden?
Yeah.
Aiden doxed someone, apparently, and was really weird with their wife or something.
Mm-hmm. So it's Lio Convoy's wife. Lio Convoy's wife is not a public figure, and he doxed and showed her face, basically.
And I was sent this screenshot. Well, I wasn't sent, but it was on Twitter. But I believe he's being tagged in Chud's space. He's still there. He's a doxer, still in his community. Interesting. Crazy. I thought doxing was a red line for him.
I mean, I'm willing to be somewhat charitable and say, oh, maybe he banned him and then let him back in. But, I don't know that history, I just don't know it. Oh.
Possible.
Yeah.
But it does raise questions, right? And I think that, again, pointing to the other Elder Drazzi stuff, it's very clear that he's okay with it in certain circumstances. And not only that, but he eggs it on. And this is something that they all do. This is not just when it comes to doxing, but when it comes to harassment, for example. Let's talk Kuihman for a minute, right? The other guy who got gaped in the conversation that we're about to watch. Kuihman is a guy who specifically has attacked me, has attacked Stardust, and probably Elder Drazzi as well. Kuihman made up a rumor that he spread on his channel and on Twitter and into other communities that I had made a GoFundMe and was stealing the GoFundMe money. He accused me of theft. I
remember that.
Yes, just to let everyone know, about 3 years ago now, I made a GoFundMe for a dental situation where I had one of my teeth broke in half, and I was very poor at the time. I had to raise a little money to take care of that, and so I made a GoFundMe. It took me a while to find a dentist that would do it within the price range and someone I felt comfortable with, that I didn't think was kind of scamming me or being weird. But because it took a little bit longer than I expected, he started spreading a rumor that I had stolen the money. And this rumor is something I still get hit with today, because people will come into my comments and say, where's the tooth money? Even though, as you guys can see, I used it to fix my teeth. This is, again, let's talk what he did with the JStalk community. And let me pull up this tweet.
Can I just comment
Go
on
ahead.
that? The tooth situation is that I was so upset by that because it was just so mean spirited. One, nobody likes to be in a situation where they, something like as front and center as your teeth is being criticized, right? Nobody wants to be in that situation.
Sure.
And to just cruelly dig on this guy who is doing his best, to be cruel about the fact that he hasn't been able to get it fixed yet, to be cruel about the fact that that he is struggling a little bit to come up with the funds for it it is just disgusting to me, right? Like there's certain lines we should have for people when it comes to when it comes to things like this. Making up that somebody stole the money because they're still working and getting everything together. It was just infuriating to me, really.
I understand. Here's also some of the other stuff that Kuihman does, and I'm going to share these on screen. This is him sending one of his community members, Bug Squander. And hopefully you guys can read the... Oh. This is him sending Bug Squander... Hold on. In order to... well, we'll just read it. Mantis says the following. And she posted this last year. The thing about Kuihman is he's very calculated, good at presenting one way publicly while behind the scenes in another with his little crew of A-loggers, leakers, and shit stirrers. Here's his mod, editor, and personal dirt finder, Bug Squander, revealing their strategies and motivations. So this is... And this isn't the only woman they've done this, right? I have other DMs that I haven't given permission to share, but they went around to all the women who've been on my show. I don't know about all of them, but a few, and tried to get them to leak DMs. The purpose of which to paint me as a sex pest, right? This is a narrative that they went with for a little bit. It didn't stick because there was nothing there. And this is just something that they've constantly tried to do. They dropped that for other avenues of attack, but it'll still come up once in a while. But again, this is back in 2023. Where are my Wick DMs? Bug, no. Yes, it's dead out there. If I have to listen to Kuihman cover another second of anything Destiny related, I'm kicking him into traffic. Give me something I can work with, woman. I know it's fucking boring. I'm glad I've been busy this week, to be honest, because this is absolute dogshit snoofest content. You're not busy enough. If you aren't going to stream, you're going to sleuth. Time to get to work and get me dirt. Lives don't just ruin themselves. Christmas is coming. Sad is running rampant. There's a content goldman belonging to a lonely old man sat out there somewhere. Let's go. This is what they do. They will try to dig up dirt, to ruin lives, to get information, to dig, to dig, to dig. It is absolutely a form of harassment. It's something they do all the time. It is coordinated. They are going out and doing these things. And here, let me get to the... so I don't get to the wrong thing. I'm going to stop sharing while I look for it. But here is... Oh, here it is.
Who spent the entire...
We'll just listen to it. But this is them admitting to basically running a scam on tomfoolery. And basically what they're doing here is... Oh, am I still live? Elder Drazzi, is that your video or mine?
What do you mean?
Oh, his video is just not coming up. But anyway, let's watch it.
So this bitch who spent the entire time where I was 50 viewers, 100 viewers, 150 viewers, trying to starve me out, trying to suffocate me, remove all oxygen that could possibly come my way, slander me, claim I was brigading him, all sorts of shit, can suffer and rot watching from the outside as his place in the orbit was usurped by JStalk through a deliberate and coordinated effort to create a new Destiny after show by both of us. He was put in the fucking dirt, taken down from 150 viewers to 0. He can sit there miserably looking in on the ruins of his old social circles, and he can suck on my dick daily.
So this is Kuihman admitting to him and JStalk basically running an op on tomfoolery, is who they're referring to, right? If you guys remember, during the time, the Destiny after show, such as it was, tomfoolery had about 150 viewers or so. People would stop watching Destiny, and after Destiny, they would go on to tomfoolery show to watch the drama. J-Stalk didn't like that, right? Kuihman didn't like that. They don't like tomfoolery for a wide variety of reasons. So Kuihman and J-Stalk and others got together, and they started spreading rumors about tomfoolery, right? And I remember this, right? They would started spreading rumors that he was weird with women. They would start going on that he would be, he was just a loser for a lot of reasons. But this was a coordinated campaign in order to put him in the dirt and replace him with J-Stalk. So people who act as if they don't coordinate things, that's just not true. This is him admitting it. And this isn't the only one who has admitted it. Let's look at the Beckett DMs, right?
Can I just say real quickly? I got Aiden, the guy who doxed Lio Convoy's wife, was not banned from Chud's Discord. Apparently, he got scolded for it, but wasn't banned. And also, I don't know if you know. Well, actually, I'll just message you about this. Go ahead with what you were going to do.
You can tell me because I'm trying to find it right now. Like, I got all these different things in all these different places.
Declare the history of Justo.
Here, let's watch this. Okay.
Like rise as well was because, like, what's a good way to put this? It's really down to Kuihman. Kuihman built Just Dog. More than anybody else, Kuihman built Just Dog. It's only when he reached like a decent size that Destiny started raiding him regularly, and because like the Destiny after show where people who'd had drama on Destiny ended up talking was tomfoolery. Now Destiny wasn't raiding Tom. But it was like, that was like, oh, what's happened on fucking Destiny today was this gay shit. And that was like Tom bringing people on. Just Oak killed Tom off. And that, in big part, that was due to Kuihman, because what Kuihman would do was Kuihman would go live and then end his stream and raid into Just Oak to basically boost Just Oak's numbers. He was very open about doing this. He's talked about it before. He was open at the time. And so basically, Just Oak just had more viewership than Tom, because Tom's, like, Kuihman had more viewership than Tom did. And he was really pushing for this as, like, a funny op.
And remember, this isn't the only thing they would do. It's not just a question of, oh, I raided into you to build you up. This was paired with a coordinated campaign to spread lies, rumors, and deceptions about tomfoolery. Because if you guys remember, it happened on my show a couple times, right? Where there was a drama because tomfoolery would look at a picture of a woman online, and Kuihman, Spicy Chat, all these people would pretend that he's a sex pest, right? Pretend that he's assaulting women, pretend that he's being weird towards women and things like that. And they would spread this rumor maliciously. They spread the rumor that he was a liar, that he hadn't actually, that he was lying about his past, that he was lying about a few things that he'd done in the past, right? And this is a constant thing that they did in combination with the rating in order to destroy tomfoolery so that they could replace him with someone they liked, which was J-Stalk at the time. This is obviously coordinated attempts at harassment and destruction of channels. So when they act as if they don't do this stuff, right? When they act as if they're above the coordinated gay ops, that's just not true. Do we understand this? That is just, it's just a lie.
And I just want to also bring up, Elder Drazzi brought this up, that Chud Logic was reminding people of Elder Drazzi's last name recently, right? When was it? How many months ago was it?
It was February 2025. But I mean, it shows like where he stood on it.
Yeah, so he's still to this day, making fun of Elder Drazzi for having his name attached. Again, there's a lot of I feel like charitability being given to Chud in the chat. When I remember specifically when I had my debate with Chud Logic, that Elder Drazzi told me that people who were saying that they told Eldrazi how to get stuff offline, hadn't yet. I remember that. And that was just a lie. Remember, ChudLogic brought Eldrazi on to ask him, how do you feel about my community making fun of you and making fun of your information? And as Eldrazi continued to say, well, hey, I don't really like it. But I'm worried about other people, and continued to talk with ChudLogic. ChudLogic got more and more upset, and was like basically saying that Eldrazi should thank him for exposing how bad his OPSEC was by humiliating him and making fun of him in his community.
Crazy work. $10.
He wanted him to suck his cock for humiliating him.
$10 from Drazzi.
I kept telling him it didn't bother me too. My big concern was that there's other people. It was clearly part of a trend of the behavior they were doing, because it started with a friend streamer of mine and then went on to me. And I explicitly said, there's some people who can't take this. I'm fine. I can take jokes. I hosted the roast of Chud Logic, for crying out loud. I put a target on him and me specifically, being the host, for people to make fun of and go as hard as they want. You can make jokes about me. I didn't support Mr. Girl for 2 years and not have fucking thick skin, okay? I can take a fucking joke. I can take people being fucking mean. I can take people being twisted. But when you bring people's family into it, in like really weird, like creatively fucked up ways, that's a fucking problem.
True. Not to mention how they treated Mantis when her nudes got leaked. But we're going to get into that. $10.
It's fucking gross.
Yeah, $10 from Doobie. His full name, city, and state were publicly attached on multiple platforms. No need to attach this to the LOL thing. It didn't even take dedication. It was very simple. Search for name plus city, state. Again, true Doobie. It was easy to dox him, but that does not change the fact that he got doxed, right? Because it was easy to accomplish this does not mean it was not done. Again, if I leave my door open, unlocked, if I pass out on my couch, right? And a thief comes in and steals my shit, I have not been robbed. You could be like, bro, you were really stupid for leaving the door open and for passing out and not being vigilant. And that would be true. But also true is I still got fucking robbed. Just because it was easy doesn't mean it didn't happen. So, yes, there were plenty of OPSEC things that Eldrazi did that were fucking stupid, but he was still victimized by these people, harassed by these people.
All of that goes right out the window when you're talking about the people in my family, too.
True.
Where was their names posted? You know what I mean? They had to do digging for that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Which is what I had a problem with.
And, this is what has gotten me into a lot of heat recently, but sharing the... you cannot tell me that you care about the dignity of women and you care about, female victims when you have been sharing the lingerie photos of somebody's wife and ex-girlfriend who were not public figures. You cannot tell me that. I'm sorry, I don't believe it. And then also on top of that, to continue to share around Mantis's media after she's made it clear. Well, I mean, it's clear that that was a mistake, right? Right? It's clear that it's a mistake. So you're continuing to share it around?
Yeah.
You cannot tell me that you care about that. You don't.
$5 from Mantis. New Zealand dollars. I don't know how much that is. Looking forward to all the, actuallys from Doobie tonight. Smiley face. Thank you for the $5. $10 from Doobie. Also, for context, this started because Eldrazi posted a video where he was arguing with an employer that turned him down and showed the company name, her name, and phone number in the video, if I recall correctly. Is that true about the video?
So here's what the video was. In one, you can't dox a fucking company. They pay to have their shit advertised. They want you to find their name and phone number. That's what companies do. I made a video of a text exchange between me and a person working there. Not only did I tell her that I was recording it, and she said that's fine. Also, in Michigan, you don't have to tell people you're recording a conversation if you're one of the parties in the conversation. I put it up there because it was based on the text that I had gotten from her. It was so crazy. I knew when she called, it was going to be some batshit crazy stuff. And I put it up as a funny video. I had music and stuff on it. It was very clearly meant to be a funny video. But because obviously they thought it was funny, but they also thought it was cringe, and that pissed them off for some reason. It was a very weird thing to me that it made them so upset. But yeah, I posted that video.
Yeah,
it was something I recorded on the fly in the moment.
Are they trying to say that because you posted this video and it had a company name in it that you were fair game?
Yes. Well, they were saying that they made the claim that I doxed the company, which isn't a thing. Also, some of them tried to say that like I was literally breaking the law by posting it, which is not the case. I work in surveillance. I know all the recording laws for any state I've ever lived in. Like it was just a very crazy thing. They were looking for something in that to get upset about. I think it's because I didn't do their like Night of Hate thing in the Discord, and they were just using this as like a jumping off point.
This is the problem we're having, right? Is that there is a constant stream of excuses when they do a thing, right? When they're engaged in bad behaviors, there's a constant stream of justification and excuses like, well, we can do this because you did this. We're allowed to do this because of X, Y, and Z. We just don't like you. You're not worthy of moral consideration because of these reasons. And it's a pattern of behavior that they will do constantly, all the time, right? To engage in the behavior that they purportedly criticize, right? But again, like I'll give you an example that happened in my Discord just yesterday. So one of the people in my Discord had been critical of me having Destiny in my Discord, okay? He's critical of me because he thinks that it makes the space unsafe for women, right? He thinks that having Destiny in my Discord makes women less safe. And he's criticized me for that. He's been constantly critical for that. Because what if Destiny doxes someone? What if Destiny harasses a woman in my Discord? What if Destiny stalks a woman in my Discord, right? That would be horrible. How would I ever, why would I, how could I live with myself? All these things. This same person has defended Chud. And again, in my Discord, no one has been doxxed. No one has been stalked or harassed. The few times it has happened where someone's harassed, we have banned them. In Chud's server, however, I can point to you to instances where someone has been doxxed, where women have been harassed about their nudes that got leaked, right? I can point to where they've doxed women, where they've stalked women, right? Like, I can do that. I can point to those things, right? Well, Elder Drazzi, sorry, not women. Elder Drazzi specifically. I didn't mean to do you like that, bro. It's not hypothetical. And yet, for whatever reason, this guy doesn't have the same smoke for Chud. In fact, he defends Chud. Crazy work. There's a difference. There's a variable difference between me and Chud in that Destiny's in my community. Destiny isn't in the other community. And that's all it really comes down to at the end of the day is if Destiny's involved, there is no charity. If Destiny's not involved or someone against Destiny is involved in it, it's infinite charity. That's it. That's the standard. That's the actual principle. And that's where we're at. But, yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, of course. And then we're going to get the actual conversation up, and we're going to start watching that.
So, obviously, I've been like talking about this stuff, and I've had a lot of people reach out to me. And the one thing I keep hearing over and over and over again, and I haven't seen any evidence of this, is that Destiny is like actively doxing a lot of people. Is there any evidence of this?
I think he has doxed a few people. Yes, actually, yes.
Okay, then I'd say like that's bad.
It is.
Even if people doxed somebody in his community first, it's still bad. I don't think that equal retribution when the thing is that serious is okay. So I just didn't know if that was true or not.
I don't disagree.
Okay.
But again, it's one of those things where I don't litigate off-platform behavior, right? I'm not a guy who's going to sit there and say, if you do this on my platform, I'll moderate it. But if you do it off my platform, outside of very extreme conditions, it is what it is. And the reason I have this principle, right, and the reason that I've decided on doing this way is because the way that allowing litigation of off-platform behavior manifests is this constant weaponization of the rules in order to get people you don't like banned. That's what happens. Like, so for example, there was a person in my server, someone DM'd someone else that they should kill themselves, right? Or that this person should kill themselves. In a DM, wasn't in my server, it was in some private DM. That DM got leaked to this person, and this person demanded that I ban that person from my server. I'm not doing that. I don't care what you say in private DMs about other people. I just don't. And this constant need to try to weaponize the rules, to destroy other people that have been mean to you, that you just don't like, who may have even done some very shitty things. I don't have time for it. I do not care at the end of the day. Your safety, and I want to be very clear about this, your safety is ultimately your responsibility. Does that make it right when people attack you? No. Does that make it right when people harass you? Of course not. But the first thing I'm going to ask you, if you tell me someone is harassing you, is have you blocked that person? And if you don't, if you aren't able to take that step or willing to take that step on your own, I'm not going to do it for you. That will be my advice. Just block them. I don't know. That's my stance. You could disagree with it, but here we are.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
guys...
quick thing. This actually, you know what? You're gonna have to send a super chat of that for me to answer that. Sorry. Go ahead. Because I want to get Wick's. I want to get Wick's stance on. I want to get Wick's response on that, if that's true. So you have to send a super chat.
Let me know when they do, because I don't have a chat up right now. We're gonna watch the thing, but we can go to that in a second. So again, this is when he starts reviewing the leaks. We're gonna go through it. We're gonna watch it. You guys can all see it. Hopefully you can hear it, and let me know if the audio is right, and we're gonna talk about it. Sound good?
Mm-hmm.
Let's do it.
Shit. It's a name checker. So my understanding with this is that they were trying to find the details of a Twitter account that was posting the Tectone court docs to find out if it was Tectone. Now, I don't know what these tools are and what they were using, but my understanding is that they didn't ever post any any PII of anyone involved, which is what doxing would be. They were trying to find the identity to see if it was perhaps Tectone that was posting it. So, like, I don't know, it makes me feel a bit uncomfortable, the idea of using these tools to find out things on accounts. Yeah, do you know what, Dan? Fuck you, you fucking pathetic wretch, right? Do you know what Dan did? He fucking sent this to me, and he said, oh, hope these people aren't in your fucking Discord, right? So I saw it a little while ago, and obviously at some point I was going to get to cover it, and someone mentioned it in chat. Dan, you're a fucking pathetic, disgusting wretch. Fuck you from the bottom of my fucking heart, dude. Literally, fuck you, bro. You're a fucking disgusting wretch that you're fucking sending this to me to try and fucking manipulate me in some way, right? When you said someone's fucking name on a stream, bro. Call in if you want. Call in if you fucking want, and we'll talk about it, you fucking disgusting wretch. Fuck you, bro. Holy fuck, man. I'm furious.
So, he admits later that he didn't he hasn't gone through this specifically. He doesn't know what these tools are. He doesn't exactly know what's happening, right? He just got sent this information. He hasn't covered it yet. And already, sight unseen, before he's had a chance to look into any of this, he is going 0 to 100 on Dan, right? I think this demonstrates just how he's setting the stage, right? He's priming his audience. He's like, fuck you, Dan. You're trying to manipulate me. That's the accusation, that you're trying to manipulate me by setting me this. Oh, my God. He hasn't even, to be clear, he hasn't read it yet. And he hasn't really covered it yet. He doesn't know what's going on. But he has already decided. Gang, the sweep is on, okay? He's already decided the big sweep. He is sweeping. He has decided, I'm going to sweep for this shit. It's going to bite him in the ass later, right? And we're going to get to that. We're going to see it. But this is him setting the stage, right? This is a manipulation tactic that he's doing. He's fucking furious, right? In his fucking stupid British accent at what Dan did. And Dan just sent him this shit. Sent him this bullshit. I don't know.
Can you imagine being so weak that you're terrified that somebody's manipulating you by sending you something? Like, this is what we do. Like, what the fuck? That's the most bizarre shit I've ever seen. Especially from somebody who covers stuff like this all the time. This is his wheelhouse. It's crazy.
I don't know. We're going to keep going. And gang, if you guys want to comment on anything at any point, just tell me to stop the stream or pause the stream, and you guys can give your take, if you will. Does that make sense?
You got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Call in, you fucking pussy. Call in now. Call in now if you want to send me a little fucking DM.
I wonder if he regrets that. I wonder if he regrets telling him to call in. We're gonna find out. I'm gonna change his playback speed a bit to make it go a little faster. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Fine with me.
Okay.
Holy fuck, man. Are you calling in? Are you calling in or not, bro? Dude, this is obviously some fucking DGG gay op. It's so fucking obvious, and I'm not getting fucking drawn into it, bro. I'm not getting drawn into your gay little fucking... Oh, look, they're doxing too. Show me where these guys posted PII of people. Show me them on a stream saying a fucking name or an address, you fucking retard. Where is that? Yeah, you want to say it's fucking sweeping, right? Where's the fucking sweeping, bro? Where's the fucking sweeping? The fact that you're sat there, and the second that I bring this up, you start chatting, when you sent this to me an hour ago. Holy fuck, dude. It is absolutely insufferable, bro. If you're fucking coming to me, knocking on my door about some fucking doxing shit, right? When your fucking master, and my former master, is that openly talking about fucking doxing people, and you're saying people's name on a fucking stream.
Former master was Destiny.
Oh yeah.
His former master. That's a fucking
I
weird
didn't
thing
realize.
to say.
Super cringe.
Crazy.
Yeah, it was really weird. By the
Go
way, Wick, I think Doobie sent the super chat that he wanted me to answer or whatever, and I wanted to get your response on that to see if that's true, and also,
Yeah, I'll check it.
Yeah.
Here we go. Oh, for this is the one that Mantis said before. I'll read that real quick now that I'm on there. It says, for $5, doxing in self-defense is less bad than doing it for harassment because you like hurting people. Fair enough, but it's still bad in my opinion. $10 for Doobie. Wick has said he'd allow someone to remain on his server even if they are currently posting women's revenge porn all over Twitter and in other Discord servers. Can Wick say he cares about women? One, I can say that I care about women, and it would not be a friendly conversation that I would have with the person that I brought on that was posting revenge porn all over Twitter, right? But the problem with these hypotheticals and things like that is that, like, it's always used to weaponize. I have a free speech server, right? A free speech stream, which means that I have people on who have done really bad things. Being in my server is not a signing off on your behavior, right? And people like I'm again, they're like kitty stuff, shit like that. I'll probably rule 0. But when it comes to stuff like this, again, it's a general rule. I don't moderate for outside off-platform behavior. That's my stance, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah. So I would disagree with Wick on that. I think if somebody's actively, I think if somebody's actively posting revenge porn on other places, I would definitely not be okay with that.
To be clear, I wouldn't be either. But banning them from my server.
I wouldn't keep them in my server. I wouldn't keep them in my server.
Wouldn't stop them from doing that.
That's true. Wouldn't and you know, in like, just to be a bit nuanced about this,
Sure.
I would not be okay with them being in my server. But I could see maybe a situation where maybe if they did it in the past and apologized for it, that I could maybe find it acceptable for them to be in Wick's server. But if they were actively doing it, I'd have a huge issue with it for sure.
And again, if they did it in my server, obviously they would be out of there. But
yeah,
it's one of those things.
Anything like that, I think I'd assess the situation and take it case by case.
Yeah. I would probably heavily disagree with Wick on that. If that were actively happening and he kept the person in the server, you would bet I would be arguing with him about it.
Here's the thing. It hasn't happened. So, I mean, and we can point to Chud and his server where, you know, doxing, all that shit, harassment and stuff happens. We can point to that. But
And if I can just reply to one thing, this one person keeps yelling that I'm okay with Destiny. I just want you to know, when the stuff exploded over Pixie and I had no idea about it, I immediately condemned his actions in that.
Okay,
and
they know.
him and I haven't been on, he blocked me on every platform for like 2 years. We hadn't talked in like 2 years. So it's like, I don't know where you're getting that I was okay with that, you know? So
Look, they know
yeah.
this. Like Stardust, you don't they know that this isn't true. They're saying it to excuse their behavior, right? They are saying this is why. They're like, these people are all part of Israel, I believe is the term that they're using now, right? That they're all Mossad agents or some shit run by Destiny and things like that, and Dan and Ethan Klein and all these people. And like, you say you aren't okay with it, but you haven't called him a racist pedophile yet, so you obviously are. And they're just trying to get you to turn out your pockets. They don't actually believe you've stolen anything. They just think it's funny to get you to turn out your pockets. That's it. You don't have to. This is the same, like, with these questions. They're not asked in good faith in a lot of cases, right? They're not actually wanting to know the answer. They're just trying to get you a gotcha. They're just trying to get you to trip up on your words, make a contradiction. They don't think you've actually stolen. They just like to make you turn out your
They just like to make you,
That's it.
Okay, fair enough.
Just want to make sure.
I don't know if you're aware, but that video that Kuihman says, talks about Israel and all that. First of all, the funniest thing I've seen while I was streaming ever. I got self-conscious about how hard I was laughing on stream. But also, they keep sharing clips of it on Twitter, but they keep leaving that part out. I wonder why they keep leaving that part out. It certainly boosts the views. It is genuinely hilarious. If you haven't seen that part, find it. It's the best. It's literally the best. It's so good.
You know, there used to be
I honestly think he has to be trolling. He has to be trolling.
Well,
like, I almost don't believe it's real.
There used to be a thing where if someone publicly and suddenly converted to Christianity, you knew that the rape allegations were coming, right? Like, oh, something really bad is about to be released on this motherfucker. They have suddenly found Jesus, and they have publicly converted out of the blue and are going through all the talk shows talking about repentance and how they're a changed man. 9 times out of 10, you knew, oh, the allegations are coming, okay? This is that. The same dynamic at play. They know that some shit is about to drop on them, okay? They know some shit's about to drop, right? And so they're priming the pump. They are trying to frame the situation, and they are saying, all my enemies are Israel. Everyone who criticized me, secretly Israel. It's Israel. That's the term he uses. There's just like Israel tries to silence the Palestinians. My critics, who are run by Israel, who are doing the service and building of Israel, are trying to silence me. Right? That's what this is. That's the dynamic at play. Let's not pretend. We don't have to play these games. We could just fucking be honest. That's what's happening. We know it. They know it. I don't know. Let's any other comments before we start going into the thing?
Nope. I thank you for that. Yeah.
You're very welcome. Oh, let's watch.
Sort of fake bullshit hypocrisy point that you're trying to make. Fuck you. Do you want to call in? Yes or no?
He does call in later.
Yes or no? Yes or no, dude? Dude, it's absolutely pathetic. And then you do this little gay thing about sweeping. Where's the sweeping? Where's the fucking sweeping, Dan? Right? You think you're going to be a fucking puppet master for me? I don't fucking think so. My anti-Semitism knows no fucking bounds, bro. I'm totally unchained. I'm totally fucking unchained, dude. I see through it all now. Read it and defend it. Okay, I'll read it. If you don't want to come on, that's fine. I'll read it and I'll give my fucking take, okay? But you're clearly trying to do some little gay op. It's so transparent what's happening here. It's so fucking transparent, dude. You are trying to do some fucking little hypocrisy point, okay? I will read through it. And I'll give my take. But it's absolutely fucking insufferable that the moment that I start talking about this, you're clearly watching, waiting for me to jump on this like fucking white on rice.
See, here's the thing. Dan obviously wants him to watch him cover this, right? But this idea of they're going for a hypocrisy point, maybe. I'm not Dan. But if they wanted a hypocrisy point, they just, again, point to what they did to Elder Drazzi and said, you were okay with that, but you're not okay with this. Easy. That's much easier to do. Dan is, at least in my opinion, and I'm not Dan, so maybe I'm wrong, what he's trying to do is showcase that these people in this server are using these tools, right? Using tools that are dox tools in order to look up information on people. And again, in the leak, this is what they're doing. Nick Andros is posting this dox tool and saying, hey, you know, he says, and to be clear, Nick Andros on Twitter before this conversation is happening, or maybe while it's happening, I don't know. But his excuse, the initial excuse was, it's a joke. He was posting it as a joke. That excuse is unfortunately proven to be a lie by what Shamoo says, right? So either Shamoo's lying or Nick Andros is lying, but their story changes, and you can track it in real time as it goes. But let's keep going.
I'll read it, and I'll give a take. Let's go. Okay. So So I don't know what these things are. I'm told what they are. I'm told what they are, and I don't want to look at them. And I don't want to get involved in even clicking on it, because I don't know what they are, okay? Now, here's the thing. Could I have a problem with using these tools? Possibly. I don't know what they do, and I don't know what they're designed to look up, right? The thing that would make this doxing would be the publicizing of the information that you find, normally for the purposes of harassment. So let's read through and see what we've got here. Let's have a little look. So Nick Andros, redacted image. That redacted guy is 100% someone's alt or something. Nick Andros says, techie. Shamoo. I don't know who, but that unredacted redacted person is in redacted state and is personal friends with Tectone. Okay. That looks bad on Shamoo's part, I will say. I'd like to understand more about that. So what's going on with this? What is this? What is this here? What is this their state? And where is this information coming from? So that could potentially be an issue. I need to understand more about what that looks like. Yes, but when you say their Twitter, how have they got this information? Is it something that's publicized on their Twitter? Or is it something they've used a tool to find that you shouldn't have access to? That is the thing I need to understand. Because either they've used a tool to unearth some personal information and they're discussing it on, on a Discord server, right? That's a potential problem for me. Or they've mentioned it in a tweet, but that's different. They themselves have publicized the information. Dan, how's it going?
How's it going? Oh, jinx.
Dan calls in. Okay, so we don't have to wonder anymore what Dan's doing this for. We can just hear him and see what he has to say. Let's go.
It's my best bud. How you doing, man?
No, I'm not your fucking best bud. You're a total wretch.
I know, I was
and you know
just
exactly what you're
sarcasm.
fucking doing. I don't, dude.
Yes,
you're a
you're
fucking
right.
disgusting wretch, bro. You're there on a stream saying
Are you
someone's
just
fucking
here
name.
to,
No, because you were then sending this to me to do some sort of game manipulation for the stupid up that's running.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, correct. Yes. Do you want me to deny it? Absolutely. Yeah, that's what these people do all day, every day. And you're complicit in it if you're like,
okay.
not having
Explain how I'm complicit.
Hey.
Explain how I'm complicit in it. I know nothing about this. This is the first time I've looked at this.
I'm happy to. So first, let's start with here. Is it doxing if you don't publish the information?
Wait a second.
Explain how,
explain how I'm complicit when I've never seen this before in my life. Explain how I'm complicit.
Well, I guess to start with it, you have to heavily fucking load it. Like, it's probably okay. You probably don't care, you know, if it didn't publish it. But now I'm asking you, if you go after someone's info and you don't post it, is it doxing?
No.
Dude, I fucking love you. All right, well, you have to go and talk to people like Kilo, who have a bunch of examples of quote unquote doxing in there, but the shit never gets published. I don't think I ever heard your standard on that before. That's new. So if like
well, how can it be doxing if you don't publicize the information?
Well, I wish Dan had asked, well, what do you mean by publish? Because that's an important distinction here. Again, legally, especially in defamation cases, publish is send to an unrelated third party. That's all it is. Right? So what does he mean by publish? I don't know.
What about if you reach out to the person directly, right? Like you're going into their shit, you message them. Is that doxing? What about if you get their full name and address and you send it to your buddy?
Okay. What is your definition of doxing? It's publicizing the information
normally
for the purposes of harassment. Like, you know, you going on a stream and saying it on a stream.
You just asked me
that's
what my
doxing.
definition is. I told you, you don't want to fucking answer. I said mine is if you put stuff public. To me, that is the definition of doxing. I think like what happened with like people going after the anonymous lefty accounts and like that are like.
So just a few seconds ago, he said, oh, what's your definition of doxing? Chud said something like going on stream, publicizing it, right? Is that not what he did with Elder Drazzi just like a year ago with his name?
A couple years, but yeah.
It is. No, it was last year, 2025. I saw the clip.
Oh, yeah. I forgot.
Yeah, it was last year. He publicized your last name on his
And that was
stream.
intentional. It wasn't a mistake. Like, I'm willing to be forgiving if somebody pulls up something by mistake, right? Or if somebody pulls up
Same.
something unknowingly that they don't realize, right? But no, that was like, it was a joke. It was a joke made based off of your name, right? So yeah, it was on purpose.
Okay. Are we good?
Yep.
Palestinian activists and like putting their info public, that's doxing, right? That would be doxing. Finding out who's behind a Twitter account and making that public information. That's doxing.
Okay.
That would be.
So,
Do you disagree?
right. Well, yeah, if you publicize information, yes, that's doxing. That's exactly what
Okay.
doxing is to me. So I don't understand why you've come to me with this definition which isn't doxing, and you're saying if you get the
well,
information,
no,
I say no.
if you don't think it's doxing, that's fantastic. I mean, I've been waiting for people to come around to this point for a while. So in your mind, it's cool, or not, maybe not cool, but you're okay with it. If people in your server start looking up each other's like handles and old emails and shit like that, that's fine with you. That's not doxing. That's okay in ChudLogic Discord, as long as they don't publicize.
Well, no,
it.
hang on a sec.
Like,
You're being very dishonest here. This is not
No, I
something
don't
that
think
happens
so.
in my Discord at all. I don't.
Not something that happens in his Discord at all. No one's looking up old emails. No one's looking up information. Do we need to go back to the receipts again? So this is a direct lie. I want to be clear. Where he says that doesn't happen in his Discord at all. It's happened in his Discord quite a bit. This is something that they did with Elder Drazzi, and we just went the whole thing. I think that was very clear. Any comments on that, or no?
Participate in this at all in my Discord. So why are you saying it's okay in your Discord?
I'm asking if you're okay with it.
No.
I'm not saying these messages are from your Discord. They're from another Discord. I'm asking, are you okay with this behavior, or if you would ban someone for doing this in
Well,
your Discord?
okay. Well, I'd need to understand more information and what the purpose of them looking it up is. If they're
Well,
looking
I mean,
up
you
a
can
piece of
read from the
information,
top of the thing, and it'll help.
well, yeah, but you wanted
okay?
to fucking call in, didn't you? If they're making a video
No,
about
I
something,
gave you time, and then you kind of
if they're making a
part.
video about something and there's a piece of information they need to ascertain, as long as they don't publicize PII, I don't necessarily have a problem with it. It depends on the
Okay,
context.
well, this was just a random person, by the way.
I don't-
Didn't go in it.
Okay. My understanding is this person, they believed it was Tectone posting on an alt, and it didn't end up being Tectone on an alt.
Oh, so if I suspect someone of being an alt, it's cool if I look up who they are.
Potentially. But if you don't publicize the information, then that's fine.
I think that's fucking based. I agree with you. But
Well,
that's
then what's
not.
the
It seems like
discrepancy?
it's
It
not
feels
most
like you've
people's
got-
standards.
Okay. Well, I mean, obviously it depends on the context, right? But the thing is, if you're looking up a piece of information, I mean, these guys are very diligent, well-regarded, like video essayists, okay? As far as I
And
understand,
the
they're not
part
in
about like
business
gay-opping the guy into revealing more info, are you okay with that too?
of where's that exactly?
That would be the 7th line, Candros 47. Anyone know how to gay-op them into revealing more info?
I mean,
Asking
it
the
certainly
public
it
channel there.
sounds bad, but I don't know
Oh.
what that means, and I don't know what that looks like.
See, this is what I mean by sweeping, by the way. The big sweep. It's infinite charity to these guys. I'm going to, again, if this were DGG logs of a group chat with Destiny, Counterpoints, me, Stardust, Dan, a few others, and
probably
this is
wouldn't
the
be
kind
in
of
the group
stuff we were
chat, but
talking
yeah.
about,
Yeah.
they would obviously, again, not be like, oh, well, we don't know. We need more context. No, they would be on like, shit, they're trying to gay op them into revealing more info so that they can identify the identities of this anonymous account. That's crazy, bro. Like, we know that would happen. We know it.
So
Go ahead.
I gotta say, at this point in the video, because I watched like part of this, but not the majority of it, I don't think. I had a caller call in, and I said the exact same thing. I said, "Can you give me a good example of this gay op?" And they kind of tried to avoid it, and then they gave me an explanation that was like, I was like, okay, if that's true, that's fine. And I've been kind of reserved through this because at the point that I stopped watching this, unfortunately, as mad as I am at Chud, I ultimately ended up agreeing with Chud on this. Not I seen the clips they're funny, and I think that he did bad, but I'm just kind of like holding back because I think you're gonna have some things to say to me towards like the next few minutes of this.
We're gonna get to it. Don't worry. But here,
Yeah, I think it's fair to be critical and weigh everything, you know. So yeah.
And again, like the problem I mostly have is the double standard, right? It's if you can have a reasonable standard, and it could be a very reasonable standard, but if you hold a different standard just because of who is doing it, then we have a problem, don't we? Even if the standard, or even if both standards might be reasonable in a vacuum, we can recognize when someone is holding one side to a much different standard. Beware isolated demands for rigor, right? Demanding for rigor is fine normally. You want to see sources, you want to see information, you want to see specifics. But if you're only doing that in certain cases, you might be a dishonest actor. You might be sweeping. It's a form of sweeping. It's a way to sweep. It's demanding exacting definitions from one side while being very charitable to the other. Demanding specific sources cited in, specific formats from one side, but just taking the word for the other, right? It's sweeping. That's what it is. That's how you do it. And people will retreat to the fact that, oh, I just have a reasonable standard for rigor, which, again, in a vacuum, very well might be reasonable. But in context, it's clear that they're trying to pull the wool over your eyes and sweep, and this is the way that they're doing it. It's a very common tactic. That's my opinion. Do you disagree?
No, I don't disagree.
I don't really have any strong opinions on that. I just have strong opinions on what these screenshots do and don't show.
Sure. We're going to get to it.
Well, to gay off someone would be like if I messaged you, like, hey, can you send me a screenshot of your Twitter? And you sent it to me, and then I start looking at, like, oh, okay, look at the date and time. He's obviously in the UK. Got it. Or like, oh, look at this. His Twitter language is an X. Got it. This is he speaks this language. That would be like tricking you to do something, gay-opping you into revealing more information so that I can find out who you are.
Well, the thing is,
directly interacting with you.
When they say more info, it depends on what info you're trying to ascertain. Like,
like this charitability you're giving. Sure. Yeah.
Well, yeah, of course. Why would you think I wouldn't give this charitability? What take have I given that you would think that I would have a definitive problem with this without understanding the context? It just feels like a big gotcha. It feels like a big gotcha attempt. That's
it is. It is. It's like the best gotcha because I have so many screenshots of so many people for so long, just like whining and complaining and cringing and having their sand filled with vaginas. If anyone even looks up someone like, hey,
let me make this simple for you.
Someone.
Let me make this real fucking simple for you.
You can.
Can we pause here? Yeah. Having their sand filled with vaginas, Dan? Really? Really, Dan? Having their sand filled with vaginas?
Dan,
really?
Dan's Dan. Okay.
Really? Really?
He fails a couple times with his analogies.
He misspoke. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
It's fine. And we have already demonstrated one double standard that Chud Logic holds when it comes to doxing. He says doxing is red line, but we've again shown how doxing in certain circumstances might be a red line, but in others he's entirely okay with it.
Vaginas are very tough. They're very strong things. So I don't appreciate vaginas being used as a pejorative here, Dan. Okay. So, but
is there an example of these guys going on someone's stream and openly saying someone's name like you did?
Oh, I have no idea.
So that's the thing, isn't it? I've got a problem with you going on someone's stream. Yes, of course it is, because that's the thing that is the potential negative. Yes.
Oh, so if it's that one thing from 3 years ago where Hassan Piker mod.
Oh, dude, I don't give a fuck about your gay fucking thing.
There you go. Yeah, no. That was like
the point I'm making is my standard is that's the standard that I would generally have a red line on is the publication of PII. That is my red line. Yes. And it's why in the past, for example, we banned someone from the Discord because they posted a fucking docs that was posted on Twitter. We got rid of them from the Discord because that was a fucking red line.
What about? Would you allow this conversation to happen in your Discord?
No, I don't think so.
What would happen to these people in your Discord if they did this?
They get told to stop, possibly banned.
Okay. They get told to stop and ban. I mean, it seems like they feel comfortable doing this here. This wasn't in like a DM.
But the thing is, again, I think that you're looking at this as if these are just like random fucktards. Like if these were random fucktards that I didn't know, I wouldn't take the risk and I'd ban them, right? One thing I am doing is I'm giving some charitability because I know Shamoo and Kandros, right? I don't think that I'm sweeping. And if people...
This comes back to bite them later, not on this stream. But remember, later, Chud Logic breaks off ties with Shamoo. Did he do it with Nicandros as well? I know he said that Nicandros basically was changing his story and that he called him the raped or some shit. But I'm not sure if he banned Nicandros. But he absolutely banned Shamoo. So way to have some great judgment there, Chud. Good on you, buddy.
People think that there's something they can point to where I've got a inconsistency on this and I'm treating them differently. Fair enough. But I am relying on a level of knowledge I have of their credibility to come to this conclusion. So,
sure.
You know,
yeah, I'm sure this is. Don't worry. I'm sure this is the only example of like crazy shit from these people, so it'll be fine. But like, you know, I don't think this one looks good. But I mean, I guess if the line is publicly, I'm sorry, not publicly, I misspoke there. Publicly publishing it, then yeah, that makes sense. I like that definition.
Okay. I mean, can you point to examples of me holding a different standard that you're aware of?
Well, I feel like you're about to give a very. What do you want me to say?
Yeah. Sir,
I can't think of a single instance.
Sir.
say it's bad and then move on from this, where you have two major creators going after a fucking random on Twitter in a public Discord, and then it's obvious what's happening, especially as you go in the first and the second one. And I think you'll give a very lukewarm, let's move on from this. Okay, sure. This is like a lot of shit you guys, I feel like, lost your fucking marbles about over like, oh my god, there's this secret DGG doxing Discord where they're going after. Doesn't exist, by the way.
Did I say, wait, hold on. Did I say that? Did I talk about that?
I'm talking about the server in general, and kind of the commentary people in general.
No, I don't give a fuck about that. Did I say that?
I don't know all of your. I'd have to go through your shit and see if you did.
Well, I just don't recall saying anything about that, and then you're trying to attribute
I can't
other people's
I don't have an
perspectives to me. Like there's some inconsistency, but
I can't speak to this. I haven't. I don't know what Chud has said about the secret DGG Discord or not. So I can't speak to this.
you're holding me to the standard of other people's opinions. Like
I think I said the commentary people.
Destiny has said he's happy to dox people. He's posted people's docs in fucking DGT.
Yeah, he has.
Right. Okay. So you have yourself dox people on stream. I don't give a fuck for your justification, right? And it just feels very gotcha that you then come to me going, well, have you got a problem with this? But it's not the same thing.
Yeah, you know why? It is the same thing because it's like these people claim some moral high ground and they're like, I would never do this. I'm so against this type of shit. Like they're moral in the streets and then they're doxing in the streets or in the sheets, I should say.
Okay, but we've already said. Hang on a sec. This isn't doxing.
He misspoke again.
It's a pattern. It's a pattern. Look, he's nervous, right? It's he's coming on.
I'm just joking.
I get it, but bro, you gotta clean this up a little bit, Dan. We love you, buddy, but you gotta clean it up.
Okay. So to be clear, it's all right that you don't have a problem with people doing gay ops against people that they think this could maybe be an ult of someone else to get their info and shit.
I would want to see Nicandros respond to this and understand what he meant by gay op and what
I would like to see it also. And as far as context, there's no messages before this or after this from either Shamoo or from Nicandros. Starts there, ends there. So I'd like to see what's in the private DMs. I wonder if there's any like links going on, any conversation right there with people. That'd be great to see.
So now you want to see people's private DMs?
No, I don't give a shit. You're the one who says that you want to give maximum charity. Then fuck it. Then you absolutely should post it.
Okay, dude, you are totally twisting my fucking words. I'm not saying I'm giving maximum charity. Shamoo and Nicandros are well-regarded creators that have made videos, and I've had criticism of both of them. I'm not shy of criticizing them, okay? But I'm being presented with something with redacted information that I can't see. I don't know how this got fucking populated.
The redacted information is names of unrelated people.
Okay, so unrelated redacted.
So yeah, just a random. I don't know who.
But who is this?
That could be like
where did that
person is.
I don't know who, but unredacted related. Who is that person, and how did that information get in there?
Unrelated redacted. So like I don't know.
Is that name underneath there populated by using one of these tools, or is it something else?
No, that was manually removed so that a normal person would not get exposed here.
No, but okay, no, I'm asking you a question. It says redacted state. Okay, this information of this state, was this populated by one of these tools? Yes or no?
No, they had the actual state there.
No, okay, but how did they get the state? Where did the state come from?
From the tools. Read the second line at the top. Docs tool 1 and docs tool 2.
Okay, and this state information, how does this
tool
find
read that thing? Read it.
Okay.
The second thing. It'll help you.
A website to find personal identifiable information on any username. You can receive things such as past usernames, real name, address, email, breach passwords, photos, and other information. Okay. So this unrelated redacted, what is this? Is this someone's real name? Is it a Twitter @ What is it?
Can I just say, this is a common... Sorry. This is a common tactic of Chud Logic's where he gets caught up on something kind of minute and keeps harping on it and then starts crashing out over it. It's something that he really needs to improve on because it becomes very transparent once you've learned to spot it.
Here's the... Oh, go ahead.
I want to say somebody who called into my stream the other Friday or Sunday, I don't know. Friday, yeah. But they showed me the unredacted versions of this. I didn't show it on stream. And everything that Chud says about the unredacted parts is correct. I had a similar question. But I think that redacting it is the correct thing to do if you're going to show it.
Yeah,
I think that Dan did do the right thing. There's some contention about the stuff that is redacted, and Chud is like objectively correct because I know we're not going to show the unredacted parts, but like the things that he says about it is correct.
Well, one of the things that I would disagree with you on here is I think that Chud focusing so much, and I think later he claims this.
Oh, he's a paranoid nut.
Huh?
He's a paranoid nut in this conversation, in this part of the conversation here for sure.
Oh, sure, but I think later on, and I wanted to wait to make this point until we got to it, but we're on it now. Is he says that the reason that he has these redacts in there is because Dan was trying to paint it out to be worse than it is, right? That's the reasoning he states. Like, this is, again, a way to sweep, right? I talked about the first way that people sweep earlier, right? This is the second way you do the big sweep, is that you try to make something that is normal, healthy, etc., into something malicious, which Chud does throughout this conversation. He brings this up several times. He, again, and we're going to get to it, we're going to see it, and you'll hear it when you hear it, right? He implies, I think he actually even directly says that Dan over-redacted this in order to paint it out worse than it is. But that's not true. Dan, obviously, as anyone would, doesn't want unrelated people to be dragged into this, so he redacted their names. And he says this.
It can be both. I think that he could have done it to do the responsible thing and know that it was also going to trigger the fuck out of Chud for this reason. I think Dan is shitty, and I think it's funny. Dan is always like the funniest guy who's shitty, like in like this space to me always. And it would very much strike me as something that Dan would do to do the right thing here, but also know that this is going to be the effect that it's going to have. And that's funny to me still too. So it could be both.
That if I were Dan, I would have just put, I understand what he's doing. I would have just done unrelated. I wouldn't have put the redacted part. Like you can just put unrelated over it, and black it out. But at the,
well,
again,
that's still
I'll just say
redacting it, right? Like
it's still redacted, but putting the word redacted, I think is what
I don't give
maybe
a shit about that, honestly.
Yeah, but maybe triggered Chud. I don't know, but Chud, this is a common tactic for Chud.
Again, you guys are assuming. You're assuming good faith, and you should not assume good faith.
I'm not assuming good faith. I agree with you with that. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. No. And again, this is called sweeping, and this is how you sweep: is you take things that would in other contexts be a reasonable concern, be a reasonable complaint, be a reasonable thing to bring up, but the reason you are doing it is to sweep. Like these are in other contexts might be reasonable, but in this context doesn't seem to be so. Because remember, the whole point of this discussion that they're having is to talk about whether or not what Shamoo and Nicandros did was okay, whether it was a moral thing to do, and whether or not unrelated redacted should be in there or not. It's unrelated. And he's focusing on it to keep from being able to go through these logs, which I don't think they ever go through the majority of the logs. And this is in part because Chud Logic keeps them from doing that. He keeps harping on these things, these minutiae that does not relate, in order to try to avoid talking about the larger context of the discussion. It's a very common thing that you will see done in these spaces. It's a debate tactic, basically, a video essayist debate tactic, a React streamer debate tactic, right? It's just how they do it. Any other comments before we keep going?
Like I said, I do think it could be both, but also, even if Chud thinks that, he's still acting totally psycho about it. Like, you don't, like, that's just not he shows his hand so much throughout this whole thing. And this is just another example of him showing that, like, he's super insecure about the conversation. And it's really funny to me. I just don't understand why you make yourself look so weak over and over and over again in it. Despite the fact that I think that he's ultimately corrected his assessment, the way that he does everything is just super embarrassing.
Crazy. Let's keep watching.
See if I can find this in the thing. It's no one to do with this. That's why it's unrelated. It says unrelated redacted.
No, sure, but it's important to understand what it is. Is it a name? Is it a Twitter account? Is it an @ Because a Twitter @ is not PII, but someone's name is.
Hold on.
Okay. So I've got Shamoo in chat here, and they're saying their defense is they redacted it because it's a public person, OnlyFans creator, and their location is public on Twitter. They're a big OnlyFans creator. There is no doxing happening here, and they're redacted to manipulate people reading it. Response to that?
Okay, so I'm looking at it right now. I don't know who, but it's a name of a creator person. Is in state.
Okay, but name of a creator person, is it their public profile name?
Yes, it is.
You fucking disgusting. You're a fucking disgusting, evil person. Do you know how fucking evil you are? You put unrelated redacted to give the perception that there's something bad happening here, and it's...
Again, I told you. I called it. Well, I pre-watched it, right? I knew it was happening, right? I saw it live, right? This idea that he did this because of this, and the confidence with which Chud is claiming this, when there's a very perfectly reasonable explanation why you would do this that wouldn't involve manipulation. It's sweeping. It's obviously sweeping. This is a dishonest tactic that Chud is doing. He's being very flamboyant about it, even, right? Like he's getting all this faux outrage. Like, how dare you redact something that's unrelated? You must be trying to manipulate me. It's bullshit. The whole thing is bullshit. It's very clear. It's very obvious, right? I don't know. Let's keep going.
someone's
third
public...
line on the
No,
fucking
fuck
page.
you,
What
bro.
does it say?
Dude, you are
You're
fucking
coping. You're
disgusting.
coping.
I'm not fucking
You're coping.
coping.
You're
It's
maximum
exactly as I suspected.
Keep
It's
clinging
exactly
for
as...
anything you
No,
can.
I'm not clinging for anything. It's exactly like I
loud equals
suspected.
win, I guess.
You have done
Yeah.
this in a way to make it look more egregious. But this is a creator's username, you fucking disgusting wretch. Fuck
You're
you. You
delusional.
go on a fucking stream and say someone's fucking real name, and you're trying to act like there's something bad happening here, where this is a fucking username.
There is. You said you'd ban him yourself. There is something bad going on here.
No, I didn't say that.
It's someone
I told them to stop.
unrelated.
But now I've got more information. Okay, it's unrelated,
okay.
but it's a public available username. It's not their
That
personal
shouldn't
name,
be
is it?
included in some
And this-
random shit.
Why not?
You're
Why
spurging
not?
out because
I'm not spurging out. You're spurging out because you want this to look bad. What does it matter not to do it? Is it wrong to discuss, oh, this person,
I'm not spurging out. You're spurging out. Anyway.
this public creator that lives in this state, which is apparently publicly available, that's wrong to say in a fucking Discord server? What are
You're
you on
not
about,
related to them. Why the fuck would you get other people involved when Nicandros?
How are they getting other people involved? They're video creators
you
looking
bring
at a
a fucking
person who might be
rando
relevant
into
to a story. How are they bringing...
Is he dumb or does he just not like? Is he doing this on purpose? Like, why
He's
would
not.
you ever
He's not in the right state of mind to have this
don't
conversation.
Understand. Like, I don't. And I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know if this specific part here is him being dishonest or if he's just dumb. I don't know. Right? Like, does he think that Nicandros and Shamoo were the one that redacted these things? Obviously not. Right? Dan did, because these people aren't related to what he's trying to say, right? It's not related to the accusation he's making. It has nothing to do, who these people are or where they live, has nothing to do with what he's trying to put forward here. So the idea that he's redacting it in order to, like, manipulate, it's crazy. It's crazy.
into it? They're discussing them as to whether they're involved.
Okay, well, I mean, I guess we just have different standards. Like, you can just bring in whoever you want when you do it. That's fine.
If you're looking at something and talking about something and there's a public
You know what would be
profile...
disgusting if I said, like, redacted and did anything else? I put unrelated. And the third fucking name, third line on this is other unrelated names
No, so
are
you
redacted
did this.
as well.
So you've manipulated this to make it look worse than it is.
manipulated.
It is
Yes,
manipulated,
yes.
yes. Because if this is a fucking username, you've made it seem like it's personal identifiable information when it's not. And the
Are you
state,
retarded?
is it true?
How does that sentence go?
Is
I
it
don't
true?
know who, but
is it
that
true? Is
unrelated
it true that the
redacted
state?
person-
Is it true the redacted state was something that was on their public profile? Yes or no?
I have no fucking idea. Let me see. Hold on. I assume people know where this person lives. I don't see it on their Twitter, but I know where this person lives. But I didn't want anyone knowing who this was. Is that not fair?
So
Do
you know where
not
the
want
person.
that?
So are you saying that the redacted state here is public information?
Is the redacted state public information? I don't think that people should know who an unrelated person, with these two people going and doxing something. Like, if they started talking midstream about how,
Right.
like, Chud Logic does
Doesn't
X, Y,
fucking
and
matter,
Z,
bro.
I
Stop
would
trying to
redact
pivot
that
away. You
also.
are fucking disgusting, Rich.
No,
It's
you just are
you have
trying
fallen
to, you're
so
trying to
fucking
pivot
hard, bro.
on the
I'm not
smallest
trying to
point you
pivot
can
because
to get a
the
W.
way it's
Okay,
worded...
react to them doing fucking gay ops, react to them going and using fucking tools to get breached passwords, breach names. Let's go to page 2 on this. Oh, we don't want to do that, right? You just want to fucking feign like
No,
outrage
no,
and everything
I've
here.
caught-
No,
I've caught onto what's happening here.
You
You have-
disgusting wretch, mate.
This is him sweeping again. He doesn't want to go to the second page, which Dan says will explain further. He wants to focus specifically on this. Now, whether the second page actually explains further or not, I actually forget. I haven't read it, but like, well, I have read it, but I haven't, like, I don't know. It's not important to what we're doing here today. But again, this unrelated redacted thing that Chud is hyper-focused on. This isn't a form of manipulation. It's not a manipulation tactic. It's what people do. If I had an issue where I had to release logs of a group chat that I was in because Elder Drazzi did something I didn't like, right? And I thought was threatening me. And I wanted to post that. I would redact the names that weren't Elder Drazzi in there. I would redact that. I would even probably redact the messages unless they were related. That's not me trying to manipulate. That's just me saying these people aren't part of what I'm trying to say. They don't need to be dragged into this. I'm going to redact them. That would be a standard tactic that I would do. I don't understand why people think this is weird.
It's all the same. Like, all of Chud's behavior is the same. He is used to talking about other people's personal shit on his stream. Like, that's like the rape reviews and all that. He's not used to people challenging him. He stopped doing debates a long time ago. Last time that he did, as far as I know, he debated Stardust and he got fucked. I just think that he's super freaked out and nervous that something's going to happen where he's going to look bad. And he's just expressing it in like the most obvious way, which is he shouldn't have done this. It is embarrassing as somebody who, like, at least feigns the idea that they would debate people. It's crazy.
That's what it is. Let's keep going.
you disgusting wretch, you said unrelated redacted, you know what you, yeah, fuck these people. Yes, I want them to understand that they've claimed moral superiority this entire time, and they are the same or worse, because they claim to be better, and they're fucking cunts. They do the same shit. They're not doxing some big fucking creator so they can make a piece. It's not Taylor Lorenz going after libs of TikTok. They're doxing a fucking rando on fucking Twitter, because maybe it's related to someone else, and you're sucking the fucking dick. Oh, really? Giving one information from one person to the other, that's not doxing? Because you might want to watch yourself on this one.
Well, if this is a publicly available Twitter profile, if this is a publicly available Twitter profile, and this state is public information, there's nothing wrong with putting this in a Discord conversation. No. If it is personal identifiable information, if this state is not publicly known and it gets revealed publicly, then it's doxing. But I don't think this is doxing because, as far as I understand, this is publicly available information. I love the idea, and we can come to common ground. I 100% would absolutely be 100% on board with you that this is not doxing. If we want to keep that standard, that as long as you don't publish it publicly, it's not doxing. I love that. Well, hang on a second. Okay. Public information could be like.
I just want to clarify. It says Texas on this person's thing. So yeah, so fine. If you want this whole thing, if that's a big thing, it said Novaru in Texas. If you think that blows your point,
bro, you are fucking. This is Novaru. This is Novaru. You've been stuck, dude. This is Novaru in Texas, and you put it as unrelated redacted state.
Yeah, they are. They weren't doxing.
Did you say something?
No,
sorry, I was just imitating them.
Oh no, okay. But yes, Novaru in Texas is unrelated to the claim being made here, okay? Let's keep going.
Novaru is a public figure, and it's known that she lives in fucking Texas. Dude, your manipulation of information, your fucking Hasbara here is fucking disgraceful, bro. That you've desperately...
There Hasbara? What is this? Is Chud on the E-Israel train, too? Like, does
he is, yeah.
subscribe to this bullshit?
No way.
Well, I mean,
his
audience.
I have no idea.
I think his audience got really, really edgy, and he got really edgy along with his audience.
Okay.
So,
just the standard like ha ha ha, I hate the Jews type deal. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
He tried to create a piece of propaganda.
I'm gonna have to agree to disagree on that one.
To smear ShamooYT and Kandros when it's fucking a public OnlyFans person, and everyone knows that she lives in fucking Texas, man. Wretched fucking trickery, bro.
Is this the best that you can do? Is hinge on this one point? I know.
No, dude, it's not hinging on this one point. Your entire fucking piece, is undermined because you have tried to create the perception of impropriety. Dude, you are fucking flailing. You are trying to create.
Again, this is instead of addressing the claims, instead of addressing the point, the big sweep. Chud here is trying to claim that because he redacted some of the names that were unrelated, that created a sense of impropriety that was used to smear Shamoo and Kandros. When it's obvious to anyone with a fucking brain that isn't like mind raped over Destiny and DGG stuff, that obviously if they're not related and you don't want people to go bother them, or if it would distract from the point, you just redact these names. They're not important to the discussion. They're not important to what you're going for. I don't know. Seems obvious to me. Whatever. Let's keep going.
Perception of impropriety, and there's not in this part. I'm happy to look at all of this, but you've manipulated the information.
Hold on. I have an idea of what we can do. I mean, if you want, I have someone else who wants to kind of discuss this. Who? What do you think? How about your best boy, Destiny? What do you think?
I don't want to speak to Destiny. I'm not talking to fucking Destiny.
You're sure? You're running?
No, not sure. If you want to say I'm running, fine. I'm not talking to Destiny about this. No.
He should have kept this energy, honestly, right? Like, if look, in hindsight,
he looks scared.
I wonder if he's kicking himself, right? Like shit, I should have just said I'm not talking to Destiny. But he's getting gassed up. Like, call his chat Auschwitz, the amount of gassing up that they're doing to Chud right now in his DMs and probably in his chat, saying, yeah, bring on Destiny, you're gonna rape him, you're gonna destroy him, you're gonna crush him, you're like, this is a problem of being in a fucking echo chamber, right? You get weak. You're if all you have is posturing to your audience all day, you forget how to actually have an argument, how to actually have a discussion, how to actually address points. And so he's going to change his mind here shortly, and he's going to bring Destiny on. He should not have, just from a strategic perspective, he should not have. It does not go well for him.
Okay.
I'm not getting roped into your fucking DGG gay optrix. No, not happening.
Okay.
Not
then just don't fucking read it. Then just fucking close it, move out, say it's not a big deal, and move the fuck on.
Why do you need Destiny to come in? Can't you defend yourself here?
Hey, listen, I'm just saying. He messaged me and said he wanted to come in.
No, I'm not fucking talking to you. Destiny can get fucked, bro. It's so obvious he's trying to rope me into
I'm fine if you want to bring in
ShamooYT
and Kandros. Absolutely. I'm 100% cool with that if you want to bring them in. I'm fine with that.
Well, I mean, if you want to speak to them in order to, allow them to defend themselves, that's fine. I can do that.
Good. Okay. Sure. Bring them. Come on in, ShamooYT and Kandros. Let's go. Let's have a conversation.
Dude, it's literally in a profile. It's literally in a fucking profile, dude. Look.
You don't understand. Okay. Oh, wait, I think I can clear this up for you. This is not about them doxing Novaru. You understand that, right? This is a random Twitter user they're trying to go after. Do you think?
Yeah, Novaru has nothing to do with what's being discussed, or what Shamu and fucking Nicholas Nicandros. I don't know how to say their fucking gay ass names.
I think it's Nicandros.
Nicandros? Okay.
It's Nicandros, yeah.
Nothing to do with who they're targeting here. Novaru wasn't the person they're targeting, right? They're literally unrelated. That's why they're redacted. Do you not understand this, Chud Logic? Are you so fucking mind raped that you think DGG, Dan, Hasbara, Israel is going around redacting these names to create this illusion of impropriety? This conspiratorial thinking, right? Alex fucking Jones here, right, is trying to paint this, like, narrative.
Alex Jones.
That's what he's, like, fucking, that's the level of mind rot that we're dealing with here, right? This manipulative, gay ops type of tactic to try to paint this as some sort of, like, redaction, as some sort of illusion of impropriety, just doesn't pass the smell test. It's obviously
people
not
are saying
that.
Yeah, and people are saying he's purposely being obtuse, and I think that's true. He's purposely being obtuse, and he also, somebody pointed out, this is very interesting, that he just said gay ops right there. Like, he just said gay ops. So wait till he claims that he doesn't know what it means. So
I will give a grace on that, though. I think he was specifically asking what Nicandros meant by gay ops, but we'll get there.
Okay.
When he does act like he doesn't know what gay ops is, I gotta say, of all the people in this space, Chud puts the fag in gay ops.
Jesus Christ. Okay, well, good thing we're not on Twitch.
I disavow that.
I took that into account that we weren't on Twitch.
Okay, just okay. Well, I will allow it because
I disavow. Okay, because
okay.
I am trying to maintain
He's
a
correct.
Somewhat...
He's just right.
Okay.
Why would I censor the truth? That's not gonna
look. Listen. I'm trying to maintain a somewhat more professional appearance recently, but we'll I have to disavow, okay?
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
I've been gone for a long time. This is a new Elder Drazzi. All right, I don't know what to tell you.
It is a new Elder Drazzi. I was not expecting that.
Bro, like, look, I love you, Elder Drazzi, but imagine being called the F-slur by Elder Drazzi, okay? You might as well just delete your channel right now, Chud. I mean, like, it's over for you, bro. You're cooked. But let's keep going.
This is the person they were going after?
Yeah.
No, but the point is, in your document, you have created something to create the perception of impropriety.
No.
Yes, you have.
You could remove this line and it would be just as bad. You're just hoping that this makes you fucking better. Remove it. Go ahead, remove it altogether.
You know what? Fine, I'm being a pussy. Bring Destiny on. Bring that fucking pussy on. Let's fucking go. Come on.
All right, we'll do. Hold on.
Somebody forgot to take their bipolar meds
like old
today.
times.
Jesus.
No, he just crashes. I've never seen a man crash out so much, over such minor things. Like,
do you think?
And they say women are emotional.
Do you think he cried? Like, you could tell he's shaking.
I mean, we'd have to see.
Right?
Yeah, we need to see the end of the stream. So. They say women are emotional, and we've got Chud Logic as an example. I'm sorry.
I mean, like, look, Elder Drazzi said it earlier, not me. So this is.
Wow, it's been a while, Destiny.
Hi, what's up, buddy?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Okay, so I know the meme is that me and Dan are always scheming together, but I haven't seen this before. I just see you guys arguing over it.
Right, that's bullshit. You tweeted this straight away.
Yeah, why retweet it?
Like, how is he so fucking confident on this? Right? How is he so fucking confident? Like, remember how much he was saying, well, I can't make a take one way or another. I don't really know. I'd have to see more information. But on this, he's like, no, that's bullshit. Of course you did this, right? It's when we talk about sweeping, right? The big sweep, right? We talk about isolated demands of rigor. This is that, right? Infinite charity for one side, demanding, like, well, we have to have a certain standard of evidence in order to make a take on these people. But with this, no, we know what you're doing. We don't need any evidence. I just know it. It's just true. It's bullshit. It's manipulative. And, he's it's just a dishonest tactic. That's all. But let's keep going.
Because we're shitting on you, so of course it is. Doesn't mean I read it, though. Hold on, let me catch up.
So my point here is the perception of impropriety has been created by listing this as unrelated redacted and redacted state, when it's Novaru, who lives in Texas.
Is that true?
Yes.
Did Shamu confirm this?
Yes. Dan confirmed it, and I've just checked. Novaru's profile. She lives in Texas.
Yeah, they're not involved with who they're doxing. That's why it says unrelated.
Destiny, you're a reasonable guy. Surely you would agree that putting it this way makes it seem like this is personal identifiable information.
Unrelated redacted person well, I don't even know what you guys mean by personally identifiable information anymore. What is your definition of that?
So someone's full name if it's not public on the internet, address, phone number, etc.
And then how are you counting? I swear I'm not being pedantic, and I can explain why I'm asking. When you say public on the internet, like some people consider LinkedIn or like a school website their stuff to be public. Some people don't like.
So there could be stuff that's public.
You mean like it's like a public account where they have like from and they're saying like my Twitter and all that wouldn't be public, right?
There could be stuff that's public, like a phone book.
Consider that public, right?
Yeah, sure. But if you go to a phone book and publicize the information, I would consider that doxing. What I'm talking about is if someone has put on their own profile their state. If you say they live in that state when they put it on their own Twitter profile, that can't possibly be doxing.
What is the for the context of these messages? Why is Shamoo pointing this out?
I don't know. We can bring Shamoo in and he can explain. I obviously don't know, and he can give the context.
Okay, well, I guess sure. So we can ask if we want, but then.
But can you just answer the question that I asked?
What?
Well, if someone puts that they live in Texas on their Twitter profile, is it doxing to say they live in Texas? Yes or no?
I mean, it depends on.
No. Dude, get me the.
So, I'm not sure. I think what Destiny's trying to say here, and I could be wrong, is that you can use publicly available information in order to go digging for non-publicly available information. So, if I were to know that Stardust lived in California or Texas or whatever, I could use that to go digging for further information. Like, it's a good touchstone, it's a good starting point. Now, is that what this was redacted for? No, obviously not. But this is what Destiny means by that. So
depends on the context.
Chud agreed.
Okay, so then I have to play. Well, so it's not right. So we all understand doxing to mean. I know you guys like to play games with this, but we all understand doxing to mean is doxing is when you try to make personally identifiable information available in a form where people can use it to attack you. That's generally what we mean when we say doxing. So like generally speaking, you say, oh, here's this person's Twitter account, they live in this state or whatever. I mean, like maybe not. But if you're like trying to hunt down people that are like geographically near somebody for the purposes of some other thing, then I mean, even if it is publicly available, personally, I think that would be considered doxing. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, but you've given a very long answer there. But at the start, you said very simply, if someone has got Texas on their Twitter account, it's not doxing to say they live in Texas.
Well, I mean, if you're trying to find people that like live near a guy to like swat him or something, then you're.
Well, dude, okay, bro, dude, I've listened to so many of your fucking debates, okay, over the years. Yeah. And you think you're going to get away with this? Oh, if you find someone to swat them, it's a very simple question, and you're trying to overcomplicate it to give the perception that I'm wrong somehow, and it's not true. I'm correct.
I'm not even saying you're wrong. This is the definition for doxing that I've literally always given: is when you're trying to make personally identifiable information available just for the purposes of harassing somebody. I would consider that doxing.
Okay.
I think most people agree, even if you wanted to say it in other words. Generally speaking, that's how we view it.
I do think you can accidentally dox someone, right? And I don't think you need that to be malicious. Right? So like, for example, if I'm going through someone's stream and or someone's Twitter account or someone's Instagram or someone's Facebook, and I accidentally see that they have posted something that they shouldn't have, right? A name or an address or whatever, and it's pretty obvious they don't want this shown, and that comes up on my stream, I have technically published that information because I've shared it with my stream. I did not do that on purpose. It wasn't malicious. I don't intend to, but that is doxing. It's accidental doxing, and if someone accidentally doxes someone in normal circumstances, like as long as they fix the mistakes, no big deal, right? But I don't know. I don't know.
This is why the term doxing isn't the thing that we should care about.
I understand. Maybe I'm being a little pedantic on it, but
I mean, we can just call it the coordination and sharing of personal information, right? So,
fair enough.
Yeah.
So,
but what is the? I'm curious. What is this next line from Nick or whatever? Where he's saying like anyone know how to gay ops them into revealing more info? What does that mean?
So sure, I agree with you. That's potentially troubling. I don't know what he means by that. I don't know what he means by gay op or more information. So yes, I agree. That looks bad.
You wretch, you fucking wretch, mate. You know exactly what gay ops means, mate.
I'm just curious. Wait, well, when you read it, like, how does that read to you? Like, what is like the plain reading of that? What do you assume that to mean?
They're looking to play some trick on someone to get them to reveal more information they don't want to reveal.
Okay. And then, so in the context of talking about like a person and where they live, and then they're talking about gay opsing them to see if they can reveal more info, doesn't that sound a little...
I mean, it sounds bad, but I need more context to understand what McAndrews was getting at. Yes, I'd like to hear a response as to, what is he looking to get out of it, and what is the gay op exactly?
Can you spin an example where this would be acceptable behavior to
you? Not necessarily, no. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't engage in this behavior.
Did you review? I'm curious.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. Can you spin an example where asking to gay op someone to get them to reveal additional information would be okay?
No, no, I could not. Gay ops is almost always like that term is almost always intended like in a bad way, right?
I leave the door open that there's a possible scenario that I have just not come up with, but I can't come up with one off the top of my head at least. What about you, Drazzi?
Somebody actually gave me a scenario that is at least plausible, but I give like no real credence to because I have no way of proving it.
Sure, what is it?
So the explanation that was given to me was that the reason that these guys are doing the stuff that they're doing is that they're trying to collect information on a specific person who has been harassing another person, and their attempt is to give this information over to this person's lawyer. The only evidence that I've been given that this is happening at all is a screenshot of a locked channel on a Discord that like basically expresses like this is for the lawyer. I can't remember what they showed me. Actually, I can say exactly what it is.
That would be justified doxing, like vigilante doxing, just potentially justified. I don't believe for a second these people are actually doing this, right? And remember Shamoo screenshots about when they called the cops or they were discussing.
This came out after,
cops, right? Yeah, this came out after. But I think
the information that I had,
adds context.
It was I said this is plausible.
Yeah, it has context. I mean, it might be plausible. That's why I'm ceding that point to you that it might be.
So
plausible.
I was shocked. Yeah, there is potentially a good reason for that. But they purchased so much suspicion in this that it's very hard for me to give credibility without seeing any hard evidence up for it.
I just don't believe them when they're doing that because of the way they've behaved before. So
I'm not willing to give my belief to anybody in this situation at all because I just want somebody to show me some fucking evidence. That's all I need.
Let's keep going.
One shred.
Yeah.
Say this sort of thing. So I'd like to understand more so what, Nicandros is saying before I could really say.
Are there any other things, or are we just looking at this page of stuff?
We can
I think there's another page. Yeah. Well, let's read through this one and we'll go to the next one.
Okay, so
did we finish that other one? The first page there? We finished that? On your stream, so I might be a little delayed.
It could be a first friend to Tectone. Definitely not something going on. Definitely something going on there. I'm not sure his viewers even know his friends with Redacted. So this is Nova again, is it? Is that right?
Let me just see.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So listen, I'm happy to continue to talk about this, but Shamoo's here, and Nicandros maybe can come on.
Yeah, we can bring up both of them after, but I just want your impression of this before we bring them on.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's some things here that are troubling, yes, and I'd like to understand more of what they were going for.
Sure, that's not quite the answer I'm looking for, but we'll get there.
Well, the thing is, it feels like
you're looking for a specific answer. In my brain. I'm not looking for.
You're asking me to answer things that I don't know because I'm not Nicandros and I'm not Shamoo. There's stuff here that's troubling, and I'd like to understand more of what they're saying and where they're coming from with this. Yes.
Okay. Can we read this page and the next page?
Why does he have such different energy than he did for Dan? Like with Dan, he was like, "You absolute wretch! I know exactly why you've done this. This is a manipulation tactic. You're trying to destroy, trying to do all this X, Y, and Z, blah, blah, blah." He was very confident, very sure. But now he's very docile, submissive.
He's scared.
He gets this way. Well, he gets this way with people who have more viewers than him, and depending on how many more viewers they have than him, then he acts differently.
That's why he's scared. Chud cares about clout because he cares about money. He really just cares about making money. And if somebody bigger than him makes him look bad, that hurts the bottom line.
Imagine being such a spineless little bitch that you're going to behave differently just because of how big someone is, right? And we're not talking like government officials, or we're not talking about like anything like that. We're talking about fucking streamers, bros. That's crazy. That's crazy. Like if Destiny, I've had screaming matches with Destiny. I have had screaming matches with Chud Logic too in the past, right? I don't give a shit if they're bigger than me. If you come at me, whether you're big or small, and if you come at me hard, I'm gonna come at you hard. If you're kind to me, I will be kind to you. Right?
This is his former master after all, Wick.
Yeah, the true former master.
The fact that he views him as a master is already in its own. It tells you a lot. Right?
Shit
that is so weird. That the psychology behind that
couldn't have beaten that out of me. Okay, Batman couldn't have beaten that information out of me.
I could not believe. Look, I used to be an Orbiter of Destiny. Would I ever call him my master? what kind of brain warp shit do you like? What is going on? You know, like he's like having nightmares about the plantation. Like, what's going on here?
Okay.
As hard as I've stand Mr. Girl, nothing remotely close has ever left my lips. You would never see me online again. Period.
That's pretty good.
And then once we have like an opinion or an understanding of what we think it is, then we can bring both of them in, and then they can explain.
Well, it feels like you're trying to box me into a certain perspective or a certain answer. That's what it feels like.
I'm not sure. You know, I can't force you to do anything. Okay, you don't have to. If you don't want to give an answer to whatever, that's fine. You're okay. I don't have.
No, but the reality is, if I don't have an answer for something, it's going to look bad, and it's going to make it look like I'm wrong somehow. Like, it's quite clear what you're trying to do. You're trying to box me in to make it look like I don't have an answer for this. I don't have an answer for that. These aren't my messages. It's the first time that I've seen this, and I don't know what to make of it.
Wait. Why do you think it would look bad?
Well, I mean, that's the point of putting it out in the way it's been put out. You've got the redacted thing. So clearly this is presented and put out in a way in order to make these people look bad.
He focuses on this point so often during these conversations, but it's just not true. Like, he's building off a foundation of sand that just does not work. It does not follow. But anyway.
So
at the very least, the optics are getting worse and worse.
For me to not have an answer to something, and then it looks like something bad has happened. But I don't necessarily know because I don't know what the intent of some of these messages. I don't know what the gay op thing is.
Sure. But then if these were put out in a way that you don't think you could fairly cover it to give an actual opinion because there's not enough information, why would you cover it at all unless the point was literally just to sweep? Because it sounds like you're saying you can't possibly give an unbiased view of it because you've it's set up to look one way. So it seems like you're kind of...
I don't think I'm giving an unbiased view. I think I'm saying there's things here that look troubling and look bad and I'd like more information on. Like, it feels like you're looking for more than that. And beyond Nicandros responding.
I don't think I like draw hardcore conclusions. That's fine.
Right.
Can we just like...
But hang on a second. No, wait a second. No. But you are trying to draw hardcore conclusions. You're trying to like box me into perspective. Why is what I've said not enough for you?
Why can't you just read the fucking page in the next one?
Well, I was trying to read the page, and then Dan, you called in, and then fucking Destiny wanted to call in.
All right, go ahead.
What am I reading now? What do you want me to look at?
Well, start where you left off. Keep going.
Okay.
Or I can read. Whatever you want. Nicandros says, anyone know how to get... I said Goyops. Gay-ops them into revealing more info. Shamoo says, it could just be a personal friend to Tectone as well, but definitely something going on there. I'm not sure his viewers even know he's friends with this person or not. Nicandros says, Tectone is way too obsessed not to do something like this. Language analysis stat. Mr. would indicate their male. And then Substance says, what was the name of the account that leaked the sealed court docs in his Discord? And then Shamoo says, the entire account is also just responding to Tectone shit if you look at the replies.
Okay, so what in there should I be condemning of or negatively perceiving, do you think?
Well, let's see. The gay ops?
I've already said, okay, wait a second. I've already said that looks
you
bad.
Just asked, I was answering.
Okay, but I've already addressed that. So what in there should I read and be outraged by? What should I be condemning? Explain.
Okay, so what do you think he means when he says language analysis? Mr. would indicate their male. What are they doing?
So language analysis is, I think, if I'm thinking of the right thing, it's to do with analyzing the way that they speak to match it up to someone else.
Okay, we know what language analysis is, Chud. Obviously, what Dan is asking is, what are they doing? Why are they engaging language analysis? Why are they saying Mr. would indicate their male? What is the purpose of that? We know what language analysis is, you motherfucker.
Because I think there was
Spirometry, yes.
Yeah, I think there was something to do with this.
Did you catch he said Goyops?
Is this correct?
What?
Very funny. I don't know if anybody caught it, but Destiny said Goyops.
Oh, he said, I thought this man said Goyops.
Very funny.
Yeah, fair enough.
Correct. So this is the one that's supposed to be Tectone.
I'm sorry, what are you asking on this?
So I'm pretty sure what this is related to is there was an account that was believed to be associated or linked with Tectone that was leaking court information.
I assume that they're assuming that this is Tectone's alt or someone related to Tectone.
Right. So
if you want to know who the unrelated redacted person is, I'm happy to show you that unrelated redacted whatever in a DM here.
Because I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to establish that it is Tectone's alt, correct?
Okay. Yes, by like going through and using tools to find out the information on it, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. So that's what it seems like. They're trying to find out if this is Tectone's alt or like an unrelated account.
Yeah. So they have no proof for this, except that guy is someone's alt or something.
So they've got no proof for it, and they're trying to establish if it's true without publicizing the information, the private identifiable information.
Keep in mind, this is taking place in a Discord with about 100 people in it, okay? The idea that this is private is kind of bullshit. They are taking an anonymous account and seeking to unmask it. And they are doing so by going through and digging for information. That's what they're doing. Whether you think that's justified in this context or not, that's obviously what they're doing. Does anyone disagree with that?
No.
Correct.
Definitely
so that would be like, I think,
So okay, I'll just make it clear. The gay thing looks troubling. Revealing more info looks troubling. Everything else, I don't think I've got a problem with. Nothing's getting publicized, and they're just trying to figure out if this is someone's alt account.
Why is it not publicizing it if you're posting it in a 100-person Discord? I don't get that. I don't understand.
So I agree with that, but even if it is the case, the negligence to allow it to be leaked shows that the information isn't being handled correctly. If they have only good intentions and their intention is in fact to gather information for this lawyer, the fact that they're not vetting the people that they're creating this community with, that this should be heavily vetted people if you're dealing with this kind of sensitive information, and the fact that it leaked out means that they're not doing their due diligence there. And I would say that this is objectively bad. This is the best faith interpretation. Still bad. Still not doing what they need to be doing.
Yeah. Okay.
Next.
Is the next page like a continuation of the same conversation?
Yes.
Okay. There's no redacted on Steam.
Okay, so that's an account name that is not anywhere public. It's just a name that they got from their OSINT tool. So they ran this doxing tool where you put in a Twitter username and it goes through data breaches and it finds the emails, it finds your passwords that you've had that have done, all that stuff. So they put in someone's Twitter username and found an alternate name. Okay, and this alternate name, now they're looking and they're saying, hey, this alternate name, I don't see it on Steam. It could be unique
hang on a
enough.
second. You're baking a lot of stuff in there. You're saying there's password breaches. Do we know that
Yes.
this information is being, found off the back of a password breach, or is it that a Steam account is linked to an email?
I don't understand what you're asking here. They ran a Twitter account through a service that lets you get information about it, like emails, real names, addresses, other accounts.
And I use this tool, to be clear, gang. I use this tool just to, again, I got permission from the person to do it. And I was curious to see what I could find. It doesn't just give you Twitter names, right? Or Twitch names or anything like that. It gives you people's full name. It gives you their location. It gives you so much information. What Dan is claiming happened here, Dan's claim is that this redacted, which notice there's no unrelated here, okay? This redacted is a piece of information that they found using the tool, and they are now using that piece of information to look up more stuff. That's the claim as I understand it.
Yeah.
Okay.
You following me? So they started with like a Chud Logic, and now
Yeah,
they're
but is the Steam
on
account,
Chuddy
is the Steam,
556.
okay, but is the Steam account Chud Logic?
Yeah.
Or is
No.
it something else?
It's something
unrelated?
unique that they got from the doxing tool. Correct.
Okay.
So like I started with chudlogic@gmail.com, and now I have like, piglover69, and I'm like, piglover69. I don't see that on Steam. Okay, let's try running that through another doxing tool that gets a list of every account that's been registered under that name. So that's what they're saying right there. And if you want me, I'm happy to send you the complete with everything there. If you think that I'm missing something out, I just didn't want this fucking random guy's deets getting out there. That's it. But I can send it to you if that's like if you don't care, I'm happy to send it.
Okay, so I can put that in the box of I'd like more information about that. It looks bad. Let's get more information.
Okay.
Next.
All right. Well, yeah, keep reading.
The person might be retarded enough to have another account somewhere, and then redacted image, and then clumsy attempt at woke scolding, and then another redacted image, and then now it's just this is all this account does really no matter. What are these redacted images?
You're gonna have to wait for later on that. Just now, assume that there's nothing. Assume that it's not there. It just says redacted image.png.
Okay.
I'll guarantee
is it
it's
tweets?
nothing.
Is it like a PPI thing?
I don't know why Dan. Look, I have criticism for Dan here. I don't know why he doesn't just tell him, right? Like what it is. He doesn't have to give the specific deeds. He'd say, well, these are tweets, or these are posts, or these are whatever, right? It should be easy. I don't know why he doesn't do that here. That's crazy.
It's all in the database. The file wasn't archived. Literally, you have to use your imagination.
Okay, because obviously redacted image gives another perception of impropriety.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not there. Just assume you have to. What are they talking about? I don't know. What do you think they could be posting?
Clumsy attempt at woke scolding. This looks like a tweet or something. I'm guessing.
Yeah, most likely.
Okay, but again, this again, it's the perception of impropriety. Putting redacted image in there, which to me is suggesting that there's some sort of like bad thing happening.
Well, it could be. Yeah, I mean, they're
Like,
looking up someone's information.
If it's
It is a bad thing. Yes, it is a bad thing. You're looking up someone's shit.
No, wait a second.
And you're putting
No.
Yes.
If it's someone's Facebook profile picture from an unrelated thing, that's different to it being a tweet, right?
Okay, sure.
If they got it from this tool, and you don't want people to know what this here said, right? This redacted here, and these are from this, then I can understand why you would redact this, even if they were nothing, right? Even if they were just woke scolding tweets. Because using that image, using that information, you could get what this is. And obviously, Dan is trying not to spread this. I don't know. Seems reasonable to me. Reasonable to me.
Okay. So, you see my point? And Destiny, you see the point as well. This is set up and designed to look as bad as possible to, in my opinion, smear Shamoo and the Kandros.
Well, how do you not set it up so that it's not just doxing everybody?
Okay, is it doxing to put Novaru's account name on the document?
Well, did they know initially that it was Novaru?
What? It's Novaru's Twitter account handle.
This isn't about Novaru. I just
No.
shit that wasn't related.
Okay, the point I'm
It's
making.
unrelated.
So the point I'm making is that you have put things in here that should be on the document, because what does it fucking matter if Novaru is mentioned on the fucking document here? But you've set it up in a way that makes it look worse than it is. So why am I going to accept anything else that's here?
Oh, you're saying it's over redacted because there are things that are being protected in here that aren't like worth.
Yes, exactly, precisely. Yes.
Gotcha. I mean,
you see why that's a problem with Destiny, right?
I mean, I can kind of understand that, but I think it's really difficult when you're dealing with stuff like this because the accusation is that, okay, I know nobody believes me, but I guess I'm speaking for my own audience. So I don't know what these two images are. I haven't like reviewed this shit before. I don't know what the fuck Dan is trying to show here, but the general accusation, so that I've seen, and it looks like this is following the same, is basically, if anybody on social media is showing up to support one of your ops, then that means that you're going to try to find who that person is, you're going to try to dox that person, you're going to try to harass that person, you're going to publish disinformation, whatever you can do about it. That looks like what this conversation is about. So if you include other names in there, so if Novaru is here, ostensibly is a friend of the person that they're trying to go after, or the person who's friends trying to go after, then my guess is the word would be they would just try to harass Novaru as well, because these people, well, you guys, I guess I should say, you people do this.
Hang on, wait, you people, Destiny, give me a fucking break with that shit. What do you mean you people? I heard you fucking comment on stream the other day. What do you mean you people? What the fuck have I got to do with this?
I mean, commentary people.
The British. Okay.
Shut up, Dan. Shut the fuck up. Destiny, respond.
Yeah. You people is in like your community, the one you fostered on Spicy Chat, and then that community that leaks out into.
Oh yes, the great fucking Spicy Chat fit. What are you on about, dude? The Spicy Chat fucking comment in 2026. Who is in Spicy Chat that's doing this fucking shit, dude?
I thought you people meant people.
No, answer my question. Who in Spicy Chat is doing this?
I'm not ready to answer your question right now. My shit isn't. I'm not doing my whole write-up until my case is over. But I just want to hear you say that. Do you think that nobody right now, which is a fine statement to make, by the way, you can say that. You can be of the mindset.
No, I'm asking for examples of people that are engaged in bad behavior, and you give me this fucking bullshit.
Well, I'm not here presenting documents to you today. That's not what I came here for.
Okay, but you're saying
you
people, and then you're saying, no, Destiny, shut the fuck up and listen to me. I'm saying, is it me? And you're saying, no, it's you people. And I'm saying, who's you people? And it's Spicy Chat, right? And I'm saying, who, exactly who? And you don't have a fucking answer for me.
No, I'm not giving you an answer right now.
Right,
but you can also say, you could be of the mindset.
So how is that my response?
He's not revealing his sources, gang. Okay.
When you're not even going to give me a name of someone in my community that you can point to.
I'm telling you right now, you could say it's not my impression of the people in Spicy Chat is there aren't people in there that engage in that behavior. They don't engage in it in there. They don't engage in it in any other servers. I'm not aware of any of that. But that could be your opinion. That's a totally fine opinion you can have.
No, because you're trying to make an accusation without having any evidence to present now to back it up. You're just acting like I'm involved. Like you're clearly trying to create this image that I'm somehow involved in this. When
here, Destiny is baiting him, right? We understand that, right? He's trying to get Chud to take a stance because Destiny has information, or is pretending or bluffing that he has information that if Chud takes a stance, he can be like, man, here's the drop. Chud is being very cagey in this because he doesn't know what Destiny knows. He doesn't know the information that Destiny has. So he's not taking any firm stances, in part because he's trying to carve a path where he can not incriminate himself, right? It's very obvious. Whether you think that's good or bad, that's what is happening. Do we agree? Do we disagree?
It's a Destiny move to do. Yeah, it all would follow.
Yes.
I'm not. There's no evidence that I am, and you're trying to do this fucking webbing thing that you came up with.
Yeah, isn't that what these guys are doing? That you're looking at this screen right now, where they're trying to gay ops an account on Twitter because they're posting in tech-toned replies. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, hang on a sec. That's a whataboutism. That's completely irrelevant, right?
That's what we're talking about.
It's not really a whataboutism. If you're telling me that I'm doing a bad thing and then I can demonstrate that you're giving a pass to a bad thing.
Well, no, hang on. No, so wait a second. You're such a little fucking dirty little debate trickster. I'm not giving a pass to this. I'm saying there's things here that look bad and I'd like more information. I'm not giving a pass to it. I just don't have all of the information yet. Dude, you're such a wretched little fucking liar, bro. The way that you talk in these conversations is so transparent.
You okay?
That's the part Chud said that I agree with.
You're trying to act fucking calm about this.
Again, in a vacuum, fair. But we don't have to live in a vacuum. We recognize that there's other contexts outside of this vacuum, which plays into what's going on and what's being talked about and how people are acting and all these things. Once again,
go
ahead, please.
At this point, being not in a vacuum, I've seen a ton of people talk about this Discord is doxing people. And so when Chud said that, but the information that I had is that I said, this looks really bad, but there's no proof here. I use the metaphor. It's like they're saying this Discord server is a gun shop selling guns to unhinged people, and everybody's screaming that they're murderers, but there's not a single body that I've seen. Then today I found out there's a body from 4 years ago, but that doesn't necessarily reflect on this, but it does say that, there's somebody who probably shouldn't be around guns in this server, at least one.
Certainly. And again,
that's all I have now.
They are talking about tools which are used to, they're talking about guns, right, in that analogy. That they've dropped links to and things like that. Again, I don't think it's a good thing or a bad thing that Chud is recognizing that he's being baited in this situation. But he is being baited in this situation. And I think that like people saying that this proves doxing is going on in that server are wrong. But what it does prove is that they are knowledgeable of and comfortable sharing doxing tools in the server, and that they are comfortable with digging for information to unmask anonymous accounts in order to pass that on to third parties. That's what this shows. You, dear viewer, can decide whether that's good, bad, or indifferent. I think that's pretty fucked up, honestly. That's me. I don't think these people are fucking cops. They're not fucking investigative journalists. None of them are that I have seen, at least in any of these screenshots. And again, as the conversation goes and we hear Shamu give his takes, is obviously he's not that, right? He's obvious he's not that. So the idea that they should be given the grace that we would give an investigative journalist is just bullshit, right?
I agree.
I don't know.
Yeah, they didn't go to journalism school. They didn't, not that I know of at least. So
they don't practice any kind of journalistic ethics. They don't have any cred. It's just like you would never allow a surgeon that, oh, well, I learned on WebMD what to do here, so don't worry. You'd never allow them to operate on you. You'd say that's crazy to do. Why would you allow these people to use these tools in order to... It's the same reason I have a problem with like pedo hunters and shit like that, right? They often get the wrong targets. And in this case, they got the wrong target. Let's be clear, right? They're doxing and trying to unmask someone that they think is a Tectone mod or Tectone himself. And it turns out that this person was not that at all. So they targeted the wrong person. And here they are discussing and digging for personal information about this person, or unmask this person, to identify this account. Crazy
yeah,
shit.
people like Vitaly also, they make, like, when they do catch people, all the evidence is inadmissible, right?
Correct.
And it's just basically they're tipping off like somebody who is doing something wrong, that, oh, we can catch you this way, basically giving them an opportunity to clean up their act. And it's just like, and I hate Vitaly, and then he gets things wrong. And he, while he was the last one that he got wrong, like it was just unbelievably disgusting, right? So I think you have to really be careful with it. And then again, you're sharing these tools in not just in a server of like 100+ people who aren't journalists. It's a server 100+ people, and we know that those communities are extremely dedicated to hating people, right? Extremely
not just hating.
Yeah, to
harassing.
Harassing, and to and they're very motivated, right?
True.
So
true.
Yeah.
But you're crashing out on your stream about it. Talk about fucking spy.
I would relate it, instead of like a gun shop shelling guns, it's a bar full of drunks, and you're leaving the keys on the table, right?
Well, the guns is the tools. And I said selling them to unhinged people.
Whatever, like different analogy, but it works. Anyway.
Chat in 2026.
Is your impression that I'm the one crashing out right now? You guys have been on meltdown mode for like the past 48 hours.
Yes,
but
yes, because you're trying to act calm about it, but you clearly are fucking obsessed with spicy chats. You're banging on about spicy chat 2026, bro. But you're trying to act calm about it now.
To be fair, it's not spicy chat. Like spicy chat is like 6 to like.
Oh, so it's not spicy chat. Why is Destiny talking about? No, okay, hang on. Why is Destiny talking about spicy chat? It's not spicy chat. You see what happened there? You're fucking retired.
Can either of you give a good faith take on why Destiny might have mentioned spicy chat there?
Because this entire ecosystem of content creators, you can trace them back to spicy chat at a certain point. Maybe spicy chat isn't like the place where everything happens anymore, but like at a certain point in history, spicy chat was the place, and like the most active and the most unhinged side of Chud Logic's community, and a few of them grew into being content creators on their own, and then they've absorbed that they've made a whole ecosystem of content creators, smaller content creators, and they've all absorbed people into their circle. But like, yeah, that same very motivated, very active group of people is now active in a bunch of all of these other content creators spaces as well.
The same. Yeah, go ahead.
There's also the case that for a long time, before Spicy Chat got like really bad, it was pretty dedicated to like hating on Destiny. Not in like any like super like malicious, like kind of like we're gonna do this kind of thing, any kind of thing like that. But like I'm sure he was aware of Spicy Chat for a very long time, just because it was like a Destiny hate fest for like a really long time. You could not be a Destiny fan in there and like get away with it.
So
I'm sure it was.
I mean, it was.
So I'm sure.
Yeah,
It's
it
the
was a
same
hate chat for everybody,
Yeah.
basically. But
It's
yeah,
the same style of behavior that he is accusing of happening here, and other places, right? Happened in Spicy Chat, and again, if you're just joining us and you rewind back to the beginning of the video, we go through the receipts of Spicy Chat doxing, harassing Elder Drazzi by posting his full name, his workplace, his location, his state, his city, by posting his P.O. box, by posting pictures of his wife and pictures of his ex-girlfriend. Like, these are all things that they did in order to harass him. Crazy shit. It's that style of mentality, right? That this is why Spicy Chat's bring up. It's a comparison.
So if you think I'm sweeping for Chud, my ego didn't want me to agree with him at all when I saw this. I was very upset that I didn't just get to call him the R word. There you go. I'll censor it a little bit for you, Star. Keep it professional.
Hold on, you didn't censor
so
the S slur, but you're censoring the R. Okay.
She said something about it,
I
and now
guess,
I'm taking feedback into account.
It's just funny to me. That's all. Okay. Anyway, but yeah, I don't think you're
It's just for
sweeping.
Star.
It's okay to like look.
thank you. I
can-
appreciate it.
You can agree with people who you do not like, and you can agree with specific
Yeah.
points they make, even though you can consider their overall point incorrect. That's just true. So,
Audience. It's only fucking Indian rape lovers that are left. Your retarded audience.
Indian rape.
Can we just
lovers.
pause? Can we just pause there for a second? What the fuck is going on with Chud's brain right now? What is going on with Chud's brain? I'm so confused. It's just like I have no idea what is going on. What happened to his head? Is he okay?
I think which one of you mentioned that he's just trying to be an edgy little boy right now? Like, what a good edgy little boy you are. Look, you called them Indian rape lovers. Look at your racism. Look at your anti-Semitism. What an edgy little boy you are.
It's clear what's happening. He's losing. He needs to keep his chat energized, and like anything he can do to inject some more energy into them, that's what he's gonna do. He's losing right now, so he can rile them up.
True.
This is by the book.
Crazy
Chud
thing to
Logic
say, though.
Yes.
Go with this up.
Does this work
Your
on your
retarded
audience?
audience.
Sorry, somebody in chat said he's returning to his Brit bong roots of bitching about Indian people, which I mean,
fair.
You know that, but even that's like old Brit bong stuff. That's not new. New Brit bong stuff. They don't even do that. But okay, whatever. What do I know?
I don't know enough about British people.
It's part of the culture.
You were trying to insinuate I'm somehow involved in this. You were trying to
What did I
insinuate that I'm
say?
somehow involved. And when I challenged you, you went to Spicy Chat. And when I asked for specifics, you said you didn't give me
Love
any.
the monologuing. Yep. What did I say, Chud? What was the thing that I said?
You said you
What did
people.
I say?
You said
Yeah,
you
and I said-
people, which was suggesting that I'm somehow involved. And when I question you
Yep.
about it, now we go from, well, it's Spicy Chat to, well, actually, it's not Spicy Chat.
What did I say, Chud? Do you even remember?
I do remember what you said. Yes.
What did I say?
I don't need to give you the specifics of what you said. You said
Okay,
you
I'll
people,
restate it then.
which was suggesting.
I said that it's when I said you and your people. I said, and then I brought up Spicy Chat as an example, and then I further clarified. I said the people that are in that server. I asked you, do you think that they frequent other servers where everybody doxes each other? And then you started screaming about Spicy Chat and debate tactics. Is that your impression, or is your impression that the people that frequent Spicy Chat or frequent Spicy Chat aren't involved in that behavior?
I don't think the people that are in Spicy Chat are involved in that behavior, no.
Bro, that's a crazy thing to say in 2026 with all the shit we know, with all the receipts we have.
What percentage of this
There you go.
server do you think is also in Spicy Chat?
Not sure. Don't know. But then again, are they engaging in even this behavior in the server? I don't even know that. Like, it's very tenuous. It's like the most we got is the, there's aspects that look bad. The gay op thing looks bad, right? But that's the best that we've got is, are we saying gay op? I don't know what the context is. I don't know what it means. The Steam thing looks bad. Again, I need more information about that. And now you're trying to link people in Spicy Chat to this by the sheer thing that they're in the same
I just want you to
Discord.
read the image. I just want you to read to the end.
Okay, but there's
See, I know people say that when he says, see, look, this is where I'm going to sweep for Chud, if you will. When he says, I don't know what gay ops means, he's obviously saying that he doesn't know what they mean, right, by gay ops. But gay ops doesn't have a whole lot of alternate meanings here. Okay. There's not a lot it could be, and especially in the context of what they're doing, where there's digging information, it's obviously they're looking to try to get them to try to weasel them into revealing something that they don't want to be revealed. That is the obvious context. If you have a reading comprehension above that of an 8th grader, this is what you can get from this term being used in this context with all the words surrounding it. That's obviously what they're talking about. I don't know why we have to pretend otherwise. But
I had a caller do the exact same thing, and they said, "Well, what like it could mean?" And I just read off the definition. I was like, "Do you think that's fair?" And they had to admit, like, yeah, obviously, the people conspiring to get information from somebody that they wouldn't otherwise give them. Yeah, we know what it means.
Yeah.
There's no other way to take that.
And he even says, should we gay ops them into getting to them to reveal more information? Like, he says that. That's literally in there. So
the intent is clear.
Yes.
Number of problems that I'm coming across, and you don't really have good answers. It's just like,
well, you've stated your problems. You can not like the answers. That's fine. I think they're okay reservations. You can say it's like you're over redacting stuff to make it look really bad. That's a fine opinion you can have. I think read the rest and then bring in Shamoo and Andros, and they can defend their perspective.
Absolutely.
It's followers from my POV. This redacted guy is some tard who watched my video and seemed to agree with it. I doubt it's him. And so they're looking at follower lists, I guess. Is that supposed to be bad? Like, am I supposed to have a outraged reaction to that? It doesn't seem to be a problem to me.
You can just keep reading.
Yeah, most likely thing is like a mod or something, but I guess it specifically follows Pink just to do shit like this, Lamau. And then
I missed redacting that. Go ahead.
They've had 2 username changes. Run the dox tool 2. So this is to check past Twitter usernames from the sounds of it.
No.
Okay.
Do you want me to show you what this gives? I can, if you want to, I can run it on you and show you what it gives, and you can tell me if you're okay with it.
Well, let's focus on this, and then maybe we can look at that later.
Okay.
Okay. So run the dox tool 2. I'm just going to toss it over to one of the unrelated redacted friends. So who is this supposed to be?
I will message it to you. Hold on right now. 1 second. Here. Hold on. I don't know who that is, so I didn't include them.
Okay, let me see.
Do you know who that is?
Dude. Himpleton. That's a fucking YouTuber, you fucking idiot.
I've never heard of him.
Why have you redacted?
I've never heard of this guy either. But
no clue.
He would like here Dan admits, like, first of all, I think in the context, it's pretty clear who this is. It's one of the friends that he wants to run this docs tool for him, right? He's going to pass it over to this person to run the docs tool. That seems to be what's happening. Am I misreading this? I don't know. So Dan wasn't sure who it was, so he decided to err on the side of caution, right? That's perfectly reasonable decision to make.
Himpleton, you fucking moron.
Because they're unrelated, you fucking retard.
Okay, but this is the problem. You are redacting the name of YouTubers that are known in the space to create the perception of impropriety. Exactly the shit I've got with this.
I think are you all right?
I'm fine. It's just this document. It
says it's
dreadful.
Unrelated and then redacted.
But the point is, again, this makes it look like, oh, unrelated redacted. And it's some fucking total shitter YouTuber guy. But why?
This is the 10th time he's making this point. This is really all he has so far to kind of paint this narrative that this is some sort of nefarious, manipulative type of deal.
I
don't know how to. I'm just going to make this any clearer to you.
No, you have created this document to make it look as bad as possible to smear Shamoo and the Kandros. And
this is going to be
the worst.
This is the best that you can have to cover this. Is going to be hard.
Okay,
it is because they're using doxing tools on the guy.
Yes,
they're getting up these other accounts. They're doing gay ops.
Just to be clear,
if you want to hinge on, oh Dan, you framed this in a bad way. You know what?
No, it's no. It's not you framed it in a bad way.
I don't even sign on to that.
It's not that you framed it in a bad way. You framed it in a dishonest way.
By the way,
you framed it in a dishonest way. You dishonestly framed this to make it look as bad as possible.
Just listen for a second, okay? I'm this guy that you guys love. You, Kuihman, Justical, all these people. You love to say Dan's this fucking retarded evil villain that says his fucking plans in public like a fucking moron. Let me tell you, I'm happy to say when this was going together, everything that says unrelated redacted was literally because they weren't related, didn't want to have them in. If I wanted to be nefarious, I would just have it say fucking redacted, okay? At no point was I like, oh yeah, this is gonna make it fucking look better. If anything, the reason I was doing it is so that fucking cucks out there wouldn't be like, whoa, why is he bringing this guy in my fucking redact this information?
Yeah,
why the fuck are you bringing Novaru into this? So I want to avoid that. But you guys just fucking bitch either way. That's it.
Himpleton is a less known but known YouTuber guy.
They're not related to this. That's it. That's why they say unrelated.
Okay. So calling a woman a huge slut is 100% Freud lingo. The person behind this account is a woman. So again, dox tools 2, yes. Maybe I've got an issue with that. I don't know if I can know what this does.
I can send you. I'm happy to send you a screenshot if you want. I can run it on you, and you can tell me if you're okay with it.
Okay. So the Kandros says, also, these memes they post, fake plastic whore, that's Freud tongue, a Freudian slip. Yeah, true that. And then we've got XCOM I status redacted. 100% void. Who the fuck even knows what the names of these girls are? Spectators already zoned the fuck in. Notice I'm calling Rev a sweet person. This is a tweet. Okay, what am I supposed to make of this? This seems fine.
Yeah, they're digging through their posts trying to identify who they are. This one here is a photo of I'm not sure what it is, but yeah, like they're this is definitely a void for whatever reason.
Okay.
I don't know what the fuck.
And this guy's Zitter ID is redacted, so finding whatever that account's old username was. Okay. So someone's just sent me something. Is it true that one of the doxing tools is a League of Legends name history checker?
No. Thank you. I'm so glad that like I prefer that you don't fucking bring it up, and that's the reason I didn't do it. But I'm happy to link it to you, and you can tell me if you're okay with it.
Yikes.
Wait, can you link it to me?
Well, it's not.
Yeah, sure.
Wait, it's not.
We're about not to spoil the surprise, but I think this is probably the most stupid I have seen anyone look in a debate in years. I won't say ever, because I've seen some pretty stupid people. But we are on track to the most stupid self-own that I have ever seen. So prepare yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. Prepare yourselves. Someone's DMing Chud, and we later learn it's Kuihman, right? I think he admits it later. But Kuihman's DMing him, running cover, sweeping, and saying, well, this tool's just a League of Legends tracker, right? That is the information that's being pumped into Chud Logic right now. Like, just thrust deep inside of him, right? Is this idea that that this tool is a League of Legends tracker. And he doesn't think to check. He doesn't think to verify that information. He just trusts it, and he swallows it whole. And it's going to bite him in the fucking ass. But let's watch.
Whether I'm okay with it, but you're acting like it's some, spooky, dark doxing.
Well, I'd rather not publicize it unless, like, you want that type of stuff happening.
But
We don't even have to go over specifically what it was. You can just ask the questions. If these were tools where you could plug in names and pull up people's like names, addresses, or whatever, would that be problematic to you?
It depends what you're going to use that for. If you're making a video, okay, and it's to find out a certain piece of information, it's possibly okay. If you're using it to get someone's address and post it on the internet, that's wrong.
Well, let's look at Shamoo and the Kandros.
Wait. So let me just be super clear. So if Dox Tool 1 was like, I'm friends with Kash Patel, and he can look up every single piece of information about this person, you're fine with that as long as they don't publish the information anywhere.
Well, no, it depends on why they're looking up. If they're making a video on a topic, right?
Hold on.
And it's to get a piece of information.
That's what I just said. That's why I'm separating out the action. So if they have access to like the personnel files of everything, but related
Well, do they have access to the personal files of everything?
I'm just asking.
I would be very uncomfortable if I knew someone was just gathering information that I meant to be private, even if they never published it. It would be very, very uncomfortable for me to know that people were just trolling, looking for this information, right? And to be clear, we've shown screenshots.
It is uncomfortable.
Right? Say one more time, Drazzi.
It is uncomfortable.
Yes. I would not be okay with them doing this. This kind of behavior is bad behavior. Even if they don't send it to anyone else, it's literally mental illness kind of behavior. It's weird. Why would you do that ever? There's no reason.
No, you're asking
if they did, would that be a problem?
Well, I mean, I don't know. It depends. It depends.
Also, they weren't making a movie, or not movie.
Okay, if there's some random Discord chitter and they're looking up personal information for their own interest with an uncertain name of what they're doing,
they were. Their videos were done.
Probably
this is after their videos.
Sure, maybe I've got a problem with it. Yeah.
Oh, well, maybe I've got a problem with it. Maybe that's bad. What do you want me to say? It's bad. Okay, can we move on?
Well, I don't. Yeah, sure. I don't really understand. Like,
You'd be fucking losing your shit if this was someone that you didn't like. This is the biggest. Oh, maybe it's bad. I'd have to see more context. It's like I just want you to know that you're being like extremely side-scucked. I hate to say it. It's fine.
I think
it's okay. I would do the same thing if it was my homie.
I don't think I'm being side-scucked. Okay.
Okay.
Because I think that ShamooYT and Kandros have got a lot of credibility, and I do have some trust in them. Right? There are things.
That's why he's side-cucked. He's explaining why he's side-cucked.
Yeah,
he says, I have different standards because I trust these people and I don't trust these other people. He's explaining why he's side-cucked.
Just admit your side's cucked. I've been side's cucked before too.
You did it earlier. You said, I don't trust you. I trust them. I'm going to give them grace where I'm not going to give it to you. Don't pretend you're not doing that. And in the same breath, justify why you're doing that. What are you doing?
Just admit it. Just be like, yeah, I'm sides cucked, and this is why I'm sides cucked. And if like, you just have to accept it that I'm sides cucked. That's what it is. So, yeah.
Things that are concerning here that I'd like to see a response from them from, but I don't think I'm just immediately saying they've done nothing wrong. I'm just saying, well, some of the stuff looks troubling, and I'd like to see what they've got to say about it. But some of the stuff seems to be, presented in a way to make it seem worse than it is.
Okay. I disagree with that framing, and I think that if it was the other way, where I just included random people shit in there, that you would be like, like if they would just be like, oh, great, why are you including random people in there?
Okay. But I mean, my problem is you've set this up in a way to make it look way worse, in my opinion, to smear these guys. So now I'm digging into it a bit. I'm finding all these problems with it. So sorry, is it the case that the second dox tool is a League of Legends name checker? Yes or no?
No. You know what? Give me your shit. I'll run it, and you can tell me if you think it's a League of Legends name change.
No, wait, you don't. No.
No, fuck this, because he's
Bring
he's
it, Shamoo, and whatever the other dudes.
Okay, I've got the unredacted messages here, so let's see what we think of it when it's unredacted. They've had 2 username changes. Run the lol archiver. I'm just going to toss it over to one of Hibbiton's friends.
We're just doing that, okay.
So, yeah, I'm showing it because it's not a big deal. Like, this is my whole
You're
fucking
literally
point.
holding up a dox tool.
Oh, fuck off, dude. Give me a fucking break. This is the problem, is when it's you just lied to me. It is a fucking League of Legends name archiver. You lied.
No, Chud looks so stupid here. Oh my god.
It has LOL in the name. It has LOL. It has to be League of Legends. It can't be anything else. It has
could be
LOL.
just
It has to
laughing
be
out
League
loud.
of Legends.
It could be laughing out loud.
It's just
Wait,
checking how
you
many
don't know
times
that?
they laugh. It's just an archiver
Yeah, it's
for
just
how
how
many
many
times they laugh.
How many times somebody typed LOL in a chat? Yeah.
To be fair, when I see it, even every time I've seen it or heard it, I'm addicted to League of Legends. I still think of it as a league archiver, but I know what it is. But still, the gusto in which he declared it is crazy.
Is going off right now. Is going off and saying, you lied to me. This is obviously a League of Legends name checker. You lied. And bro, look, if I had made such a basic error, and then proceeded to be so confidently, smugly wrong, I would just delete my channel. It'd be over. Like, how would I justify? I would at least take a month off to think about what I fucking did, right? To think about
actually, it's
what
based.
I fucking did.
It's actually based. It's actually so based of Chud Logic that it's just so based, really.
Is it?
It is.
Is it based? I don't know about
so
that
based.
one. Yeah.
It's so based.
You are an
I
was embarrassed.
retard.
Yeah,
You know that, Chud Logic.
Sorry. Chat, you
I
better
was
be
embarrassed for
LOLing to my... You better be saying LOL to the things that I say. I'm going to check how many times you said LOL. So.
On the LOL archiver?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, right? I want you to understand that you're a fucking retard. Can you just look at me and be like, yes, I'm retarded. Ready?
No, not at all.
You're not. Okay. Give you a URL. Okay.
See, this is my point, and this is what I've hopefully, shown, is that when you show it unredacted, the
Go ahead.
mystery goes.
What is that right
the mystery
there?
goes.
What is that link? Click the fucking link. Don't pull it up on stream. Click it privately.
The mystery goes, and then it doesn't look half
You
as
not
bad as
want to
it
click
does.
that link? You not want to click
Where
that
have you
link?
sent it to me?
In our group chat.
Okay. Let me have a look at this. Is this what's being used? Okay, because there's that, but then there's another one as well.
He's finding out in real time how fucking wrong he was, and it's glorious.
What is the URL? What is it? What's included in that URL?
Okay.
Yes, what's included in that URL?
So the one here is lolarchiver.com, which I think is the one that the Countess is referring to. Because he said two username changes, which suggests he's referring to his League of Legends username, yes?
No, it's Twitter, but that's fine. Go ahead, continue.
Okay. But you sent me a different link, which is, a whole other...
What is the URL? That thing before the .com, what does it say?
Well, I can't say it, can I?
You can't read... Well, you've said it already, but the part right before it.
Well, this one says OSINT, and the other one is www.
Okay, and what's the other part after that?
They're
the same fucking site. Why are you so daft, mate?
Yeah, but the one that he's using is the League of Legends one, though.
Bro, are you fucking with me right now?
No.
Oh.
So wait, well, actually, I'm just curious. Who told you that it was just a low archive? Who was messaging you?
Oh,
that?
no.
I won't reveal the information.
Fuck.
No, I really want to know.
Do you understand?
I'm
Amazing.
sorry. This is just it's so glorious. Like,
Amazing.
bro, and you can tell on his face. Look at his fucking face. He's realizing, like, you can see it dawn upon him how he was.
His face is pink.
He's just.
You can see his face is pink.
Fucking embarrassed and shamed. And like, I will give Chud this. At least he has a decency, his body at least, to feel some fucking shame for what he just did. Right? It's not enough in my opinion, right? But like, damn, bro got
it. It is very funny that right out the gate he accused Dan of trying to manipulate him, like trapping him and all that, and then he did the worst thing that happens is he does it to himself. In all the instances,
he doesn't do it to himself. To be clear, not entirely. He's being call his DMs, call his community Auschwitz because they're gassing him the fuck up, right?
Jesus
and you have Kuihman,
Christ, you guys can't. Okay, go ahead.
and we have Kuihman
Sorry.
DMing him, pumping him full of this false narrative, lying basically about what this is, right? To try to give him talking points, try to manipulate the conversation, right? When we talk about gay opting, like we talk about weird tactics and shit like that, that's what we mean, right? The thing he accused Destiny, I'm not sure if he has yet, but he's going to accuse Destiny of doing this later, but this is happening to him in real time by Kuihman, right? That's what's doing.
If you think that trusting Kuihman isn't fucking yourself over, that's not doing it to yourself. I don't know what else is.
But like, just damn, the every accusation of confession just plays out perfectly here. It's just, honestly, this is a great example. This is a great example, chat, of the dishonesty that they engage in, of the, well, they're doing it, but actually the people who are like, you're doing it itself, right? This is a perfect example of that. It's crazy.
I don't know.
Okay, listen,
yeah, you see how it's okay. The sweep is
somebody made a good, sorry. Somebody made a good point here in your chat, Wick. Shamu isn't a PI. He got phished by a crypto scam and had his entire Discord hacked a month ago. He should not be doing the internet vigilante thing. If that's true, that's really, really fucking bad. That's so bad.
I should check.
Yeah, that is just incredibly, like, wow. Okay. If he got phished by a crypto scam, what? Yeah. By the way, I disavow that comment you made about his chat. Like, I have to disavow that. So
I stand by it. But I understand you have to disavow. I get it. But me, no. Let's keep watching.
I don't think I'm Shamoo. Let me bring Shamoo. I'm at the end of what I can talk. No, wait a second.
Maybe I'm not aligned on this. The reason why I was pushing for answers from fucking Chud earlier is because I know Chud's going to hardcore sweep fucking all of this. That's why he's hedging on the things he would never hedge on ever. If you saw a server where people were doxing people, there is no world where if that was
wait, hang on a second, Destiny. They're not doxing them. They're not Destiny. They're not doxing them here like you did in your fucking chat when you revealed someone's name. They're not publicizing the information. This is not doxing.
My 126 speech, okay? If there was a server full of people that were using OSINT tools to full-on dox randoms on Twitter.
No, stop saying dox. Stop saying dox. Dox is publicizing.
If you're putting it in a server with 100+ people, I don't know what other word you're going to use except for publicizing.
Information. Dox is publicizing the information. Dox is publicizing the information.
This thing, but now he's going to hide behind this definition of, well, it doesn't count as doxing if you have a server full of people that are doxing people. As long as they don't actually.
No, wait a second. Server full of people. I've got 2 pages here. I've got 2 pages of video creators.
And I think you could have asked it before. You could have asked him who told you it was a lot.
These are not random. These are video creators that I know. Wait a second.
Probably Kuihman.
Oh, fuck off. Listen. Well, yeah, Shamoo wants to come on and talk. Shamoo wants to come on and talk.
He's not going to reveal it because now he realizes, like, oh shit, this tool probably goes a lot further than I thought it would. And now I just want to reveal the name.
Yeah, sure. I don't know what this tool is. Okay, so I'm happy to agree that maybe it's more extensive than I think it is. But I don't know what it is. I've never seen it before. I don't know.
If thing that allows you to look up a whole bunch of personally identifiable information about somebody, do you think it'd be kind of weird?
Okay, but wait. Personal identifiable information. What information is this generating? What can it give you? Can it give you someone's full name?
It can give you every password that's ever been breached, their full name, their address, their social security number, every place that they've lived. And what do you think of it? It can be on this website. Does that help you?
Well, the thing is,
do you know the site Mt. Gox, MTGOX? You familiar with that back in the day? The biggest Bitcoin exchange. You're being so retarded. You're like, oh my, this is a Magic the Gathering site. I don't know what you're on about.
Unironically true. Unironically true. That's exactly what he did, and it's as stupid as you think.
Well,
no one uses this site for legends.
Listen,
no one uses this website for that.
Shut up. I will admit, I could be wrong about exactly what it's used for, because I don't fucking know, okay? But if someone is using the website to look up prior Twitter names or prior League of Legends names or whatever the fuck it is, I don't necessarily have a problem with that. If they're using it to find a password, I'd have a problem with that. It depends what they're using it for.
Sure. So then, if there was a website like this that was commonly being used in these servers against people that these guys don't like, you're okay with that?
Well, no, okay. It depends on what the context is.
Why do you have to keep?
It depends on what the fucking context is.
Does your own audience realize you're hiding so much every time you fill?
He doesn't let Destiny finish his question. And there's a reason. Like, look, this is a common debate tactic that I see all the time. It happens in my server. It happens in other servers. I've done it before, too. I'm going to be real with you. If you want to stop someone from making a point, you interrupt them, right? And this happens to me a lot, is I will be making a point, and instead of being able to get that point out, they will tactically interrupt me, or they'll like stop me and be like, well, but you haven't answered this or haven't answered that, because they don't want me to get the point out, right? It's a common tactic. This is actually what he's doing. They don't let Destiny finish his question for a reason, because they don't want him to finish his question, because they're trying to sweep. It's a big fucking sweep.
buster? I can't tell.
I'm
if they
not
realize it or
hiding
is it-
anything. I'm not hiding anything.
Then
I
let
don't
me
know.
finish a single question. Then let me just finish my question.
on then,
You want me to finish it because you know what I'm going to ask.
go,
right? Yeah.
go.
The question is if they're using a tool that lets you look up somebody's asshole, okay, it shows every piece of information ever. You're saying that as long as they don't put any of it outside of that Discord, you're okay with that?
No, hang on a sec. That's not what I said. See, look, you're accusing me of filibustering. Give me a
No, then
bullshit
no,
fucking
I
question.
asked you. That's why I just asked you. And I'm giving you the chance to respond to that.
You're acting okay. I don't
Say if
think
you are not.
if they're taking the information that they're getting from that and putting it into the Discord, yeah, that's publicizing it and that's doxing. And I'm not seeing
They're
that
doing
happening
that.
here.
Okay, so then
And with
if
these
you-
two people,
okay,
I can't speak for anyone else. I don't know what anyone else is doing. I'm not seeing it from
So-
these two people in this Discord.
They are. They literally are.
Wait,
One of
wait,
them.
wait, wait,
Sorry,
wait.
guys.
Do you think that it's meaningfully different if somebody says, here's an OSINT tool and here's the username? Do you think it's meaningfully different to publish what's generated by the OSINT tool versus just saying, here's the OSINT tool and here's the username? Do you think those two things are meaningfully different things?
Sorry, say that again?
Is it meaningfully different to say, go to www.docs.com and look up Chud Logic versus here's all the information about Chud Logic from docs.com? Are
Yes,
those things
those are
meaningfully
meaningfully
different?
different. Yes, of course they are. Yes, obviously.
Okay, that is an absurd standard. And I think
Well,
you know
luckily,
that.
How is that
it doesn't
absurd?
matter.
That is that's if I were to find out that someone ran my name through a docs tool, I would have just as much issues with someone who told someone else to run my name through a docs tool. Like, these are both really bad to me. You disagree?
There is a
No.
marginal, but I would say there is a difference.
Sure, there's a distinction, but I don't think there's a difference. There is a distinction, but I think it's a distinction without a difference. It is not meaningfully different to me whether or not you have personally run my name or if you told someone to do it. Like, yes, there is some distinction, but it's not a big difference. What about you?
Then I kind
Charlie?
of feel like.
Go ahead, no,
Well, I was
finish.
just gonna say, I kind of feel like it's not that far cry off of them just covering this shit and like saying the name of the tools. Then, I don't think that what we're doing right now is the same. But like,
Hold on, if
we're-
I'm
we're-
telling you not to use this, it is substantively different than saying, here, use this, run this name.
in
There's a
both
bigger
instances,
difference
people
there
are going to use it
between the
though.
other two things, right?
But I would say that there is a difference, but in both instances,
A bigger
people are going to
difference,
find
be
out
clear.
about this tool and then use it.
It's a bigger difference. It's a bigger difference between someone saying, I don't think you should use this at all, this is a fucking horrible thing, versus someone saying, hey, run this name through this tool.
Sure, but the thing is, like in both of these instances, like we're informing people of the tool and how it's used and its uses and all that.
This was from like Destiny. It was on Destiny's channel. It was on ChudLogic's channel. Like, these people are like, it's no one's learning it for the first time over here. Okay, that's what I'm trying to tell you right now. Okay.
I'm just saying all three of these things I think that are different, and they increase in severity as you go further down the spectrum.
Standard. How is that a fucking absurd standard?
You're telling me just to
Posting
be
the
clear-
public information is different to giving someone a tool to find it.
I'm
Yes.
just saying then that if I'm in, if a Discord group leaked and you see me, Dan,
Hey, that's not the difference he was asking about. That wasn't the question. I don't know why Chud. Maybe he got confused, right? Because they are like, to give some charity, they are interrupting each other a lot, and that's fair. But the question that Destiny just asked was like, is there a difference between running the tool yourself or putting the tool out there, putting the name out there, and saying, oh, you should run these things? Like, not whether or not you publish it or not. That wasn't the question of the difference that he asked. Like, I don't know why Chud. Again, to give grace, maybe he'd misremembered, maybe he didn't hear it right, but that wasn't the question that was asked him.
and Netanyahu in there, and I say, hey, you guys should check this out, www.docs.com, look up Chud Logic. You would say, well, as long as they don't post what they find on the website in the group chat, then they didn't
Well,
really.
it's the difference between you posting a link to Kevil's Kiwi Farms thread and you posting a fucking Kevil's address in your.
I don't know
chats.
what that had to do with anything. I'll repeat my thing, okay?
No,
I
it's
would've
exactly,
posted
it's exactly
OSINT,
addressing what you're saying.
it literally definitionally isn't if you have to use an analogy. It's not exactly addressing it.
It's
If I
exactly
posted-
addressing it.
if
It's
I
exactly
posted
addressing
in
it.
my-
There's
in my-
docs.
Okay, Destiny is being a little pedantic here.
Yeah.
Just a little, okay?
Mm.
But the point stands.
Kiwi Farms. There's a difference between posting a link to Kiwi Farms and posting the docs from Kiwi Farms. It's
If
exactly the
somebody
same fucking
posts a
thing.
link to Kiwi Farms exclusively to point somebody to a doc. Oh, here's a question. If I were to link you, hey, check out what's in Destiny's thread, and it's a link to the last post, do you think that's the same thing as linking, hey, check this out on Destiny's thread, and I link 500 pages ago to a post that has my address? Are those two things the same thing to you?
No, of course not.
Of course not. So linking to Kiwi Farms or to a whole Kiwi Farms is not the same as linking specifically to a piece of doxable information, right? So
No,
if
of
I
course, that's
link
my
to
point.
an
That's what I'm
OSINT
saying. That's what I'm
No,
saying.
that's my point. So if I link in a Discord chat, if I say, here's an OSINT tool, and look up Chud Logic on it, you're saying as long as I don't publish what I find from that search, it doesn't count as doxing if everybody else can click the link and type that in.
Well, no, 'cause you're not publicizing the information in a forum, no.
Okay, so I'm just curious. If I were to tweet out, It's really interesting. Chud Logic has the same on Twitter. You guys should check out what's on www.dox.com. That also wouldn't count as doxing somebody because it's just.
Dude, we're getting wrapped up in these like absurd fucking spin-off hypotheticals.
Easy one-to-one. That's not an absurd hypothetical.
It is. You're trying to box me in with all these ridiculous examples, bro. Like my standard is pretty fucking simple. Okay.
Okay,
If you find,
I just want to understand the standard. You can have the standard. That's fine. But I'm just saying then the standard very simply is that you're saying that if you link a dox tool and you give somebody something to search on it, as long as you don't put what you guys all find in the dox tool in your group chat, it's okay to do that type of stuff. You wouldn't consider that doxing personally. That's totally okay to you.
well, I don't know if it's totally okay, but I don't know if I classify it
It's
as
not
doxing.
doxing. Okay.
No.
Cool. All right.
Okay.
These people, their defense is that they thought that this Twitter user was Tectone's alt leading.
Well, I'll tell you what, wait, stop, listen.
But they were wrong. But they were wrong. We got the wrong guy.
Wait a second,
the wrong guy.
they've not doxed anyone. I've entertained the conversation, I've done my best to answer the questions, but I don't obviously know, because I'm not fucking Shamoo, okay? So why don't I bring on Shamoo? Wait, no, stop. I'm done talking to you, because I've answered as much as I can. I don't know.
I understand. I know. But I just want to make sure for the audience and for the two people in your audience aren't brainwashed or whatever, right? The reason why you keep saying, I don't know, is because you don't know how much information that people are sitting on right now, and that's why you keep asking for specifics, so you can craft a hand-tailored moral standard for whatever you see.
No. I've said repeatedly. I've said repeatedly.
Really broad definitions.
No, I'm not giving a broad definition.
That's why you're bringing the other guy before addressing like any actual question. That's what's happening. But that's fine.
No. Wait, dude, you're fucking trying to do this. Now, who's filibustering now? Who's filibustering now? Who's filibustering now?
Destiny's filibustering now, but that is a point, and I do see what Destiny has to say here. He is obviously doing that. Now, whether or not you think that's bad, good, neutral, that's obviously what's happening. Do we disagree?
No, I just want to clarify what I think the distinction here is. It's like the difference between like first and third degree of a crime. In one instance, you're like sort of dangling in front of somebody. In the other, you're actually doing it yourself.
But
so both very bad. Yes, that's what I'm saying. I think that there is a meaningful difference. It just feels, I understand why it feels silly for me to make that. I'm just trying to give the most honest answer.
Sure, no, I get you, and I understand there is a distinction.
I'm not trying to downplay.
I understand there's a distinction, but in this context, I don't think there's a difference. But that's, we can argue about that later, but let's...
People would say, well, of course you're doxing that person.
Who is filibustering now? Who is filibustering now, dude? I'm saying I've got a standard. There's stuff here that looks troubling. I don't know the ins and outs of it clearly. I've got some stuff wrong, and I'm happy to admit that. So why don't we bring on Shamoo, and we can question him about this, and he can fill us in.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, I'm adding him now.
A new challenger has entered the chat.
Can I just say, before we get into this, I have to say, people complain about my speech patterns and what I say and my vocabulary and stuff like that, and how I sound. This dude has, the dude that's about to come on has, okay, and no hate to him. I've liked his videos in the past. I've liked Shamoo's videos in the past, but how are people coming at me for my voice and my vocal patterns and my speech patterns? This dude says like every other word, and he's got like the worst vocal fry I've ever heard. Like what's going on here?
I don't know how to break this to you, Stardust, but
yeah.
Not only are you not white, but you're also a woman. So I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know if you've seen some of the things they say about you, but these do seem to be some talking points. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some water.
Okay, get some water. We're gonna go with it, okay, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna watch.
Here we go. So give me a sec.
You know what, actually? Stardust, can you hold down the stream? I gotta use the restroom real quick, okay?
Yeah, of course.
Hold down the stream. No slurs
I will.
gone, okay?
Of course. Yeah, no, I would never. Chat, how's it going? Can I just say that I appreciate you all being here. And did I tell you about my spaghetti dream? Apparently, people really hate it, but I had a dream. I don't remember most of my dreams, but I had a dream a few nights ago that I was walking in a really large building, and I was holding a really big tray, and it had a lot of spaghetti and a lot of meatballs on it. And
oh shit!
In this dream, I kept spilling spaghetti and meatballs everywhere, and I was trying to pick up the spaghetti and meatballs and put it back on the tray because I'm like not trying to make a mess where I'm going. And the more I tried to do that, the more the spaghetti and the meatballs would spread. And then people were passing by me and they were looking at me and they were like kind of judgmental, but they weren't helping me, you know? And it was just like, why? Anyways, that's my
I have a quick question
spaghetti
for
and meatball dreams. Hello.
What's your favorite slur?
I do not have a I can't do this, dude. I'm trying to be more professional. I can't do the slur stuff, okay? I can't.
Do you have a least favorite one at least?
No,
there is a right answer to that one. Come on.
They're all bad. So.
Well, I can prominently say that the N word is the worst slur, so it is my least favorite.
Was there a mouse under your chef hat? No, I didn't have a chef hat. It was just normal me carrying a big tray of meatball and spaghettis. So,
Clankers is a pretty clean one.
Clankers is a good one, actually. I do like that one.
I had a list of words that I wrote down that sounds like they should be slurs, but they're not. Like mountain clutcher sounds super racist, but it means nothing.
Mountain clutcher? Is that like it doesn't mean anything, or does it mean like
I made it up. I made it up. It's like I got to get out of here. There's a bunch of mountain clutchers in the room. It just sounds like you're being really racist, but it means nothing.
You could be racist without using an actual slur, though. Okay.
Sure, but I was using a slur that means something that just sounds like a slur, but actually means nothing.
Fair enough. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I guess welcome back to me. Did Stardust treat you right? I hope she did. Okay.
I just told them about my spaghetti dream.
Cool.
Do you know about it?
I don't know about your spaghetti.
Basically, I had a dream that I was walking through a really large building, and I had a really big tray filled with spaghetti and meatballs. And as I was walking, the spaghetti and meatballs kept falling everywhere. So I kept trying to get them and pick them up and put them back on the tray. But the more I tried to do that, the more the meatball and the spaghettis kept spreading everywhere. And then people kept passing by and they were looking at me judgmentally, but they weren't helping me. And so it was just different, it varied between me walking down this thing with the spaghetti and the meatballs and it spilling everywhere and me trying to put it back into the tray. And that was the dream. It was a lot of that.
Well, let's keep watching and we'll see what Shamoo has to say.
Okay. I'm just waiting for him to accept. Okay.
We're just curious. Am I going to find like past shit of you calling stuff doxing for this exact behavior in the past?
I don't think so, no, as far as I know.
Okay. If I do, is that going to be weird or no? Like where you like go fucking all in, balls to the wall when someone doesn't publish it?
Possibly, we'll see. I'm only Shamoo.
Can
Hello?
I just say one thing?
Yep.
Well.
Yep, you may.
Okay, sorry. I know I already commented about Shamoo's voice, so I'm not going to say anything there, but I do want to propose something. I think that Chud would make an epic fat guy. I think he should gain weight. He should not be Chud Logic. He should be Chud Logic. And I think he would be more likable as a fat guy.
How much weight?
We already have that.
Chud.
How much weight
We already have that. It's the quartering. And he is not likable at all.
True. I mean, fair.
I've hated the quartering
because he's
for a
hungry.
decade.
I feel like Chud Logic is angry because he's hungry, and I think if he gained like 30, 40 pounds, he'd be so much happier, and we would like him more too.
Okay, let's keep watching. Okay, but good note. I have no opinions on his weight, so fair.
Oh, Diddy Dan and Epstein desperately trying to smear me as some kind of doxer or something with some bullshit redacted thing of a public OnlyFans person. So let me walk you through what this actually is. This Twitter user, their entire purpose online, the entire thing that they do online is to harass Pink, who has a protection order. She got a protection order because of harassment and stalking and SA that the courts ruled they found reasonable grounds for. That's their whole purpose. So all I did was look at the account. It had 4 followers. It had Tectone, Asman, and Novaru. Novaru is another friend of Tectone who lives in Texas, which is public on their Twitter. So you redacted that to make it look like I was doxing their location.
No,
but
it's
fucking public on their Twitter. You slimy piece of shit.
I like that you're going after Chud's defense because you don't have your own. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, lay it on, go ahead.
So anyways, so Novaru was friends with them. So I was like, okay, that's strange. So maybe it's a mod or something. So then Nick Andrea said, well, let me look at some of the usernames or whatever. And then that was it. It wasn't to dox who they were, who they personally were, their real name or anything like that. It was just, well, maybe it's like a mod or something. Maybe it's a Tectone alt. So he looked and saw if they changed their username or something. That's all it was. But nothing was posted there.
Well, exactly. Sorry, Shamoo, is that exactly what I said was happening? Just to be clear, is that exactly what I said was happening, more or less? It was look up usernames, right?
Yeah, well, the thing that they left out was that this person manipulates and doxes Pink, or not manipulates, they harass constantly. This is all they do online is harass Pink and dox her.
Steve,
you
this is good for you.
So
This is good for you,
amazing that
Steve.
you guys were covering for a rapist. Amazing. Great job, guys.
This idea that you are covering for a bad person because you are critical of how someone is going after that bad person is wild to me. I do not like thieves, okay? People who steal. I think that's bad, and it's bad to be a thief. But if I've found someone who, in order to catch thieves, was kidnapping their children and holding them hostage until they confessed, I would have huge problems with how they're going about catching those thieves. Even if I don't like thieves, right? We can understand this concept. I hope so. So this idea that, and it's a tactic, right? That people will bring up like, oh, you're covering for this person because you don't like how they're going about going after them. It's kind of bullshit, in my opinion. But it is what it is. And also, to be clear, what is happening here is they see someone that is going after an account, and they are unmasking the anonymity of the account in order to try to white knight for what's her name, Pink or whoever. They don't know if they have a protection order against this person or not. They're just sight unseen because they have a suspicion it might be. They're doing all these things in a public server, in a server with 100+ people. Crazy. Anyway.
Gotcha. Okay. So you guys saw an account that you guys perceived were engaged in the harassment of Pinky Chew, and so you guys wanted to unmask the account.
No, we thought that it was like because Tectone and his mods like harass her, right? This is like something that's very common. They harass. That's why she got part of the reason why she got protection order. So I thought, well, it's like that's strange. So maybe it's like a mod or something. So that was Nick Andrews' idea.
That was previously unknown, and you were trying to figure out the identity of it, correct?
Yeah, but it wasn't to make public. It was to let Pink know because this person was harassing them. So there was no doxing whatsoever. This was trying to aid somebody that has a protection order because they were sexually assaulted.
It's not doxing. It's just finding out who they are so we can pass that information on to someone else. But it's not doxing. Crazy.
From being harassed.
Why you're rambling on this? I'm asking you a very simple question. You were trying to figure out the identity of an unknown account, correct?
No, I wasn't. There was no identity. It was like
you knew who the account was?
No, but I was saying that it could have been like a mod or it could have been a Tectone alt. So
okay.
That
so
was Nick Andrews' idea.
That you didn't know the identity of, and you were trying to figure out who it was, so that you could pass that information along to Pinky Chew, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what's the difference between that? Is that not just ethical doxing?
That is not like releasing publicly information with the intent to harass or to be malicious. That is helping somebody that has a protection order.
What was the purpose of giving it to Pinky Chew?
What was the purpose of giving it to Pinky Chew? Because she has a protection order, and she could have used that for her case.
What would the protection order cover here? People aren't allowed to make fun of her online? Is that what the protection order says? Nobody is allowed to make fun of this woman online.
No, they were harassing her. He was found. There was reasonable grounds to find that he was stalking and SA her.
I'm gonna be real with you guys. The amount of reply guys I have, it's absolutely harassment. I can point to a few of them who, no matter what I post, no matter what I'm talking about, they're always in my replies trying to be like, you love sex pests, you defend rapists. Every day, they call me pedophile, all these things, right?
I just block these people. Like I know, like...
Sure, but apparently, because I think they might be harassing me, it's okay to find out who they are and pass that information on to third parties. Apparently, that's
a good point.
That's the standard we're doing, right? Like, it's okay now for me, all these people who've been saying all this bullshit, apparently it's totally fine, it's ethical, nothing immoral is happening. It's if I find out their information, I might not publish it on Twitter, but if I send that information to a third party, that would be perfectly okay.
That's true. Maybe I should consider doing that.
No, that would be horrible. That's a horrible standard to have, because what is harassment? Like, I don't trust any of these goons to like accurately reflect what actual harassment is. I don't trust their judgment whatsoever, right? This is why we don't allow vigilantism, because we don't allow these fucking weirdos who have shifting definitions depending on who's doing what, right? That don't understand basic concepts to make a decision on whether harassment's going on enough that they are going to actively unmask their anonymity and pass it on to third parties. No, that's not okay. We don't do that. Sorry for the rant.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't snark like their word for harassment? Isn't like their whole thing like standing up for the right to be able to do this to people? But then they're saying they're using this tool to protect somebody from having it done to them?
Harassment. You mean free speech? You mean free speech? I remember Kuihman's rant about how we got to stand up for free speech, how we got to protect free speech. That guy, that British motherfucker.
He specifically mentioned to snark. Isn't this literally their word for harassing?
It absolutely is. It is.
So I guess I just don't understand why are they concerned about protecting somebody from it happening to them? Wouldn't that be like the Tectone peoples or Tectone themselves. I don't know who it is. Wouldn't that be their right?
Man, I don't know. You'd have to ask them. I asked. To be clear, I asked Shamoo to call in or whatever, right? I asked a couple of people to call in to talk about this. You know what? The only person who responded to me was Aiden. And I asked to see if he wanted to come on Wednesday, but he hasn't responded, so we're waiting.
I talked to Nick Andros in DMs a little bit, and I don't know if they're going to talk to me or not, but like maybe.
We'll see.
I've been good faith to them the whole time, but this definitely seems like there's a counter, like they're going against their own principle in this by trying to protect somebody from harassment.
Crazy.
There were people harassing her. That's all the account was.
The Twitter account was that you unmasked?
Yes, there was nobody unmasked. That never happened. It was just like curious that it was like this account is so heavily harassing her. And the reason why Novaru is important to that whatsoever is because Novaru is another person that hates her and harasses her. So it's like, well, that's why they're just following Tectone and Novaru. So it's like, well, maybe it's a mod or something. So it's like, well, if you can see something like that, you can pass that to Pink. That might help her in what she's doing with her protection order and everything else.
So who was the account?
I don't know. Nobody ever. I mean, it was like a very whatever thing. Nobody there was. I nobody ever figured out what the account was.
You have no idea. You didn't find any information about the account. You don't know any emails. You don't know any past users or anything like that.
The thing that I think Nick Andros used was like some League of Legends thing, where it's like you can look up League of Legends usernames.
Yes. Yeah. Wait. So then why would you use a League of Legends username?
I don't know. Well, the League of Legends.
He's dodging. He's being such a slippery weasel here. Why would you use this? Like, these are decent questions that are being asked him. He's like, I don't know. It's just weird. Like, they were just looking up the League of Legends to find this guy. Why would you do that? There's no. Why? Like, if I see a Twitter name that's harassing me and I want to find out who they is, the first thing I do is check them through the League of Legends register. What? How does, like, when you say it out loud, do you not realize how stupid you sound? When you say it out loud, like, we didn't know who it was. We saw this person harassing someone on Twitter. So in order to find out who it was, we checked their name through the League of Legends tracker to see if their League of Legends name matched up.
You guys don't have to use any tools. I'm Elder Drazzi 1 NA.
I don't get it. I don't, like, do you not understand how stupid you sound? Is this your fucking defense? Man, these people, these snarkers, they are so fucking stupid. They're fucking low IQ gooners. That's what they are. It's so stupid. I wish I had smarter enemies. I wish I had smarter enemies. Why can't I have a challenge once in a while, once in my life? Someone who actually
look.
Sorry, go ahead.
Wick, it doesn't matter if they're smart because they don't engage in any honest manner, right? Does it really matter how high IQ they are when literally they're all barely breathing, they all barely have a pulse, and they're all just regurgitating? But it is a challenge. It's a challenge of dealing with the waves of
my fucking patience. Okay, that's it. The only thing they test is my fucking patience. That's it. Anyway.
I think has like Twitter and stuff like that.
Wait, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to understand real quick, okay? Because you're laughing and giggling, but you're saying as a woman who was sexually assaulted and is being harassed online, and you're trying to do a serious good thing here, and then the joke is that you're like using a League of Legends name lookupper to find a Twitter account. How does that make any sense?
Well, I don't know what it is. But I think it looks up like.
Earlier, I asked you if you
no, because I was there because I'm a part of the logs. I'm explaining to you the context, which you guys took out to maliciously smear people. Hilarious.
Why are you here? You don't have any information about it.
Well, you can get him in here too if you want.
I will just say.
It sounds like you have no idea what's going on, so I don't know.
Go ahead.
I just have to say, okay. Do you hear the vocal fry? Okay, no hate to him. Again, I've liked his videos, but do you hear the vocal fry? And you all really?
Is this guy? So you guys know more about like the YouTube space than I do. Frankly, I don't follow these people. Like before this, I had no idea who any of these names were. Like Shamoo, what the fuck? Who's that?
Yeah.
Nicandros? I don't know who these fuckers are. Right? Like, are these big names? Like, I probably should look up if they have like a lot of followers or something, right? Or do they?
They're well known in like the new commentary space, I would say. I would say Shamoo not as much. Shamoo used to do a lot of just Thorpe coverage, and he did videos on the Thorpes, and they were pretty good. And I don't know what he's been up to recently, but
hold on.
Yeah.
So his claim to fame is covering the Thorpes. Are we talking like Grace and Ben Thorpe?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's his claim.
Is a
That's
gold
his
mine.
That's his big thing. Is I covered the Thorpes.
Well, that's what I know him for, and I think that's what most people know him for. But
I would kill. No, I can't say that. I would delete my channel. I would delete my channel in shame if that was my claim to fame. Like, I'm a Thorpe coverer. No, like, Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Okay, sorry. No judgment. Everyone's got to start somewhere, right?
Have you ever watched Thorpe coverage? It's like
no.
It's like the junk food of YouTube. It's so bad, but it's so good, dude.
Why would I ever watch that? Like, I've had the Thorpes on my show
depressing.
before.
You ever watch Jerry Springer?
It's depressing.
It's the same reason why you'd watch Jerry Springer.
I didn't really.
Because sometimes you want to be a garbage human and watch garbage stuff.
I guess.
Okay, but even Jerry Springer's not that depressing. Jerry Springer's not even doesn't rise.
Yeah, like at least that was like something that like these people would exist and then they would not exist after the next episode, right? Like you go move on to the next one. Like imagine Jerry Springer, but it's all the same person over and over and over again every single day. Like that's what I would consider that. And no, I would never watch that.
I think, okay, so Nick Andros made a pretty good Tectone video at some point as well, which, so I'm willing to give these people credit, right?
No, that's fair. If something happens with like a bigger name and they do something wrong like Tectone did, Tectone's probably fucking bad
I
dude.
fucking hate Tectone.
He's probably a fucking real bad dude.
Yeah.
I
he's a real
haven't
fucking bad
dived
dude.
deep, so I'm not going to make any strong claims, but everything I've seen of that guy, he's not someone I'd want to hang
He did a Nux video. Oh, wait, he did a Nux video? Oh, okay. No, but Nick, I thought Nick Andros, I thought did a Tectone video too. Maybe I'm wrong. But anyways, one of them did it.
Tectone.
Yeah, bad dude.
Mr. Girl banned off of YouTube.
Yeah, bad dude, but again, like fair enough, but to be a Thorpe cover, like goddamn. Wow. Anyway, let's keep going.
Yeah, let's keep going. Sorry for the
No, it's fine. It's just
tangent.
It's fucking Thorpe cover. Wow.
It sounds like I know exactly what's going on. You just don't like the context, which is why you took it out. Because you were trying to smear people.
Because the context is my reason for doxing people. Is that I think that some people are engaged in long-term harassment campaigns and it bothers the fuck.
And also, again, nobody was trying to find the real identity. Nobody was trying to find the real identity of anybody. This was usernames.
You just told me that you didn't know what the tool looked up, and now you're telling me it doesn't look up real-life identities. What's the answer there?
I don't know if it does or not. I actually don't know.
Nobody's trying to look it up, and you don't know.
Because the stated intention in the thing is that it was like, well, maybe it's a username of a mod, maybe it's an alt of Tectone, and then you could pass that to Pink.
If it was an alt,
he's dodging so hard.
The Tectone, wouldn't that be knowing who the real life person was? Wouldn't that be what you found out? If it was a mod, depending on who it was, wouldn't that be the real life person? If it was
no, it would be like a Discord username or what they use in chats, dude.
That would link to
who the fuck? How are you supposed to know who a mod actually is? That's retarded.
True. Why would you use a League of Legends name lookup for a Twitter account? That'd be retarded too, right? It'd be even more retarded to come and try to defend it without even knowing what the tool provides for, right? So I don't know why you're here doing it. Where's the Nick Andros dude?
So Nick Andros has sent me a message. I'll ask him if he can join.
I will say Nick Andros is the smartest one so far. He didn't join. That's the smart move. So props to you, Nick Andros, whoever you are. You showed more wisdom than any of these fuckers so far.
Yeah.
I can read out what you said here. Neither of us have access to the LOL archiver tool. You need to pay money to use it. I was throwing out a suggestion for what we could do because I've seen people on Kiwi Farms use it to check the name history of Twitter accounts. So as I suspected, they're trying to check previous usernames, exactly as I said. But it wasn't League of Legends, that was retarded, but it was Twitter, sure.
No. Okay, wait, no, that's totally fair. So I'm just curious then. Can you get this from Nick Andros? That's the only time then? That's the first time and the only time they've ever linked to that particular tool and they've never talked about it or used it before? Because from the way that he described it, Chud, you would agree that's a fair assessment of what you just said, right?
I would agree with that.
Kiwi Farms once, and so they thought maybe they could try it?
I have never even seen this tool, but are you trying to say that they use it a lot or something?
I don't know why you're still talking. Why are you saying they when you came here to defend it as a we? I thought that was the whole point of you being in here.
No, I was giving context because I'm in the stream. I'm one of the people you're trying to smear.
Yeah, but now you're saying they.
Yeah, that's why I'm here.
But you came in to defend it as a we. I don't know why you're still talking. You got gaped. You should probably leave.
True.
For
no, you didn't get gaped, bro. You're just
I gave context. You're just being
You're just fucking showboating to your audience of fucking rapist-loving Indians that still watch you because that's all that's fucking left, Destiny. You're just showboating to your entire audience, bro. It's coke, bro.
Why?
Look,
why?
Honestly, Destiny is showboating here, but he's taking a victory lap. He just
did we miss the rapist-loving Indian comment again?
But we already addressed that. Like I don't know. He's just again he knows he's losing and he's trying to gin up the audience and things like that. Shamu came on, weaseled around, made some stupid ass statements about how, oh, they were just checking it through the LOL archive, which is League of Legends. They're checking the Twitter name of the League of Legends. He realized when he said that it did not make sense to actually said that. He gave he's weaseling around. He's admitted that they were looking to fucking unmask an anonymous Twitter account in order to pass that information on to a third party. Destiny has got what he needed at this point from the Shamu conversation. So yes, Destiny is showboating, but he's doing so because it's a victory lap. He is reveling in his victory over this exchange.
Why don't you answer the question? Have you used these tools before?
Did he just yell Jew?
I can't even make out some of what's happening here.
Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe I misheard.
Use this tool again. Was that the first time that he ever used that tool? I'm just curious because it sounds like he started to be so he must not have used it prior to.
So I can explain what's happened here. I can explain exactly.
No, Chud. Come on, ask him. He was DMing you. He was eager to offer up information. That's a really simple question.
What? Sorry, Wandakandros?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just about to fucking talk about Wandakandros sent me, you fucking retard. You're jumping down my throat. Okay, here we go. So what Wandakandros has said is that it's the only time in the logs where he's ever mentioned it. He asked one of Himpleton's friends to check the name history, and there was nothing. So he used a third party to check the Twitter username history to see if there were any other Twitter usernames. He's never used it himself, and that's all that it was used for in this instance.
Okay, that was a lot of yapping. So my question was...
Wait, sorry, what is not clear? What is not clear about what I've said?
I don't know. My question was, this is the first time that he's mentioned that tool, and he hasn't mentioned it since. It was just that one time.
According to the Kandros, yes.
Okay. Are you asking him that, or are you basing that off his last message?
No, I've asked him that, and he's told me.
Okay. All right, good.
Okay, wait, well, slow down. There's more information. There's more information.
Okay.
So I don't believe anyone else has mentioned it on the server because the server isn't full of boxes, he says. There's apparently two. So one was the LOL archive reference from before, and the other one was from today. And Nikandros mentioned it today in the server because he was worried this would be taken out of context, which is exactly what's happened.
Yep.
I mean,
there's not
you guys. So this is exactly what I thought. You guys have totally misrepresented this to make this seem way worse than it is.
How? Let's steel man a little bit. How was Dan or Destiny misrepresenting this? I don't think they have. But can either of you put your minds in Chud mode and try to kind of explain it?
The only thing I can go back to is the unrelated redacted, right? And that's basically it, you know? Okay. So, yeah.
Okay.
Gotcha. And to be clear, we're misrepresenting this because we said it's a doxing tool, and you've
admitted that's what I said. You're such a fucking...
Because remember, initially you said that you had a source tell you that this was a League of Legends account lookup. Who was that person, by the way? Wait, Chud, I'm just curious. Do you think that the person that told you that is trustworthy, or is that a person you're not going to trust anymore? Was it Kuihman? Was it Justical? Was it Substance? Who
it doesn't matter who told me. It was a...
Doesn't matter.
Mistake. They didn't lie. They didn't lie. There was a misunderstanding. Okay, there was a misunderstanding.
It's not a lie. They were just wrong. But when Destiny would get something wrong, or Dan gets something wrong, it's a lie. You see how this works, gang? You see why it's sweeping? They were absolutely 100% totally wrong about the League of Legends archiver, right? It wasn't a League of Legends archiver. They were wrong about that, 100%. They were confidently, smugly wrong. And now they're like, oh, it's just a misunderstanding. Bull fucking shit. I'm calling bull fucking shit on that.
Understanding.
Okay, and you're trying to rail on this. You're so slimy, and you're trying to rail on this because you want to act. Because you're trying to act.
Just say who the misunderstanding. Tell us who the misunderstanding. Just say it.
It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. I'm not going to say.
Why?
Okay, dude. The amount of times that I've been in a conversation and you fucking messaged me back in the day, you fucking wretch, to fucking pump me full of your narratives so that I go out and be a good little DGG robot. Fuck you, bro. I'm not going to fucking tell you it is.
Chud,
doesn't matter.
Can you name a single time I've ever done that in your entire life?
Yes, I can.
Oh, you can. Okay, let's hear it.
When?
Well, I can't remember exactly, but I remember you.
You've been pumping me full of fucking narratives this entire time. You, governor, you went back in time and you pumped me full of narratives, right? And can I name a single time? Yes, I can. Okay, do it. I can't remember. Jesus Christ. Does he realize how fucking embarrassing he looks right now? Does he realize how dishonest he looks right now? When we talk about sweeping, when we talk about big sweeping, this is what it looks like. He made a statement with full confidence saying, he made an accusation. This is what you're doing, Destiny. You are pumping me, DMing me narratives in the past, right? In the past, you DM'd me these narratives, right, to twist and manipulate and all these things, right? And then when asked for an example, he said, yes, I can give you an example. Okay, do it. Nothing. Not goddamn
You know,
one.
let's say there is some example out there that, oh, Destiny's messaging him narratives and he's going along with the narratives. What does that say about him? Really? Right?
Well,
Like, what does it say about him?
I mean,
like,
he obviously went along with the LOL archiver narrative that Kuihman sent him, right? So he obviously lets people sock puppet him. Kuihman has his hand so far up his ass, just yapping. He's deeply inseminating Chud here with his narrative, and he just went along with it. He didn't even question it. He just believed it, not even checked it, and he got fucking wrecked. He got fucking wrecked.
If there are like narratives being implanted in Chud's DMs and he's gone along with them in the past, I would say that says something about Chud, and that should really be room for that should give you room for pause, right? If you're watching him, right? Oh, this guy is admitting that he's been given narratives in the past and he's gone along with them.
And remember,
what does that
every
say?
time you say something about one of these motherfuckers, they will ask you, oh, well, prove it. Give us an example. Give us an example. Give us an example. Give us an example, right? And do you know how they would laugh and cavort if you couldn't give them a single example after you've made this an accusation like this?
Well, they'll do it even
well,
if you
yes,
have,
they will. Obviously, they'll pretend you didn't.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
when when Chud actually couldn't give an example, that's game, set, and match. Like, why? I don't know why like, it would be less shameful for him at this point to be just like, shit, and leave the call.
Yeah, and I mean, I didn't get to mention this earlier, but some of you guys might know a content creator named Tommy C on YouTube. This entire group accused Tommy C of being a pedophile, basically, with no fucking evidence. And the fact that they got away with that, it's just disgusting. The fact that they got away with that, like, that would be career-ending for any other content creator. It really would.
True. Elder Drazzi, I know you need to go. It's taken a lot longer than I thought, but give your outro, final thoughts, tell people where they find you, all that shit. Go ahead.
You can find me on YouTube. Sometimes I do it on Twitch, but like, I do cover too much stuff that Twitch doesn't like, so I don't do that often. You can follow me on Twitter. It's Elder Drazzi on everything. Unfortunately, I have a hard out at 9:30. Yeah, I don't know. I know that people are going to tell me that I was sweeping for Destiny. They're in my chat too. I think that I was pretty critical of both sides when they were doing things that I thought was stupid. So I guess if you don't like that, then I guess I'm not for you. But if I am for you, come follow me or become a member or something on my YouTube. Thanks for having me.
Any final thoughts on the situation?
I just want to reiterate just how terrible. Like Chud should have just said no to Dest. He should have stuck to his guns. He knows that he can't debate him. He's just not equipped for this fight. I think that Chud had some valid points to make, but it really gets buried under all the embarrassing moments. And I don't want to say anything good about Chud. I don't. I'm mad at him right now. I'm so mad at him. I don't want to give him credit for anything, but I think he had good points that just completely wiped. Like, nobody's going to remember that. They're going to remember all the dunks that he did on himself and that Destiny gets on him. And it was really fucking stupid for him to do it. He stopped debating for a reason.
Thanks for coming on the show, Elder Drazzi. Really appreciate you. And
Thank you, Elder Drazzi.
Have a great night.
Always
Thanks
appreciate
for having
you,
me.
Elder Drazzi.
Bye.
Same star. Peace out.
Peace.
See ya.
What a great guy. Look, I like
Yeah.
Elder Drazzi, and I'll say this, and I think I've said it in his DMs, so he knows. Out of all the like old school people, right, the people who were around me when I was first coming up on the streaming world, there's only like a handful that I still trust, that I still think are decent people. You're one of them. Elder Drazzi's one of them. There's a few others, right? But most of the people that I came up with are scum. Like, they're just scum fucks. And that was a hard lesson to learn, right? I am generally a trustworthy guy, a trusting guy, right? Like, I trust people when they say shit. That has been beaten out of me by this space, unfortunately.
I'm the same way. Yeah, I've learned that, you know, I'm somebody who is like very ride or die for the friends that I have. And I've learned after being in the space for several years that people are not who they say they are in this space, and people are incentivized monetarily and socially to backstab you and explode your friendship, and they will do it in an instant, and they don't give a fuck about you. And so it's nice to have met a few people like Wick and a few others who are not like that. Basically, is what I'll say. So
let's get through it. Okay, let's keep going.
Doing it. Yes, this fucking years ago. It's fucking years ago, bro. It's fucking years ago. During the fucking Max drama. During the Mr. Girl drama.
About the minor that you were DMing early on. That's the only information I remember like messaged you extensively about.
Oh, fuck off, dude. Give me a break. You're trying to fucking pivot off to that. You defended me on that years ago, and now you're desperately trying to bring it up as some sort of gay little trick. Not fucking interested,
dude. You made an accusation that I'm pumping you full of DGG narratives. I don't know. Have I ever even redacted our logs? We can just go look it up. Have I done this?
You have absolutely messaged me, and you want a specific thing. You have absolutely messaged me to feed me a certain narrative, give me a certain angle when I'm having a conversation on stream. It's not even that big a deal. I'm just highlighting to you that I'm not necessarily going to tell you who's messaging.
Why can't he give an example? And maybe you've seen, I don't follow him on Twitter. Maybe someone in the chat could tell me. Has he since, because maybe he couldn't in the heat of the moment come up with an example. Has he since given one?
Yeah, I haven't looked at his Twitter, so I don't know. But I mean, again, if he was given narratives and he went along with them, then that says more about him, doesn't it?
True. Well, he just did here with the Kuihman shit, but
yeah.
Me. You're doing this stupid fucking distraction shit, and we've moved away.
You full of narratives without any.
And we did, and we've moved away from the point.
You've been a fan of mine for how many years now? How many of these narrative pumps have you told all of your friends? Certainly, you would have shared it with them, right? If I'm pumping you full of narratives, that sounds kind of juicy, right? I'm like telling you lies.
Dude, no, because I don't spend much time talking about you're paying attention to you. We've moved away from the original point. We've moved away from the original point. Listen, I'm happy to admit the fucking LOL archive thing was a mistake. I thought it was a League of Legends thing, and it's not. It gives you more information for other accounts. But the specific point here. The specific listen. No, it wasn't a lie. It was a mistake. No, because shut up. Shut the fuck up, bro. You're trying to, dude.
It's so rich for a guy that spams doxes in his chat, and Dan too, to be like trying to harp on this. You guys are so dishonest and disingenuous. It's unbelievable.
What were my doxes for again? Because somebody was engaged in a long-term harassment campaign of somebody else. Why did you try to unmask that account?
Is Doobie trying to long-term harass you, bro? Just some guy in the chat.
See, you're worse because you do it and you lie about it.
Did I dox Doobie?
I am not doing anything like that.
I heard an accusation. Did I dox
You're smearing me as.
To be clear, I believe Destiny has said he would dox Doobie. So I don't think he's done it, but he said he would. So you got to give him that.
Yeah.
Doing some weird shit like that, but I am not doing that. You're lying about me because you're incorporating me into this weird DGG web shit, which I have no idea about. It's ridiculous.
Shamoo, I'm gonna be honest with you.
You guys even know what the web is. Is that like the new frame you're using?
Like, just let Chud handle it. You're fucking garbage at this. You're getting raped. I hate to say
that. Okay, that's not even true. That's not even true. But
he
listen,
is absolutely
shut
getting
up.
raped.
The LOL archive thing. See, Destiny, you're harping on at this because you think you've got a point, okay? And you're showing back into your retarded audience and they're gobbling this up. I know what's happening. I've seen it before.
To be clear, I justify everything I've said. You just accuse me of pumping you full of narratives for
Dude,
years.
okay. No, dude, you're totally okay, dude. Dude. Okay. Dude, the point I'm making is, shut the fuck up, bro. The point I'm making is, you've messaged me.
Is dude his version of
Maybe.
Says it a
Maybe.
lot.
He does.
He's nervous. You can tell. He knows he's on the back foot. He's done enough of this to know when he's the one that's going to be reviewed soon. Let's just say that. He's aware. You can tell. You can look at his face, his speech patterns, how he's conducting himself. He knows it ain't going well.
Times when I've been in a conversation with someone, okay, to say certain things to me that are designed to twist, my perspective in a certain angle or what he's saying in a certain angle. So the fact that someone's messaged me about something as a mistaken thing, not even an intentional thing to try and twist what I'm saying, is a mistake, and I've admitted the mistake. It wasn't a League of Legends thing, and you're harking on about this fact. Now we've got the facts. Address the facts. Now we've got the facts.
Wait. Simple question. If I were to DM you, let's say that you're having an argument about something that I know something about. If I DM you and I give you information about what I know about the thing, is this what you're saying is like twisting the narrative?
No.
More pedantic bullshit.
No,
just like retarded pedantic bullshit.
Well, no, it's fine.
No, address the point. I'm not going to answer these stupid questions anymore. Address, dude, this might be impressive to your audience, but no one else is impressed by this.
I just want it clearly stated, if I DM you, let's say that you guys are arguing, Destiny never even got to a diamond in StarCraft 2, and then I message you and I'm like, actually, bro, I got to Grandmaster in StarCraft 2. Would you say that that's a way of me
twisting the narrative? Listen, we've got the full facts now, okay? Nicandros, right, asked someone to use this tool to check up someone's previous Twitter usernames. Is that doxing?
Not just, hold on, not just username, it's also fucking names in there.
To answer the question, it can be. It depends. If you're using this to get further information, again, I want to just describe what they're doing. They are unmasking an anonymous account in order to pass that information on, right, of who they are to a third party.
Yeah.
You can decide for yourself what that is. Okay.
And do we know whether Pink wants that? Do we know whether Pink wants that?
I don't.
And do
I
we
have
know?
no fucking clue. I don't think they're she's not asking these
And do we
motherfuckers
know
to
if
do it.
even do we even know if that stuff will be usable for her? Like, do we know if she can actually do anything with it? Who knows, right?
I'm telling you
So-
right now, if anyone DMs me personal information about one of my stalkers, one of my harassers, I'm going to think you're fucking weird and probably either mute you or block you or put you on blast, depending on what you're sharing with me precisely, right? Don't do that shit. That's fucking weird. You're fucking... I will think you're mentally ill, and I won't trust you. That's me. But...
Shut up, shut up. No, he
we don't
said,
know that part.
no, he has stated that he's used it to check up previous Twitter usernames. Is that doxing? Yes or no?
I would say yes, because the fucking real name is in there. And when you first
No,
create
no,
your
no.
Twitter account,
Usernames.
I'm answering
Twitter-
you.
Okay, and to be clear, Nicandros earlier, before this conversation, said it was a joke. So this is a story change. His reason that he initially gave was entirely different. And again,
It was.
the reason he gave initially was that he just put it there as a joke. That they were talking about it as a joke.
That's a good catch, actually, Wick. I didn't even think about that. He said that it was a joke, and now he's saying
And
that
yes, his story has changed.
Yeah.
That does not lend credibility to his character. And I don't know this guy. I've never heard from his name before in my life. I've never seen a single one of his videos. I don't know who this fucker is. But all I know about him is he said one thing before the conversation, and now he's saying something that is entirely different and contradictory. Was he lying then? Is he lying now? Why did he decide to lie in whichever case he lied about? Are both times a lie? I don't know. I have no idea. All I know is that at some point he has lied. He has not told the truth. So that does not make me charitable to his character. And I do not want to give charity to his take because he's obviously lied.
Yeah. If I can just say, like, I've talked to, like, again, I saw some sort of video by Nicandros and I thought it was really good. You know, I've talked to people who know Nicandros who seem to think that he's a decent guy. So I want to be fair and say, like, you know, maybe there's a mistake here. But like, yeah, this, at least at the very least, it looks very bad for him. This looks very bad for him that he changed his story.
There is a tweet from Concrete Dreaker that I was just made aware of, saying that I molested a small child and that the victim's voice has been omitted for anonymity, and they're putting a clip of me eating ramen and content warning, child exploitation. These are the type of people we're dealing with. Just they have no shame. They have no there are no lines that they will not cross. So just keep
it's what they did to Tommy C, right?
Yeah,
so
well, it's a pattern of behavior that they have done
It is
with
a
many
pattern.
different people, and many different ones of them have done it. This isn't the first time they made accusations and claims like that. It isn't even the first time that they have come after me to spin a narrative, right? It's just again, these are the type of people we're dealing with. I'm not inclined to give them grace. I'm not inclined to be charitable to them. And the reason I'm not is because they constantly lie all the time.
yeah, and again, that would be career ending for any other YouTuber, right? If any other YouTuber or any other community were making these types of accusations towards other YouTubers, that would be career ending. Actually, truly.
Let's keep going.
Usernames.
Yes,
Yeah,
in the Twitter
no.
tool.
You
Hey,
are
are you
set?
gonna tell me I do this for a fucking living? Shut
Yeah,
the fuck up.
nice
both of
swerve
you
there,
are
nice
actually
swerve there.
retarded.
I'm not
It's
retarded.
swerve. I
Fucking
answered your
little,
question.
you
You have to talk-
fucking Jewish
Shamoo,
dude.
you're
Nice
literally
swerve
raped.
there.
You can't debate for anything. You're literally raped on the Twitter tool.
Yeah,
okay?
right, dude. Whatever,
Twitter.
man. You're
Even
seething. You're
Chud's chat
coping.
is telling you that
You're
you're getting
upset.
raped. You should just remain silent. Saying that you're obsessed thing, it's not a good look. You have no arguments. You're garbage at this. All right? Go back and make
You're
fucking
fucking
YouTube videos.
mad. You're mad, Diddy Dan.
Wait, I just said
Mad.
that you were mad. Are you copying my
Okay.
arguments? Bro, come on. The
Okay,
tool we're
dude.
talking about, the Twitter tool, gives you usernames, and it gives you names. Now, do you know when you first create a Twitter account?
No.
Like, let me finish.
Wait a second. No,
no, I'm still talking. No, you're gonna let me finish.
It's a very simple
talking.
question.
No, I'm gonna keep talking.
Go on then.
When you create a Twitter account, you choose a username and you choose a name. And if you do that on mobile, it might be your first name for like 10 minutes. And do you know what? If you run that Twitter tool, it might show that Chud Logic originally signed up for Twitter as Jason Stevens, right? And you'd be like, oh shit, you changed that real quick. Did you know that Twitter tool does that? It's not just usernames. It's addresses that you had in your bio. It's links that you had in your bio. It's names that you had in your bio.
Okay.
It's everything. So don't
Yeah,
give
but
this
if you're not
just
publishing
usernames.
it, if you're not publishing some shit like that, that's not doxing. You can research on. I file FOIAs all the time, but I do not release real names. You have to do research for this stuff. You might have to file FOIAs. You might have to do these things, but it's on the person and what they publish that they're responsible for. Everything else is more manipulation by you guys because you guys have some fucking bizarre beef with like all these people that I don't even know the history about. But
who you file the
Once again, if I am collecting information on someone and their personal information, and I am passing that along to the third party, that's weird. That's weird, right? Now, there are scenarios where that might be perfectly okay. Like if, for example, I have decided to, if I have decided to like do a report on someone, and I want to get some information, and I'm passing that on for information because I want to do a deep dive on Kash Patel or something, right? Like, and his drinking habits. Okay, I understand. But you're still collecting their private information. You're still passing it on. There's just a justified reason to do so, right? And we allow journalists and other individuals to engage in this behavior because we expect them to abide by a certain standard of ethics, right? None of these people have that standard. We don't trust them to behave in that way. I don't know.
Yeah.
FOIA
At least
then?
that community. in
everyone I've done a
particular.
video on.
Can we see one?
Can you see the FOIAs that I filed?
Just one.
No,
It's
because that has
public
dox information. That
Okay,
has
you
dox
can-
information.
Show me an
I'm not
email.
going to
Show me
publish
an
it.
email.
That's
Stop.
not- just to be clear,
Show me an
you're
email that you got a receipt of a FOIA. I know what it looks like. Show me a receipt. You can
Oh
just
my
say,
god, Dan.
No,
It's
let
in
me
all
see
my
one.
videos. This is ridiculous.
This is a kind of a weird line of attack. He probably did file for a Freedom of Information Act on someone. That's probably something he did, right? He probably has these.
Yeah, sure. I'll
Okay,
find
well,
one, I guess.
Go ahead, or Steve.
What? So I actually don't know because I'm not on this level of fucking PII shit.
I think
What
it's a
FOIA is
fair
it? Is that
ask,
just like-
though.
I guess.
I think it's a fair ask. Yeah.
No,
That's
this
just
is
the
what people
government.
do to make videos. They do research. If someone was arrested and you want to have
Let's
like
be
the court
honest.
documents or
No,
something.
What you guys do is you go to the KF thread and you copy paste information from there.
No,
know
I do
know the
not-
copy
I
paste
do
anyway.
not
It's
do
okay,
that.
It's okay. It's okay. But go ahead. What do you?
But here's the thing, like, and again, I don't watch these videos. You don't like. I'll give you an example. One of your actually biggest ops was arrested by Chris Hansen. You guys, what was his name? Do you remember that guy? You know what I'm talking about, right?
I remember him, but I don't remember his name. No,
I don't remember his name either. But anyway, he was always hating us, call you a Nazi. He was always hating on me, call me a Nazi enabler, all these things, right? And then one day, we found out that this guy had been texting a 15-year-old or in order to like sleep with them, right? Like
Aston Mac.
Yeah, Aston Mac. He got caught trying to sleep with a 15-year-old. Okay. He was caught by a fucking Chris Hansen's thing. I was able to get the court records and to get the police records where you go through, and we read the texts out loud that they had of him texting this 15-year-old girl, or who he thought was a 15-year-old, in order to like, and it was funny, and we read it, and we laughed at him because fuck that guy.
Yeah.
I didn't have to file a Freedom of fucking Information Act to get that information. You just go to the website and you look it up. I don't. Yeah, maybe this is a failure of imagination. Like, why would you need a FOIA Act for a YouTube video? I just don't get it. But
well, I mean, you also need a specific amount of information to get that FOIA, right? Or yeah, to file.
I don't.
FOIA, right?
I've never filed for a FOIA, so
you
I don't know what's involved in that.
Yeah, you
I
basically
can't tell
need
you.
docs information.
But
you
I didn't.
basically
I
need docs
to know,
information.
I didn't need to know the precinct that this guy was arrested at, but it was told to me on the news report, and I just followed that, right?
Yeah.
So, anyway.
Yeah. No, but to file a FOIA, you do need basically docs information. So I don't know why he's bringing this up here. So.
No, I do not do that. Most of the stuff I do isn't even on there. Like a lot of the things are very niche things that aren't covered on there, or they get covered afterwards or something. But I'm not just copying stuff. No, I do most of the research by myself. But I don't publish any of it. I don't put anything out there maliciously because I'm not doxing. So thanks for the smear job, fucking assholes.
This is doxing.
Dan, let's go back to what we were talking about because you swerved away. Okay, if my
I was
Twitter
doing
at,
the swerving,
if
so
my
League of
Twitter at
Legends
is
was up. Sorry.
if
Yeah,
if
go
my
ahead.
Twitter at is ChudLogic and my previous Twitter at is Logic Chud, and someone uses a tool to look that up, And then even if they publicize that previous name, is that doxing?
Under that case, that would be very silly. But what about if your previous username was J.
Is it doxing? Yes or no? Is it doxing? Yes or no?
Yes, it could be if your username was something like.
Is what I've explained doxing.
Yes. Well, I mean, in that example, it's retarded and simple. But yes, it is. If you look
What?
up and you're going.
But,
if your first Twitter
a Twitter
handle was
username is not
JC.
PII. Okay, it could be. And if the previous name was someone's name and you published it, that would be doxing. But I'm giving you an example where it's not my name and it's another iteration of a username. That can't possibly be doxing.
Would you mind if can I show you an example of this? Would you be okay with that?
No, answer, dude. No, you're swerving away again.
I'm going to show you so that you'll be more accurate. Would that be okay?
No, I don't care about what you're trying to show me. I'm saying that if you look
You
up
don't
a
care about me showing
username,
anything.
if someone is specifically trying to look up a previous username, okay, and especially if they don't publish that previous username, I don't see how that could possibly be doxing and why I should care or be concerned about that.
Okay. Well, I disagree, I think.
Well, you disagree because you're retarded and you've got some ridiculous definition of what doxing is.
No, I don't think so.
To be clear, we've moved off the point, right, that they're making, that these dox tools are able to find social security numbers, locations, full names, all these things, and that these people are talking about this in chat, that they have changed their story on why they were doing it, that they were using it in order to unmask someone. And while, yes, maybe they were only using the information to get the usernames, why would I trust that that's the case when A, the tool is much more powerful than they claimed, they lied about what the tool was, they misrepresented it, they changed their story on what they were doing, like they've lied at every point of this. So why would I trust that they're being honest in this case? It just doesn't make sense. There's and again, this what is and isn't specific doxing is a distraction from what is actually being exposed here and what is actually being talked about. And that is wild to me that they're swerving so hard on this. But yeah, that's a big sweep, right? Distract, deny, deflect, the 3 Ds, triple D, okay?
Yep.
Yes, you do, because you're suggesting that somehow, if someone's got a previous Twitter username that isn't their actual name, that can somehow be doxing to publicize that.
Well, the thing is, you're failing to understand is that this website doesn't just look up Twitter. It looks up everything.
I understand that,
Data breaches,
but if you're
yeah.
okay, and maybe I've got a problem with using the website, but if someone is using it for that specific purpose and that's all that they're looking at, why should I fucking care about that? As long as the person I know and I've got some trust in, why should I be concerned with that?
I'm just curious. Let's just.
No, I don't. No, I don't want to be curious.
Also,
about this.
by the
Fuck
way,
off.
Dan,
Dude, I'm so sick of this, man.
It's so retarded.
You
Dan, I
made
posted the
that
FOIA
goal
response
for-
in the chat. I don't know why that's important to you, but I did post it. So if you want to look at it, whatever. But it's like it's so ridiculous. It's like, no, they get everything from keywords. They can't possibly file FOIAs and do research on their own. Like, you're retarded.
This
You're
is the
gay.
FOIA?
That's a response in an email
This
to a
guy
FOIA
is
request.
just-
That's not the
now
actual
he's-
records request, but that.
I'm sorry. Now he's just getting offended at it's not even on topic. He's just offended that that they've implied that he gets all his info from KF. So
Again, that's why I think that the FOIA thing was a red herring, and this guy Shamoo is desperately clinging to it. Okay, oh, you said I didn't do a FOIA, but here I am doing a FOIA. That's entirely beside the point, my friend.
yeah.
Right? But
Is the response they give you, and then
How
if you're willing
would
to pay for
you
the documents, they give you them.
Do you file a FOIA request on a Discord username?
No, you file with your name and everything else typically.
No, I mean, how do you look up a FOIA request? How do you make a FOIA request?
You go
of
to
anything?
their camp.
yeah, can I could I look up Wick? I don't know if you guys know this, but Wick isn't my real name, right? Could I do a Freedom of Information Act of FOIA request for Wick? Is that something that you could do? I don't.
Or Wick
actually-
TV.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I wonder.
Does anyone know? I don't. It doesn't seem like you could, but I don't know enough to make a very strong statement on this either way.
I don't know that you can file a FOIA on a random internet username.
I think you'd need the actual name, right? Could be wrong.
County or whatever, wherever the arrest was.
Could be wrong. I don't know.
And everything else, and you get a records request, and then you send it to them, and then they tell you how much
So
they
you
want
already
for
have
whatever the court
their-
files are.
So you already have to have their identity, right?
Yeah, most of
What
the
are we
time,
talking
if they're
about?
arrested or
Bring up
something like
FOIA
that.
requests.
Okay, so he answered the question. You
Yeah,
have to have
yeah.
the identity. Okay. How are you getting that identity, buddy?
Nothing to do with the conversation we're having. I don't know why you even brought this up. It was retarded.
Well, Dan and I were talking about it, but no, you
No,
guys
we're
were saying
talking
that
about
you get all your things from
relevant
Kiwi Farms. I'm
content.
saying that no, I do my own research. I
But no,
I do
everybody's
this up all the time,
fine.
but no. The reason why
Yeah.
FOIA requests were brought up because it's
Uh-huh.
I do requests all the time, but not publishing that information means that you're not doxing, right? So you can do research, you can do all these things, but if the person isn't publishing it, then it's not doxing. But you're trying to smear me as that because you guys are fucking assholes.
No, you are.
You guys
looking
got
for
nothing.
random-
You guys got absolutely nothing.
They've got
You've got
Doesn't
nothing.
make sense. It also doesn't even make sense what you're talking about for the FOIA request thing. This is a whole.
It does make total sense. Don't let him fucking lie.
This is totally baseless.
Easily understandable.
And listen, my mistake here is being good faith to any of this. This is total bullshit. It's a total fucking hatchet job by Dan.
You're repeating the same thing over and over again.
Yes, I am, because you've got nothing. You've got these gay fucking hypotheticals, but you don't actually have anything substantive to get the counter on or get Shamoo on at all.
Hold on. They do. They exposed the story changes. They exposed that these people were looking to unmask an anonymous account in order to pass that on to a third party. They exposed that the tools were misrepresented, right, on what they actually do. They exposed that they were digging for information, right? Like, I don't know what they are saying that they don't have a point here. That's the point. It's disturbing that you have a server with 100+ people where they're digging for information in order to unmask an anonymous account in order to pass it on to a third party. That disturbs me. That disturbs
And again, remember, it's this is a server that, you know, a lot of this community is very motivated and very vitriolic, and generally most of their entertainment comes from hating people, right?
Yep.
Now, somebody in chat said you can request public non-exempt agency records without knowing specific names provided. You can reasonably describe the records using other details such as date, location, event, or specific agency. Okay. I mean, like, I'm willing to be wrong on stuff, you know, but I feel like also even knowing like the details such as date, location, event, and specific agency, again, that's like a lot of information still that I don't easily have, right? But yeah, I mean, I'm open to being wrong on anything that I've said on here, you know. Sure. But yeah.
Being asked questions. That's how this works.
I'm not afraid of being asked questions. I'll answer any question about what we've got in front of us. But you're trying to pivot off into these ridiculous examples, right?
We pivoted off to FOIA.
So ridiculous. Because
looking up information about people you already have the full
Destiny has to convince his audience that there's this grand conspiracy. Like, this is how they work. This is how they move.
The meta narrative.
You have to remember that
grand conspiracy. So you have to say this
right now. You're going after one thing. So really get it in. This is the only time. This will be it. This is the one thing you have to defend. This is it, and you're done. You're off the hook after this, right?
I'm sure you can put out whatever else that's like manipulated, and you know, and we can do it again. I don't give a shit. But I know what I do, and you know, I know you guys are lying about me, and you redacted those names of an OnlyFans creator who's huge, by the way. You redacted that to try to smear me. Smear merchants. Smear merchants.
And again, just for context, the next day they dropped this guy doxing people, right? A log of him giving passwords and all these personal information in a public server, right? So smear, pro, you did it. You're a doxer.
So then Dan is wrong, right? So then you would say that there is no evidence of any of you guys in this server or any other servers using this tool or tools like it that look up people's real life information, right? You would easily stand by that.
And by the way, looking up usernames, that's not private info. That's public info that they used to have.
I love that you guys are arguing for this. This is cinema.
No. So I'm just curious.
No, you guys are getting wrecked.
You would agree with that, right?
Embarrassing.
No, because you win, right? You agree with that statement that I just made, right? That if we were to look up,
I don't know, I wasn't listening.
Let's say theoretically, if people had seen everything that you guys had typed in these servers, the only time you ever use a tool that could look up somebody's real life identifying information, this is the only time it's ever happened.
Are you talking in like my time online or what? What are you talking about?
Do you want me to repeat the question?
So you're saying like in that server or something? I have no idea what else goes on in that server.
He's not answering the question, to be clear.
But I mean, most of the time it's just them boosting their fucking tweets.
You have no idea then, okay? If you were to find out that kind of stuff was going on in that server, would that be upsetting to you?
Well, personally, since you guys lie and redact everything to smear people, I probably would have to look at it, but anyways, but I'm sure you guys will get to that.
Don't worry, nothing will be redacted.
You know, that wasn't a question. Right?
Yeah, whatever. You redacted a giant creator's name to try to manipulate people with this last post.
Okay? So if you found out that these types of tools were used in the server that you were in, that would upset you, right? Because you don't know about it, right?
It depends on what they're using the tools for and if they're publicizing private information. If they're publicizing private information, then yeah, that's doxing. If you're a researcher though and you make videos, there's lots of things that you use, but what matters is if you publish it. If you're using it to harass somebody or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's like a knife. You can use it to chop celery or stab someone. It's what is the tool being used for?
I'll go get some more tea.
Yep.
Let's say that you were to have unmasked that account that you said was harassing Pinky Cheer or whatever.
Did you hear that burn? The burn was go get some more tea. Chud Logic. What an epic burn.
Jokes. Okay.
Yeah.
That information.
I was going to give it to the person who had a protection order because they were being harassed and stalked.
And the protection order protected them from all bad words on the internet. Is that what you're saying?
They aren't supposed to harass. If a mod of his, right? If they're like coordinating harassment against or someone close to him, then yeah, that's bad. Then I'm sure she would want to. Yep. I'm sure that she would want to know about that to tell the person whatever.
Like they keep saying that this is what's it called? Sincere, like justified reason for doing this, that they have a altruistic purpose in this. No, they don't. These guys are trying to make content. They're shit stirrers. they would probably make a video about how they did it, protected and saved Pinky from the evil Tectone, right? And like, we are the ones that protected her. We are the ones that exposed Tectone. And they would make videos about how exposed Tectone uses secret alt to harass someone who has a protection order against. There is a monetary incentive that they are pretending does not exist. I don't know.
Might be Tectone or someone directly connected, and therefore the protector order would apply.
You can DM him like you were before.
Yes.
Okay, you can DM him, okay? So my
I like
question
to have the
I'm gonna
conversation,
ask
disgusting
again.
fella.
I'm gonna have, okay, I'm gonna ask the same question again, okay? Listen really carefully. I know you like to ramble on some random shit. If you would have unmasked the account, if you would have figured out the real life identity.
You just asked this question. I told you I would take it to Pink Jew. Your brain is like, fuck.
Gotta let him answer. Let him finish.
Already answered your fucking
Listen
question.
to the answer, you disgusting low life.
So let me ask it again. You're having a lot of trouble with this, okay? If you would have unmasked the account and figured out the real life name of that account, would you have passed that information on to Pikachu?
No. Why? It had nothing to do with that. It was about user just being like, oh, is this a mod or not? It had nothing to do with like getting someone's real name or
How would
something.
you have known? Do you know the names of all of Tectone's mods?
No, I no. Oh, you mean like their users?
You could cross-reference that.
You could
chat to see
cross-reference
if they've
it.
got.
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you again. You're not understanding me.
I am actually perfectly understanding you. I've answered you twice now.
Account, you figure out who the person is, their real life name.
No, you are inserting that. That was not the point of any of that. That wasn't what anyone was trying to do. But you want to push that because you're trying to push this crazy fucking narrative that all these people are trying to ruin you and everything. When the reality is that you shared unconsensually, revenge porn. You were sexting Rose when she was underage, and she was sending you shit and all that other stuff. But you want to try to use this.
Actually, it was
to try to blanket all this.
Keep pivoting.
Did you say yeah to revenge porn, Destiny? Say yeah, you did share revenge porn. Is that what you chose, Destiny? Say yeah.
Very simple.
Here's
Kuihman.
Kuihman or
I
Kuihman,
didn't
whatever
notice
his name.
that little fucker slinked in.
Also, I just think it's interesting that, like, okay, they're on a completely different topic and they're bringing up the court case.
That's the strat. And no, it doesn't matter what the topic is. It's always why did Destiny do the bad thing? That's the only topic they'll ever talk about. That's the only thing they'll ever discuss.
So look, I understand. I understand people want to interrogate him for that, but they are in the middle of a different conversation. I feel
and look,
like,
Destiny said this. If these people want to come in and have a show where I put together where they can go and they can ask him all about the revenge porn stuff, all about the case, Destiny's willing to do that. He's willing to sit there and answer his questions and go through it and talk to them and deal with them. He's probably going to snark at them. He's probably going to yell at them. He's probably going to make them look stupid, right? But if they want to interrogate him on it, you can do that. I can set that up. That can happen. We can have that show, right? We could have it specifically for that. But like, bro, at this point, you're being accused of something. Let's stick to the topic. It's telling that you keep trying to pivot. But let's keep going.
Conversation of the session we've had where you've actually been brave enough to be mean to me, by the way. So congratulations.
I brought Kevin up to keep lying.
2 or 3 other people in here.
Keep going, loser. Keep going, you fucking worthless.
So Shamu, I'm going to ask the same question again.
Go
Very, very, very simple. Very simple. You got Kuihman coaching you. You can do this. He's probably getting me through. Very, very simple. Kuihman, were you the one that DM'd that it was just a lull archiver to
Yep.
Wow, okay, interesting.
I misunderstood. Yep.
Interesting. You misunderstood, even though you had no. Were you part of that room? Did you click that tool? Did you?
I was not in that conversation. I just looked up afterwards, trying to
so that's kind of interesting. So you were messaging.
Misunderstood. So to be clear, if you remember from back, like Kuihman was messaging Chud Logic, and again, saying this was just a League of Legends name archiver, right? Was he wrong? Was he lying? Was it both? Right? We've already showcased how Kuihman has shifting standards. We've already showcased how he engages in harassment campaigns. We've already showcased how he engages in baiting people. We've already showcased all these things, right? Do you think he's being honest here? I'll let you decide, dear audience.
Chud, you were in his DMs trying to twist a narrative about facts that you didn't possess. That's kind of crazy because didn't Chud just accuse me of doing that, but couldn't give a single example of it?
I thought I had facts. I was wrong. I thought I had facts. I was wrong.
Shimmu, very, very
We've admitted this mistake.
Yeah, everyone's
the end. The end.
I gotta make it. I'm gonna make a drink, bro. I'm listening.
Super simple question. If this tool would have been used to unmask the real life name of this person, would you have passed that along?
You already asked that. What is wrong with your brain? You literally have already asked this question. I told you no. I was only interested to see if it's a mod or not. You're just like, what is going on? What's wrong with you?
You don't know the real life names of all of Tectone's mods. How would you know?
Yeah, that's a good question.
You literally already have. I'm walking across the room, but it was about a mod username.
Defend sending it to Pinky. Why wouldn't you send it to Pinky? If she's got a protective order against Tectone, and Tectone or someone close to him is harassing her, yes, pass that to Pinky. Who gives a fuck?
Okay, that's cool. So you're willing to unmask accounts that you perceive as harassing Pinky online, and if you figure
I like how you're trying to use unmasked and play doxing when doxing is specifically the publication. We're talking about privately sending it to a relevant party.
Okay, what do they think publication is? What do you think the definition of that is? If you were sending it, again, in a defamation case, all you need to do is to show you've publicized it or published it, is to showcase that you've sent it to one unrelated individual. That's the definition. And I understand that you guys don't like to play the specific definition game, but I think that's important. Like, they're specifically using one definition. They're carving it out that they believe exonerates them, when there are competing definitions for this.
So, okay, that's fine too. So then just to be clear, if I were to figure out the real life identity of somebody and I just sent that to somebody else, you wouldn't consider that doxing?
That's not technically doxing, no. That's not for legitimate
technically.
purpose.
Let me ask again. If somebody would unmask an account on Twitter, they figured out who the real life identity was, and they sent that personally identifiable information to a friend or somebody else, you wouldn't consider that doxing?
No, I would consider that sending someone's dox information, but not doxing.
What about in a public Discord?
You would, wait, hold on.
If they sent,
Okay, what's a functional difference?
Yeah.
Like, can I send the dox information of Elder Drazzi to fucking Rita, and then Rita publishes it? Oh, but I didn't dox him. Come on, no one would buy that. No one would buy that.
Yeah. No, it's like you knew who you were sending it to.
And even if they didn't publicize that information, and instead they used that information to harass someone, right? Even if they didn't do it in a public setting, you would still condemn what I just did, right? It would obviously be immoral, something wrong to do, right? Of course.
Yeah.
I don't know why they're playing these games.
the information in a public Discord, that'd be doxing.
Okay.
But the publication is what I see as
I guess we
a key element of doxing.
I don't know if we would count this one.
Okay.
I don't know if you count this Discord as public or private, because it was.
I would count it as a public Discord. That's a 100-person Discord.
There's 100 people in that motherfucker.
So, all right.
So you don't really have anything to do.
Dan, I thought we were cool, Dan. What the fuck, bro?
I mean, you're honestly, I'm
Serious
gonna be
as a
real,
doxer.
Shamoo, I gotta be honest, man. You're fucking caught up in shit, and I feel bad, bro. I do.
Oh, fuck off, Dan. You're such a wretch, man.
You're
You're
So
presenting
you guys
this in
got
the
nothing
worst
else now,
possible
then?
way.
You guys got nothing else now?
Is this what you've
Is that
got?
it?
You've got a link to a
see-
tool.
see what's
that
happening
was
right
used-
now?
You've got a link to a tool that was used to look up Twitter usernames. That's the best thing
I
you've
just
got
want you guys
to condemn
defend
it.
this. I want you to defend it as hard as you can.
Hold on,
I
wait,
will
is
defend
that
sending
true?
that to Pinky Jew. You should
Wait,
send
is
that to Pinky Jew if you
is that
think it's a
true?
moderator tech tone.
Wait, I didn't know that. Wait, Chud Logic, is that true? This is just a tool that allows you to look up Twitter usernames?
No, I didn't say that, did I? I said it's what it was used for. I didn't say the tool is only for that. Fucking listen, you little bitch.
That's also not true.
No,
by the way.
my bad. Okay, I didn't hear. Okay, so you know the search that they ran on this tool.
Well, I don't know the search. I've been sent a screenshot, and obviously I can't verify it because I don't know. I can't verify the screenshot. I'm going off some level.
Hold on, Chud. So somebody sent you another fact?
Nicandros sent it to me. Yes,
that
Nicandros
they
sent
don't
it to
have
me.
the information
Well,
about.
it's Nicandros that sent it to me. So okay, if you just listen for a second.
Nicandros is the one, again, who initially said that it was just used as a joke, right? They just talked about it as a joke. Then they changed their story when they DM'd Chud Logic and said, oh, we were just looking up these Twitter usernames. And now we're supposed to trust that he's sending an accurate screenshot of what he ran and what he ran with? I don't trust him one fucking bit. And I don't know why. Again, I don't know why Chud is. Chud has already fucking fallen on his sword, stepped on the rake by believing what some dumbass sent him about the LOL archiver, right? He's already made that fucking mistake. I don't know why he's making the same assumption here. Why would you do that? Look, if I make a mistake like that, where I trust information that has just been sent to me and it turns out to be completely wrong, I am going to change how I work and say, wow, the next time someone sends me information, I'm going to verify that shit before I start.
I'm going to take it with a grain of salt. Yeah.
That's what a normal person would do, unless you're a sweeper, right? Unless your goal is to obfuscate and deflect and deny and to try to pivot, you would obviously behave that way. And the fact that he is not.
Yeah.
Who's filibustering now, you fucking pedo? Who's fucking filibustering now, dude?
Yeah, keep going.
No, dude, you are filibustering. You claim about me earlier, now you're doing it.
Can we just pause again? Sorry, just a second. Why is Chud Logic's #1 insult pedo? Why?
I don't know. Maybe he's look, I can only speculate. Okay. When you're very sensitive about something, right? When you have something that you're ashamed of, or when you have something that you're trying to hide or it hurts you, a lot of the times you'll project. And you'll project that feeling to other people, and then you'll start calling them the same thing. So, a lot of people who end up being sensitive about their looks will insult other people's looks, right? Because it obviously is a thing. So, is that the case? I don't know. But it's a common thing that
and people are saying oh, well, look at the person he's talking to. No, I've heard Chud Logic call multiple people pedos that are not that. Like
he called Dev
like
a
literally.
pedo. No,
Yeah.
wait, sorry, no, I'm wrong. He called him a sexual pervert.
Yeah, he's called a lot of different people pedos. So and also again, let's not forget that this is the community that is very, very eager to make false accusations about other people being that word, right?
Exactly.
So like calling Tommy C that, right? What happened with Wick just a few moments ago, like, yeah.
Rude. Let's keep going.
Nicandros sent it to me.
You want to say it one time?
Nicandros.
This has been fun.
Oh my god. Nicandros sent it to me, okay? So I can't verify whether Nicandros is telling the truth. I am definitely relying on some trust in Nicandros, having known him for a little while. He could be lying to me, right? But I don't believe.
Sure. Okay.
Based on the screenshot saying about the username and the fact he's a screenshot looking at usernames, I think it was just used by a third party to check previous usernames on Twitter. I don't classify that as doxing. Do I think it's like the best online behavior? No, probably not. I think using tools that Kiwi Farms use isn't necessarily the best online behavior. But I don't think it's quite the same as posting someone's name in fucking chat like you fucking did. So the point is,
so
right?
This is called admitting to the smaller crime, right? We say, why don't they?
Oh, fuck off, dude. What do you mean admitting to the smaller crime? That's not what I'm doing at all. What I'm saying to you, dude.
You're going to repeat the same shit you just said. I don't know why you're going to repeat it, but go ahead. Why? No, why? Because you're nervous. Go ahead.
Okay. What I'm saying is that I could have an issue with using the tool, but in this case, it doesn't really seem to be of use for anything beyond checking the username.
I understand. And
that's what Nicandros said to me, and I believe Nicandros because I trust him. That's where I am with this. So what is your response to that? What is your response to that?
You okay? My response is, one, I thought Nicandros said he didn't run the search. Did I misunderstand that?
No, Nicandros said a third party ran the search. He asked a third party to look up previous Twitter usernames.
And the third party was using a tool that he posted in the Discord, but he didn't use. But he posted it in the Discord and asked somebody else.
He mentioned it, and he says, I'll throw it across to a third party. So this is backed up by the message exchange.
Okay, so then the third party only searched for Twitter usernames?
Well, I don't know what the third party did and didn't do, right? I can't tell
you
that.
just said that, didn't you say earlier?
No, I didn't say that.
Because initially I thought you said it was used just to look up Twitter usernames.
As far as I understand, no, based on the information that I've got.
Now I just asked you
who cares what it was used to look up? It's whether it's published or not.
Sure, that's fine. Okay, that's great. That's a good. Okay, so it was a full docs that they were running on this account. They didn't find anything, I guess, right? So nothing was published. But that's what this was.
What do you mean it was a full docs they were running on this account? A docs is when you publish it, you lying pervert.
No, you said doxing is when you publish something.
Again, remember,
that doesn't count as doxing.
I said you send docs information.
Remember, hold on, let me pause it. Earlier, we showed the screenshot of Kuihman saying that Testicle Johnson had published docs information about Kuihman, or tried to publish docs information about Kuihman, by posting a public YouTube channel.
Which was also titled Kuihman.
Which was youtube.com/Kuihman. Okay?
Yeah.
Which is well, I checked it. It wasn't private, right? They weren't trying to hide shit, right? This was a public YouTube channel.
Yeah.
So apparently, looking up someone's full docs, as long as you don't publish it, not a docs. Posting someone's public YouTube in a chat room, that's concerning, and that's a dox. Kuihman, and I want to make this very clear to the audience, these people don't have any actual standards. That's why when Chud Logic says doxing is a red line for me, we found tons of examples of him allowing doxing behavior in his server, not punishing the people for it, having people who he has called doctors still in his community, such as that Aiden motherfucker, right? Like, that's obviously not his standard. His standards will change depending. Like, the true standard, and again, I'm speculating here, but the true standard is CYA. Is this going to be a problem for me? It's going to be a problem for me, and it's going to be a huge problem for me. Then I'm going to deal with it. But if it's something I can use to benefit me, then go for it. That's the standard. I want to be clear. And Kuihman's moral spine is just like one of those fucking, see at the car dealerships, the blow up like floaty guys, right? That are like wiggling all around.
Wacky, wavy.
That's his standard, right? Like it will shift with the wind. Okay, I just want to make that crystal clear to the audience.
Doxable. A-B-L-E. You
I got to write down all these words. Sorry, what does doxable mean? What does that mean again? Is that like a username? Is doxable or?
He just called him a slur. Just boom, right? Just called him a slur.
Did
he?
I missed it.
The spick. He called him a spick.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's not particularly surprising for Kuihman.
Something information you could use to dox someone, you moron. What do you think I'm saying?
I don't know what you're saying. I've never heard the term doxable in my entire life. That's what I'm asking.
As an information that if you published it, it would be doxing. So
it would just be dox, not doxable.
No, the dox is when you publish it. It's doxable information. Information, if you used it, it would be doxing.
So, like, is a username doxable or?
It depends on the username. If it's the public-facing main username, then no. if it's a username that leads back to, say it's like, you know, your username's Stevie B, that could be doxable.
Okay.
Oh my god, dude, this is fucking
you guys
ridiculous.
did a full dox lookup on this account. That's what you did, right?
Who's you guys? Who's you guys? Who's you guys? Who did it?
Whoever's in the server.
No. No one in the server did the search.
They were posting the tool in here, and they were the ones requesting the information.
They mentioned the tool. They mentioned the tool, and said a third party would search it.
Who's the third party?
Kuihman can't get the story straight. Can we pause? I'm sorry. Kuihman can't get the story straight. First it was, oh, it was a joke. Then, oh, a third party looked it up.
To be fair,
now Kuihman's saying,
to be fair, Nicandro said it was a joke. Like, in Shamoo
but now
saying
Kuihman
that they
is
were trying to unmask, right? Like, they're all having different stories for this, right?
And then what's Kuihman's explanation here? That they didn't look anything up, right?
They gave it to a third party, so apparently it doesn't count. I don't, like, they had a third party
understand.
do it, so it doesn't count, I guess? I don't... Anyway.
I was in the conversation, so I'd actually...
And listen, you know what? Maybe that's fair. So then my question is it an ordinary practice that for this particular server, you don't actually do the lookups in the server, but you always request it from a third party? Is that ordinary?
I don't do lookups in the server. So
wait,
real?
Sorry, hold on. I have a question because there's another.
Why are you in the fucking conversation, Kuihman?
Because he wanted his big chance against Destiny. Okay.
He wanted his big moment. Okay, why the fuck are you in the conversation if you were not involved in this conversation? What if you're not involved in this specific thing? Why are you going to bat? Why are you defending it? What, like, if you don't know what happened, why are you involved here? Why the fuck are you in this conversation, Kuihman? Get the fuck out. Nobody asked you. Like, what is going on?
Again, like I said, he just wants his big moment. He thinks he can get an own. This was probably the stupidest decision Kuihman could ever make. He had already been caught lying about all the League of Legends tool, right? He lied about it, right? He got caught lying about it. He admitted he was wrong, right? He admitted, oh, I got that one wrong. It was a lie. He was trying to push a narrative, right? He was trying to push a narrative onto Chud when that did not work, when it got called out, when he got exposed.
Now when he's being asked questions, I don't know. I wasn't, you know, like, what?
He wants to yell slurs at Destiny, and he thinks he's going to get it own. But look, this cancer patient, right? All he's doing is making himself look unhinged. He's just screaming slurs. That's it. He's not making any actual points of substance. There's nothing he's saying is of substance. He's like, well, it's not doxing, it's doxable information. As if there's a difference, like it's a distinction without a difference in my mind.
Like, why?
Like, again,
but I just don't know why you can take the mantle of the conversation.
Doxable information to a third party.
Yeah. Okay.
Whatever.
That's really good. So there's no doxing happening in that server, but you said they passed it off to a third party. I'm asking, do you know who the third party is, and is it ordinary that they?
No, I'm purely going off of the law. I'm going off of the evidence.
Nicandro
says in the logs he's giving it to a third party.
Why do we need
you in
here?
Says Nicandro said,
I'm
contesting your reading of the evidence. You are lying about the evidence.
I'm lying. Weren't you the one?
You can try and tell me because you just got totally blown the fuck out, and you're like, oh, well, I guess that would be fine, and I'd come up with a new narrative. But you.
This posturing.
Who's the one with the narrative? Who's the one with the narrative? First, again, Kuihman, I would like to ask Kuihman, was it a joke? Or was it sent to a third party? Secondly, if you don't know the details of this, why? Why are you here? Thirdly, you're the one who pushed the narrative to Chud Logic. What? That this is just a League of Legends lookup tool? But you were mistaken, right? Oh, you were mistaken, Kuihman. You weren't lying. You weren't lying. You were just mistaken. Okay, all right.
Man, this guy's so embarrassing, right? Like, you understand, people, that he has really no content of his own. Like, his entire existence is leeching, like a fucking parasite, right? Other people's content. He watches other people's content. He texts and watches other people. If, again, he had to stand on his own, he would be nothing. He's an empty shell. That's all he is. That's all he's got. He's just fucking... Honestly, if he wasn't such a mean-spirited person, I'd pity him. If I had to live his life,
lying,
I'll give a compliment. I'll give a compliment. Okay.
Okay.
He has a lot of strength in him, because if I had to live the life he did, if I looked like he did, and I was in the situation that he is, I don't know if I could do it, man. I would just. Yeah, I don't know if I could do it. I don't know if I could live with myself.
I just think it's funny. I just think it's so funny that Kuihman thinks that he's like this pinnacle of like intellectual. I don't know, superiority, right? And he gets absolutely blown the fuck out the moment that he's actually in a call and he has to like answer questions. I'm so sorry. I have talked to like 12-year-olds with more cognitive ability than Kuihman. Oh, I was mistaken. Yeah. No, it sounds like you were lying, Kuihman. It sounds like you were lying, and you just don't want to admit it.
He's a sweeper.
Like
He's
you
sweeping.
always lie.
He's sweeping. It's a big sweep, right? And then again,
I didn't lie. I'm just twisted. He twists the truth all the time.
And again,
So.
his whole narrative now is that it's Israel that is coming after him, right?
That has to be a troll. I cannot believe if that's real. Can somebody who's actually a fan of Kuihman tell me that if that's real, if he actually believes that, or if that's a troll? Because I refuse to believe that a sentient human being actually would say those words without trolling.
I don't know, man. Let's keep going. We're almost done. We're almost done, gang. Don't worry.
You are totally lost.
Kuihman is going to get back to you. Sorry, I have to read this.
Go ahead.
I have to read this one comment. Kuihman is going to get back at you after he goes through puberty. That's true. I'm very scared of that.
True.
So.
Like, we shouldn't be making fun of cancer survivors, okay? That's crazy.
One to confidently assert a totally false fact to ChudLogic.
I made one mistake in the course of this conversation.
But you didn't make a mistake, right? How did you even know what the docs website was?
Because I went and checked the logs.
You went and checked the logs in the thing, and then you assumed. How did you know that it was just for Twitter? When you clicked the website, does it just say Twitter?
Well, it's called LOL Archiver, and it says when I click on it, it says League of Legends name history checker.
You don't see the side on the left that says Twitch tools, Kick tools, LOL Archiver, database search engine, Twitter tools, TikTok
I assumed those were different tools. I assumed this was LOL Archiver was for League of Legends, and the other tools were for other things.
This is such like, who looks at a site like this and sees all these options and honestly believes, oh, it's just for this? No one honestly would think that that's just what this is. It's not an honest thing, right? I don't know. Like, this is it's just, yeah, this is just clearly a lie. He's clearly lying. So
it's off on the side, so you didn't really think about that.
I assumed it was a different search.
Sure.
There's another tool
it ran. Then Andrew said he ran, by the way.
I'm just curious then why is your story
You are
changing?
harping on this one mistake because your broader narrative is falling apart. So make the actual criticism or shut the fuck up.
Then why not just say no?
Harping on a mistake. What about your streamer dad?
Before you thought that they weren't.
Sorry. I have so much to say. Harping on a mistake. What about Chud Logic, who's harping on unrelated redacted? What about that? Harping on unrelated redacted. How about Shampoo harping on fucking the FOIAs? How about that? Like what okay. What are we talking about here, Kuihman? What are we talking about?
Crazy times.
Involved the things on the left. Now you're saying they were involved the things on the left. Why? Do you know which searches the person ran?
Wait, why would he have
what are you not understanding here?
I gotta take over.
I thought it was a League of Legends archiver. I thought it was on the side with different tools.
My question is for Shamoo, if he's still here. So you had to send it off to another person because you couldn't run it.
Why?
No,
if you didn't know, why would you tell him? If you didn't know 100%, why would you message ChudLogic and tell him?
And to
either
be clear,
you're trying to sabotage him,
if you went to the site,
I don't know.
I want to make it very clear. He went to that site and didn't just see the name and like, oh, it has LOL in the name, and so it must be this. Like, if you actually go to that site, it's clearly not that. Like, no honest person would come away with looking at that site and think, oh, it's just a League of Legends. Like, that's impossible. It's impossible.
And if you didn't know 100%, why would you message Chud to tell him that? Because
sweeping!
Now it just makes me
They're
think,
sweeping! They're clearly sweeping!
Well, no, it's not even sweeping. Maybe he was trying to sabotage Chud. You know these guys eat each other.
True.
Maybe he was trying to sabotage Chud.
True. I mean, that's an angle I hadn't considered before, frankly. Is he trying to is he trying to fuck with Chud?
Maybe he's trying to sweep up his fucking audience. I don't know.
I don't know either.
Why?
You don't even know what's going on.
No, I'm asking.
Nothing. I never sent anything to.
You don't even know. Read your own fucking
Maybe if you unredact the people's names and shit, you'll be able to understand. Take away the smearing and come back. Understand what happened.
Wait, could it be because it costs money to do it? That someone might have to. Some features are paid, and you have to pay for certain features like data breach and things along those lines. I might have to send.
You just accused Shamoo of sending it off. It wasn't Shamoo, was it? That's in the logs.
No, I'm sorry. My fault. Why did you guys have to send it to someone? Why couldn't you just?
No, Nicandros sent it.
Why couldn't Nicandros do it himself?
Because he said he didn't have money.
I can explain this.
Okay, and for the first thing,
well, sorry, do you want me to explain? Do you want me to explain it or not? Do you want me to explain it or not?
Before he did
I'll
Archiver, he did another one. He said this person is not on Steam. It could be unique enough to Sherlock. What is Sherlock?
Oh, Dan, can we just point out? Sorry, Sherlock is one that doesn't search breaches, by the way. Also, Dan, can you just point out you actually lied in this conversation earlier, didn't you, Dan?
About what?
Well, you said that the Steam username
Who
was
lied?
different to the
Kuihman, wait, whoa! Who's lying? Who's the biggest liar I've ever seen in my fucking life?
I'm
Kuihman?
curious what they think that Dan lied about. So let's find out.
What's he using? It wasn't, was it? They were just searching the same username.
Oh, wait, Dan, you lied about that.
No. That is the case. I've got that in the logs. You lying fuck.
Another lie.
Another lie. Wow. You lied to me.
So?
My only mistake is trusting you, Dan.
Rat.
Never trusted you. Typical.
They talked about this person's username being missed.
Let me try. You
don't see the side on the left that says Twitch tools, kick tools, lol
Oh, did I
archiver,
go back
database,
too
search
far?
engine, Twitter tools, TikTok
I assumed
tools,
those were
numbers,
different
lookup,
tools.
phone
I assumed
numbers.
this was LOL Archiver was for League of Legends, and the other tools
hate
were for
this.
other things.
I hate
which is
it.
off
He's
on
a
the side,
liar.
so you didn't really
He's a
think about that.
liar.
Yes, I assumed it was a different search.
Sure.
I assumed
There was
it
another
was
tool
a
they
different-
ran. Then it changed their state again, by the way.
Kuihman's a fucking
You are
liar.
harping on this
He's
one
either-
mistake because your broader narrative is full
No,
of
I can-
crap.
I can-
So
can we-
make
can we-
actual
can we just
criticism
pause
or
to
shut
say-
the fuck up.
why not just say-
pause? Let's just pause. Okay, Kuihman either has to accept that he is a fucking moron or that he lied. So which one is it?
It could be
Please tell
both.
me. Thank you. Yeah.
Could be
Or
both.
it could be both. Could be both.
Let's like I maybe went too back. I try not to go back too far, but hopefully it's not too bad. But let's go.
No, I stand by what I told ChudLogic. It was just a lol account lookup. Before you thought that they weren't involved with things on the left. Now you're saying they were involved with things on the left. Why? Do you know which searches the person ran?
Why would he have
What
to
you
pass
not
up?
understand here?
I
just said,
can't,
I
Steve,
looked
I
at
gotta
the
take
website.
over.
I thought it was a League of
Hey,
Legends
hold
archiver. I
That's
thought the
fine,
tools on the side were different.
I'm waiting for them to see what they actually said they lied about. Like, because I missed that, and I just want to be very.
Tools.
My question is for
Please,
Shamoo if he's still here.
What's
So
up?
you had to send it off to another person because you couldn't run it. Why?
You don't even know what's
Because it costs
going
money.
on.
No, I
It costs
want
money,
to.
Dan. It costs money.
I'm asking.
Nothing. I never sent anything to.
Yeah, well,
you don't even know.
I've got the
Read your
answer,
own
Dan. Read your own fucking
Yeah,
leak. Read your own leak.
maybe if you unredact the people's names and shit,
Yeah,
you'll be able to
but
understand
read
your
that,
own
because
laws. Take
your
away the
own
smearing,
evidence, and then
and
come
you might
back.
be able
How
to
about
understand what
Wait,
happened.
could it be because it costs money to do it that someone might have to? Some features are paid, and you have to pay for certain features like data breach and things along those lines. I might have
So
to
just
send.
acknowledge, you just accused Shamoo of sending it off. It wasn't Shamoo, was it? That's in the logs.
No,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. My fault. Why did you guys have to send it to someone? Why couldn't you just?
No,
Why couldn't-
Nicandros sent it.
Why couldn't Nicandros do it himself?
Because he said he didn't have money. He didn't have the
I can explain this. I can explain this.
Okay, and for the first thing,
Well, sorry,
where
do you want me to
he says,
explain?
"There's this person-" No, I
do you want
want
me to
to
explain it or
know.
not? Do you want me to explain it or
Because
not?
before
I'll tell you
he
what, I'll
did Lol
explain.
Archiver,
How
he
about
did
I
another
explain?
one. He
How
said,
about I fucking
this person is not on Steam. It could be unique enough to Sherlock. What is Sherlock?
Oh, Dan, can we just point out? Sorry, Sherlock is one that doesn't search breaches, by the way. Also, Dan, can you just point out you actually lied in this conversation earlier, didn't you, Dan?
About what?
So wait a
Well,
minute.
you
Can we
said
pause?
the Steam
We need to
username
pause.
was different to the Twitter.
Go ahead.
Sherlock is one that doesn't search breaches.
I didn't
okay,
check that
Kuihman-
tool, honestly, so I can't speak to that one.
No, no, I'm repeating what Kuihman said here. Kuihman said Sherlock is one that doesn't search breaches. So you know enough about the first one to know that it does search breaches. So you were lying then. So then you were lying. You thought it was a low lookup tool, or you
I
were
heard
lying,
the-
right?
I heard the claim about the lie, right? But you're correct. You're correct, right? Stardust, you're absolutely correct that he's either lying then or lying now, right?
Yeah. So wait, you know enough about Sherlock versus the other one to know that Sherlock. No, I'm talking about Kuihman, right? Kuihman's the one who's saying Sherlock doesn't have a breach database search. So, but you know enough about it to know that the other one does. Okay, so you have used it before, Kuihman. So you do know. So, or are you lying or are you mistaken, Kuihman? I'd like to know that. Like, who's lying here?
I don't know. So, as I heard it, the accusation being leveled by Kuihman is that Dan lied when he said that the redacted on Steam is different than the other redacted name. The question, right, and it ends up apparently being the same name, right? So the question is, was Dan lying about this? Why would he lie about that? That's weird. I don't know. Let's find out.
Username, but it wasn't, was it? They were just searching the same username.
Oh, wait, Dan, you lied about that.
No. That is the case. I've got that in the logs. You lying fuck.
Another lie.
Another lie. Wow, you lied to me.
So?
My
I'm
only
saying to you right
mistake is
now,
trusting you,
lying
Dan.
fucking rat.
Never trusted you. Typical.
The edgy
Why?
boy
Why?
anti-Semitism, okay?
Yeah.
They talked about this
Typical.
person's username being Mr. Right, Dan? Here's
Yes.
substantiation for that. Here's the relevant Twitter account, and we can show the rest of it. We can show the logs. Here's the
Okay,
logs
what am I
that you
looking- sorry, I'm
redacted.
looking at
So
this.
you redacted. The username that's redacted was in these logs.
Yes.
The username in these logs, you redacted it and said it was different to the
Okay.
Twitter username. It's not,
Sure.
is it?
Okay, yeah, the same name here is the same as that one. Yes.
Okay, so you were
Well, what-
wrong or lying earlier, weren't you, Dan?
Oh, well, I guess in your case, I could say I'm mistaken. I'm sorry. In the docs tool that they ran, my bad. They entered the same username twice to get email. Like, if you want, as I said
so
before,
they were using a single username. Right? One username was posted in there. They didn't post the docs tool. They didn't run the docs tool.
They did post the docs tool. They post two of them. Sherlock. And
Yeah, they posted 2 docs tools. What are you talking about, Kuihman? Right? They absolutely posted 2 docs tools. Apparently, Dan was wrong when he said that they were a different name. Fair enough. But then Kuihman takes that point and then just adds in lies that, oh, they didn't push the docs tool. They absolutely did.
Yeah, they did. And also,
they posted 2 different ones.
They posted it twice. And also, Kuihman is letting on that he does know what each one of these tools does.
Fair enough.
They did not post Lol archive. They mentioned it.
Yes, they did. Oh, sorry, they mentioned it.
Okay, hold on. If I say Pornhub.com, does it matter if I link to it directly? Or just put the words Pornhub.com in there? Is there a meaningful difference with this? I don't understand that.
Okay. If there's a meaningful difference to you guys, that's fine. I like that.
I just want to be specific. If
I want you guys to be
specific. I want to be very
specific.
specific with your allegations.
Explicit on his specifics.
Dan, what are you accusing?
This is the sweep, right? They demand ultra specificity, where they can be mistaken constantly throughout the whole thing, but the other side has to be ultra specific.
I know you guys have gone fucking balls to the wall
Answer my
people
question,
looking
Dan.
people up.
What are you accusing Shamoo of? Answer my question now.
I'm trying to find the actual real life identity of an anonymous Twitter account.
So and
then being able to send it off to someone else.
Trying to find or trying to dox? Trying to find or trying to dox?
Oh, sorry. Trying to dox the identity off of a username.
Okay, so you think Shamoo was trying to publish it? That's what you think, for the purpose of harassment?
Well, I mean,
Does that matter? Does it matter the word used even?
Hold on. And he was trying to publish it. He admitted he was trying to publish it.
Yeah.
He was going to get the information and give it to a third party. That's publishing. Okay, never mind.
Well, technically by their standards it's not, but but
their standard, like, why would we go with their proprietary definition when we have a legal definition that we can go by?
Yeah.
I don't know. Again, for the purposes of legal definitions, publishing, especially in cases of defamation and other things like that, all you need to show is that you passed the information on to a unrelated third party. I don't even know if it has to be unrelated, to a third party. Right? That's all. That's what it is. Anyway.
The person, right?
Nice one, you fucking retard. You have no idea. Nice one, you fucking
sneaky little fuck, man.
Okay. Is this like a win for you guys right here? Like you're putting in
Dan, let me ask you this. Dan, let me ask you this. Is Tecto incredibly accused of being a rapist with a protective order?
Oh, I think so.
Is that true? Okay, so would it be logical to make sure Tectone isn't violating his order and harassing his victim?
Oh, for you? No, you're not the...
Yeah, that's not your job. That's not your job. You ain't the cops. If you have a suspicion that someone is doing that, call the fucking cops.
Fucking police. You don't have a PI license. You're not allowed to be going out and fucking like looking up people's shit in data breach.
So this person is leaking documents and harassing
this person. You're not their fucking white knight retard.
I shouldn't say anything about it. I should just like, okay, yeah, just let them
fucking protector. No, you're not the. You don't have a license to do this. It's
if
against
it's
the law.
if it's against the fucking law, are you kidding me?
Yes,
if this guy is harassing and leaking court documents and harassing, and you can find out, that's actually one of Tectone's mods, then you can let them know.
Nobody.
I think it varies on state, the law specifically. Could be wrong. I'm not very knowledgeable on the specific laws, but I'm pretty sure California has different laws than Florida, then has different laws than New York, has different laws in Pennsylvania, etc., 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 right? So, is it against the law? I don't know. It depends on the state.
That server, as far as you can show from the evidence you've shown so far, I haven't seen it, has actually looked anything up on a data breach site, from what I've seen.
Oh, okay. That's cope, because, well, first off, I love this idea that this type of thing now is not doxing, because this is great, because you guys are going to have there's going to be so much compilation that I will put together of the both of you guys going fucking nuts over people looking up people's information. And then you can be like,
I've always been specific about my definition.
You
publishing for the purpose of harassment. That is what I say.
And if you don't publish it, it's fine.
You're correct.
So
you can look into whatever you want on your own time.
Hypothetically, if you harass me on Twitter, and I'm like, this guy, I think he's fucking some other dude's alt, and I look you up, I'm okay.
Do you have a protective order? Were you sexually assaulted?
You can look it up as long as you don't publish stuff. You can look up what you want.
All right, the protective order doesn't apply to random people on the internet. I don't know why you keep bringing up the protective order.
No, harassment and stalking was like part of the thing. So
random people on the internet.
It's not a random person. The idea was that it was someone that might be connected to Tectone because they had very few followers and they were all just like Tectone admin God knows all these people.
The only way to know that would be to dox the account.
No, the idea was just look at the username.
Explain. Elaborate.
Somebody just said he just changed it again. You mean he changed what they were doing again? That they were looking it up and that they were going to, or did they change the definition?
It's hard to keep track because they do shift it throughout.
They do. They do. Shampoo admitted today that doxing wars were part of his troll past. He has no issues looking people up. Okay.
Dan and Destiny vindicated.
Publish it, would you?
You were planning on sending the information to somebody involved in a public
Would you plan to send it to the relevant party to be used in a legal case, not published for the purpose of harassment? You lying rat.
You have no idea. Don't call me a lying rat. You lied about every single part of this. You score me.
Where's the lie? Where's the lie? I admit to one mistake. I've not lied about a single part.
It wasn't a mistake though. It was a
Can you use the law to harass someone? Yes, you can.
Absolutely, yeah.
So just because you're sending it to a legal entity does not mean you are not harassing someone. And again, sending it to a third party counts as publishing. I don't understand. Like if you DM me that so-and-so is a pedo, that is publishing defamatory information about someone, right? That is what it counts as, right? Now, whether or not you can prove like malintent, whether you knew that, all these things, there's also all sorts of other laws involved in that. But you have published that information by sending it to me in private DMs. You have published it. I want to make that very clear.
Bold-faced lie.
It was not a bold-faced lie.
It was a mistake. How is it a lie?
Oh, it was a mistake.
Why would I bother lying about it? We disproved in a moment on a public website. You fucking.
You lied about it because you knew that I said that I didn't know the website was.
Fuck, you're a fucking idiot. You're so washed, bro. I can't believe I actually thought you were good at this shit.
You see, I give you an exact
explanation.
It's so sad. And you're scoring.
It's so fucking sad.
The projection, the posturing. This is all they do. It doesn't matter how it goes. It doesn't matter how they do. It doesn't matter what actually happens. They're just going to be like, oh, we blew you out. We were the strongest. We won the debate. It's crazy. This is the, like, to be clear, it's not just them that does this. Like, this is the strat on the internet now, right? It doesn't matter who you are, almost. If you're in the debate space, the strat is, I won. I won. That's it. You don't have to actually win, right? Like, it's crazy how people do this, right? That's all they do now. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, you declare victory, no matter how poorly you did, and you stick to your guns on it. You just pretend. It's posturing. It's absolutely posturing, and they absolutely engage with it 100% all the time. It's crazy.
It's a lot harder than just like circle jerking with your friends, right?
Remember all the shit you said about internet freedom and the definition of doxing when you were getting slandered by Cat 10 Barge and Carefuls? Remember that shit? You fucking lying rodent.
What is that?
Remember when you were getting slandered by fucking Cat 10 Barge, the fucking dog shit journalist, Carefuls, all these fucking people coming after you, saying all this shit about the doxing you do, all this shit. You had perfectly clean definitions of doxing back then. You were perfectly pro internet freedom and posting on Kiwi farms and all this stuff back then. And then all of a sudden it stands a fucking swat.
What are you even talking about? Hold on. Was my complaint back then that I was being doxed? Or I don't even know what you're referring to.
No, I didn't say you were complaining about being doxed. But if you want to keep playing like a fucking retard.
I'm just asking you to clarify because you're emotionally fucking...
They were accusing you of doxing and all this shit for posting Carefuls Kiwi farms thread. You were being accused of coordinating swatting and all this sort of shit against Carefuls. You took issue with that back in the day. Now you use the same tactic against other people.
Yeah, I think you're confusing this with the accusations that you guys like to make against me that you took from Mr. Girl.
When have I accused you of swatting? When have I accused you of swatting? When have I ever accused you of swatting?
Oh, well, let me just ask you, because maybe I'm wrong. Have you ever said that I doxed Anne of War because I posted her Kiwi farms thread or directed people to it?
Yeah.
Then there you go.
Okay.
See how, you see how hard this is when you're not just like in your
if you post
Kuihman,
I don't post Kiwi farms links because they all have names in the URL. They have names in the URL, retard.
Cooked and
they have full names in the URL, you fucking idiot. They have full names in the URL. They have full names in the URL, you low life pervert. Go look after your son.
Okay, now everyone's just posturing at this point. But
yeah.
Hanging off my body. It's embarrassing. I am smacking you on the ground.
Do Kiwi farms have the names in the titles? Yes or no? Yes or no, Destiny? Answer my question. Answer my question, Destiny. Do Kiwi farms threads have the name in the title? Yes or no?
I'm not sure. Which Kiwi farms thread?
Yes. Anne of Wars does, doesn't it?
I don't know. I haven't been threaded
in
20 years.
In your fucking chat log. 20 years. 20 years. You had it on stream 2 days ago.
Do I post the link to her thread in the chat thing?
Yes.
Okay, and you know that?
Yes.
Okay, then why is it that when I just asked you, have you ever accused me of doxing? Why did you say no?
I never said I didn't accuse you of doxing. I've accused you of doxing. You have doxed. I said you haven't accused you of swatting.
When were we talking about swatting in here?
That's what you got accused of coordinating against Cat 10 Barge. Where it came from, you fucking retard.
You're lost. You're lost.
I'm being perfectly clear with you.
I'm lost. I'm lost now. What's going on?
I don't know, man.
What is this conversation, dude? What is happening?
Well, this is the thing they do. When one accusation fails, they immediately pivot to the next. And if that fails, they'll pivot to the next. And it'll rotate, right? And they'll eventually get back to their original accusation. But the important point is just to keep accusing. Keep accusing them. Have them on the back foot. If they're explaining, they're losing. So all you have to do is continually get this unending fire hose of accusations out there, right? It's a tactic. Oh,
No,
doxing? No,
it's
what about
actually-
swatting? Oh, not swatting? What about sex pesting? Oh, not sex pesting?
It's actually very Trumpian. It's very Trumpian if you think about it. Like it's Steve Bannon's tactic.
Yes.
Not quite like with the accusations, but with the constantly throwing shit at the wall until something sticks, right? Or not even I'm explaining it wrong. So Steve Bannon's tactic with the first Trump presidency, I believe I remember him saying that it was just publishing
Flood the
so
zone
many
with
bad
shit.
things at once. Flood the zone. Yeah,
Flood the zone
exactly.
with
Flood
shit.
the zone.
Mhm.
Yeah. And then everybody's overwhelmed that they can't focus on one thing. Yeah.
And that's absolutely the tactic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You would have pulled up a real life name for that Twitter account. How would you have known if it was Tectone's mod or not?
Huh? What'd you say?
If you would have pulled up a real life name on the Twitter account, how would you have known if that was a mod of Tectone or not?
I mean, I wasn't pulling up anything, but the only thing I was just interested in seeing if it was mods because do you agree that
mods?
You'd cross-reference
you would
usernames,
cross-reference
fucking
the
idiot.
usernames from the chat or the Discord, but do you agree that it would be bad if Tectone was directing his mods to harass somebody that he has a protection order against? Do you think that would be bad?
If you pulled up a real life username.
Okay, so you're not
you
going to
could
answer.
Cross-reference. No, if you're going to cross-reference that with what? How would you cross-reference it with?
Obviously, it would be bad. It's easy. I don't know why Dan just, not Dan, but
Yeah.
Destiny just doesn't say, yeah, obviously bad.
Dude,
Yeah.
Everyone's already said this. The Discord, so they have usernames in the Discord,
They
and
have
then
real life-
probably the chat.
Sure.
Now, they don't use real life names. But again, you're harping on a
Go
point
ahead,
where it's
go
like
ahead.
nobody is publishing information, so it's not doxing. But you keep going back to this because you're kind of scrambling to find a way to make this smear work.
If
But
it's not doxing, so this is why I know you don't believe that. Because if it wasn't doxing, you'd have no problem just answering my questions honestly. You would say, yeah, we would do that. Yeah,
But
fine,
dude,
we do
you've
that.
asked these same questions like
No,
over
I
and
haven't.
over
I've
again,
gone to go down
just
any
like
of these
scrambling to
questions
try to
because
get to
you're
this.
guessing like
No,
you're doing
you
right
literally
now.
asked this earlier before you and Kuihman went at it.
Okay, but
I
Wendy,
mean-
what did you say? How would you be able to cross-reference a real life name?
Go ahead.
So Shamu changes his answers in this quite a few times. We'll just keep playing. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's almost done. And look, at this point in the conversation, there is some circling going on. There is some repetition going on, right?
Yeah.
That's normal. This is what, a 2-hour conversation? Fair enough. But in my opinion, they won after the LOL thing, the LOL archiver, and they also won again when Nick Kandros changed his story. That was just, well, Dan and Destiny showed what they needed to show. That's it.
I mean,
Okay, let's say all you define
they've
Twitter as a real life
won.
name. How would you be able to cross-reference that with?
Go ahead.
Sorry, listening to this a third time, I feel like I'm able to point out so many different times
Yes.
where you've got them making flaws, changing their stories. So yeah, sorry.
No, don't be sorry. It's all good.
Tectone's Twitter mods or Tectone's mods period on Twitch or YouTube or whatever else.
But see, now you're trying to walk it down where it's like, if you found that, you had to find the name or something, but none of that happened. You're like coming up with hypotheticals to try to manipulate your fucking audience to think like, oh, these people were doxing, but nobody was doxing. It was a smear. And with that,
If I
actually am out of time. I have to.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay.
I did have to stop it too.
You're good.
But
See ya.
anyways,
Mhm.
great smear, guys. Awesome. I think you guys got blown the fuck out. Pretty embarrassing.
True.
I mean, yeah, this is pretty weak.
Yeah,
Like,
you do
all
not
the
deserve
facts
any
on the
more option
table.
for this shit, so fuck you fucking low-life pervert going to prison.
Thank you for
Truly.
coming in, Kuihman. It's funny because I think you came in as the champion and you said like even more retarded shit.
You got completely fucking raped, dude. The clip's
Why
just going to
would
be
you
great, trust me.
reveal-
We're going to
why
boost
would
You know, I heard, and I don't know if this is true, right? So this may be misinfo. I don't know, but people were watching Kuihman's stream after this, right? Or talking to Kuihman after this. I don't know if it was in a private voice chat or a stream or whatever. They say he was like fucking shaking after this, like fucking.
Oh,
shaking,
really?
Literally shaking. Again, it could
That's
be
wild.
misinformation. Take it with a grain of salt. But
Yeah.
you can look at Chud. Chud is not happy with how this went.
He's so done. He's so done.
And
Yeah.
we know Chud knows he lost, right? Chud knows he lost because of what he acted like after, right? The next day when he threw Nicandros under the bus and saying, bro, this guy's raped, right? Bro, this guy's fucking doomed. And then, was it yesterday? Maybe today, he's banning Shamu after the other information comes out. Again, he's engaged in full CYA mode. He knows he lost this. And we know that not because of what he says, but because of how he acts and what he does. And this is how you
And
know
somebody
whether
made it-
someone actually won a conversation or
Yeah.
or did not. They're all going to say they won. Every single one of them is going to say they won, no matter if they won or not.
Yeah.
How do they behave after? That's
and somebody in the chat says the clips are going to be great. That's what Kuihman said, right? What clips have we seen come out of this
There's
debate?
a couple that Substance put out and a couple others, but most of the
haven't
stuff
seen
that's been
it,
coming out
yeah.
has been not very flattering to these
It's
guys.
not good. Not good.
But
Yeah.
that might just be my algorithm, okay? So I can't really put too much into that.
Yeah.
It's like crazy, seriously, man. You're gonna fucking love it.
I'll give you some free advice. Listen, okay, you guys should do mock debates or something, because like the circle jerk shit that you guys do, why would you agree to debate me?
You got totally
You're
raped.
just
You
sitting
posted
here-
Animal Kiwi Farms thread with the full name in the link in your chat. That's doxing.
Why would you
You
do
got raped, you fucking
I just
idiot.
don't know why.
Worst you've been raped since you were 10 years
Oh
old.
my god,
Fuck
you
yourself.
totally
Disgusting
rated me
low
on
life.
talking about how I
Why
there
would
you
you
go.
say something like that? It's so gross.
He's just trying to be edgy.
So
'cause he's an
gross.
edgy little boy. He's trying to
It's just
cover up the fact
disgusting.
that he's very insecure, that he did not do well. He knows he did not do well.
And these guys will
he's
cry bully about
suffering. That's
everything
it.
else too. You
That's
know,
it.
they will cry bully about everything else. So
If I treated them the way, half the way, a quarter of the way that they treat you or me or anyone else in this space, they would cry bloody murder, okay? So, like, I'll be real with you. Sometimes I'm tempted. I don't because I think it's immoral the way that they behave, but sometimes I'm tempted to just fight fire with fire and fully go down that path. Because these people, like, they could.
I mean, did you see Aiko? What Aiko said about? Like, I'm just
that
like,
you that no one would care if you got raped or something.
she
that
was like, she's putting these hypotheticals of people raping me. I'm like, bro, no matter what point you're trying to make, why do you have to make a hypothetical about me getting raped? Really? What is wrong? Like, when I heard that the first, I was like, whoa, what the fuck? Like,
Could you imagine? Could you imagine if Destiny had done that with her? Like, if Destiny pulled up his stream and started talking about Chud Logic raping Aiko, right? Like, could you imagine?
Are you
ChudLogic
kidding me?
raped Aiko? Like, do you know how much snark would happen? Like, the snark servers would explode. Clips, thousands of clips would descend upon our timeline, right?
Is this not sexual harassment of some sort, or is this not threatening? By the way, this is like several days after something happened to me. Okay, so like, I'm just saying, I think I'm reasonably like alarmed by it. Okay, it's just not like this could be viewed as a threat by people. This could be viewed as sexual harassment. Like, can you imagine? Can you imagine?
Again, all you have to do is this bad? Oh, how would they react if Destiny did this? And you know how they would react. We all know. We don't have to pretend here. Again, there would be thousands of clips. They would call him a sex pest, sex predator. Look, he's threatening her. He's wanting to, all these things would happen. And they would have a point, right? Because that is fucking wild to say and an unhinged thing to say. I don't know. Let's keep going. We're almost done. They're almost done, and we can turn this off.
You guys should do mock debates. Remember when Just had that E-rape defense room set up? You guys should set that room up again, because then you deleted it, right? And then you can practice.
Dude,
like,
I don't know about all this
here,
fucking J stuff.
And then you guys would have.
You'd be banging about. I don't fucking pay attention to this like you do. You're fucking obsessed with it. I've got no clue what you're talking about.
Oh, you don't have any kind of back and forth conversations related to any of the topics about me and Justical?
We've discussed you at times, yes, but not at length.
At times, but not at length. If you had to guess how many times, more.
Bro,
than
I don't
once a
fucking
month.
know, dude. I don't talk about you that much. I never
Dude,
talk
you're
about
too
you
easy,
anymore
bro.
because
You
I
guys
escaped
fucking
your gay little
shut
fucking
up.
orbit and built a
It's
fucking
so
thing on my
much.
own, didn't I? You
It's
fucking
gonna be
wretch. I don't need you. I don't need you anymore, dude.
crazy,
I don't need
bro.
to fucking come back to you like fucking
Dude.
begging for fucking scraps of your audience. I'm doing.
Dude,
Name drop.
Can we just pause?
What's he?
Anyway,
What's he
okay,
look?
first
name
drop. I don't need you. I don't need you anymore. I don't need you. Tell me that you are insecure with that. I don't need you anymore. I don't need you. What?
He described him as his former master earlier. Like, what?
That says more about Chud Logic than it does about anybody else in this
insane.
situation.
I don't understand. Like, these people project so much, right? I have a life that is full and glorious, opinions that are unconnected to Destiny whatsoever, right? I have him on maybe once a month, sometimes less. There are sometimes where I go months without having that guy on, right? We talk almost never, right? I talk to you more in DMs than I talk to Destiny, right? I talk to fucking Dan more than I talk to Destiny, right? In DMs. Like, the thing I talk to Destiny about sometimes is like, sometimes I'll be like, damn, you did really well, or hey, you want to come on my show? Or, hey, I have a problem with what you said. Do you want to talk about it? And that's really our discussion. That's it.
Somebody just made a good point, chat.
It would be okay if I talked with him more too. I just don't.
Yeah.
So.
But I mean, one, it really reveals a lot about his mindset. And two, somebody made a really good point in chat that these people say Ethan Klein sexually harasses women by screenshotting an Insta story. What the fuck is this about Aiko putting a hypothetical where I'm getting raped by multiple people then? What is that? Is that not sexual harassment?
It's okay when they do it. It's not okay when you do it. That's it. That's the principle. That's it. Well, I think we're done. I think they leave at this point. So we're gonna turn this off.
Yeah, I think they do. Yeah, but
oh man,
you should play that for the chat. They have to see that. That is it was just insane. That fucking like I'm just like what is wrong with people? You know.
$5. Let me get this real quick. $5 from Lawson Harrison to say the manifesto is going to be biblical, and Daniel said under Wick, take and stream this content, for it is my body. Thank you for that. I am excited for the manifesto. I'm excited for the leaks. I wanna name search me in that server. I really do.
I'd like to name search myself as well.
Yeah. Okay, you wanna link me what Aiko said or whatever? And we can play.
Oh sure, yeah.
Real
Give
quick,
me a second.
and then we'll probably end it up because it's been a long stream.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll say some last words to my chat, right, and have a little closing thoughts. And I'll give you your outro, obviously, but let's
Oh yeah, of course. Where are you, Wick? Oh, there you are. Okay. There it is. Just incredible. I'm just.
Let me pull this up. Share the screen. Okay. Here. It's not very long, guys. It's like a minute.
Yeah, it's like a minute at the most.
Chud could literally rape Stardust and Destiny would not give a fuck. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me you disagree. What? I just said Chud Logic could literally rape Stardust and Destiny would not care. Right? Why would Destiny care? Like anyone from DGG could rape Stardust. Destiny, would he kick them out of the community? No. Who cares? Why? It's Stardust.
What does that even? What is?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Why does I don't know. Well, again, a Destiny.
In what world?
Comparison.
In what
I understand
world?
what she's trying to say. I get it. I get the insult. I understand. But again, ask yourself: had Destiny done this, what would they be saying? All you have to do.
That's a rough joke to fall flat. And somebody asked, why does she repeat it multiple times? I don't know. And then why does she change the fucking the people who are raping me too? What is wrong? What is wrong with you? You know, like what is wrong with your brain?
Look, I don't know. It's been a long stream, ladies and gentlemen. Stardust, you want to give an outro, and then I'll talk to my chat for a little bit on my own, and then we'll get into like all these things. Man, it's been a long day. But anyway, go ahead.
It has been a long day. Hi, guys. Thank you for watching. This was a great stream. I'm Stardust. You can find my brain. You can find my streaming channel. It's YouTube, and it is at Stardust IRL. My video essay channel is Stardust Officially. And I am working on several video essays in the pipeline, but if you'd like to catch my live streams, they are on Stardust IRL. You can also find me on Twitter, where I'm constantly making people mad by accident at Tweets from Star. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me, Wick. Guys, you better give Wick money as well, okay?
True. Thanks for being here, Stardust. Really appreciate you. I'll talk to you later, okay?
Talk to you later.
What a stream, gang. What a show. What a show. I think it went well. I don't usually do review content. I find review content boring, but I made an exception for you, dear viewers, tonight, because this wasn't just review content. We exposed Chud Logic's dishonesty, Kuihman's dishonesty. They're shifting goalposts. This idea that, again, I just want to review what we went over. We exposed Chud Logic saying that doxing is a red line for him. And then we showcased how his community found the information, private information, from Elder Drazzi, right? By exploiting his bad OPSEC to publish his full name, his city, his state, his P.O. box, his workplace, his wife, his ex-girlfriend, pictures of them in lingerie, to mock him for this, to later on, years later, bring up his last name as a joke on his stream publicly. And this is after he, again, allegedly helped Elder Drazzi to clean it up. So he knew that this was not okay. He has people who he has called doxers still in his community, even though doxing is a red line for him, right? We showed how he misrepresented a couple days ago when he tweeted about it, what happened with Elder Drazzi, right? He lied about it. Elder Drazzi exposed that fairly well. We went through the conversation and we showed where he manipulated people, how he got things utterly wrong, but tried to posture his way out of it. And just a poor showing overall for not just Chud Logic, but Kuihman, Shamoo, whoever the fuck that is, and that Nicandros guy who had the good sense not to actually come on, but again, exposed himself as a liar by continuously changing his story on the subject. I don't know, man. Like, this is very clear, crystal clear what they're doing, how they engage with spaces, what they do. Kuihman, we have him admitting live on stream that he ran it up against tomfoolery in order to promote JStalk, right? And supplant JStalk as an orbiter instead of tomfoolery, right? This was a purposeful operation that they engaged in, some fuckery that they did. They purposely spread rumors and lies about tomfoolery and sex pesting and all that. They purposely spread lies about tomfoolery being dishonest in general. This is, again, in order to get rid of him and supplant him with JStalk. We showed this. This is clear. They admitted to it. They have tweets. We have screenshots of them admitting to it. Again, there are clips of Kuihman talking about how everyone who's against him is Israel, blaming all of this on Israel, right? And saying the people who are after him, quote unquote, are enemies to this free speech, and he is, again, just being targeted because of his views on Palestine, maybe? I'm not sure what exactly he's trying to say there, but it's obviously unhinged. It's obviously crazy to believe that. I wonder, does he think I'm part of the Mossad? Does he think that I'm part of the Julumni or whatever he believes is going on here? That Israel contacted me. Netanyahu himself called me up. Ring, ring, ring. Hello, Netanyahu. Yes, I just did the hit piece on Kuihman and Chud Logic. Oh, I'm waiting for my shekels. Does he think that's actually happening? This is ridiculous. Anyone who believes him is fucking ridiculous. You're all dishonest, lying motherfuckers, okay? Chud Logic, you're worthless. I want to make that clear. You have no worth. You have no value. You're not even entertaining. Kuihman, you're just a little liar. You're a sickly little wretch, a golem-like figure. Fuck off. Stop lying. I don't know. That's all I got to say. What do we got tomorrow? Okay, this is a drama. We did the drama thing, okay? I hope you guys enjoyed this drama. Letter Chris says, we all know you're paid by Dan Saltman. Man, Dan Saltman hasn't paid me shit, okay? Destiny hasn't paid me shit, okay? So thank you for the raid, Stardust, by the way. I appreciate you. Mega Zero says, I'm rewatching. I'm glad you liked it. Did you guys like this content? Again, I don't usually do the drama stuff. Did you guys enjoy it? Did you guys have fun with it? remember to like the stream if you have. Remember to subscribe. Yes, aspiring devil. They don't believe in words. As I was telling Stardust, when they're making these accusations, when they are asking you to answer for these things, they don't actually believe you've done anything wrong. They just enjoy watching you squirm and watching you turn out your pockets. They don't believe you've actually stolen anything. They just think it's funny to make you turn out your pockets all the time. That's it, right? We have, again, evidence that they're all fucking liars, that they've shifted their goalposts multiple times, Kuihman especially. I don't know what else you want. If you're still believing them, you're either retarded or dishonest. Pick your poison, okay? Yes, we get it. Okay. Nick Diora is going to sue you for ripping off Ultimate Rape Review. Look, it's funny. It's a good bit. Nicholas Diorio is actually funny, and I don't watch him much because I don't like commentary content, and that's like I'm not going to yuck your guys' yum if you do. It's just not my style. But he's actually funny, right? I've seen some of his stuff. He's actually funny. Occasional slop is good. Fast food is bad for you, but you still want to eat it now and then. True. Tomorrow is not going to be slop. Tomorrow's actually going to be political content. We have Pisco, we have Josiah, we have Counterpoints, and we have Dylan Esper, and they're going to come on and talk about court packing, and it'll be a good old-fashioned, crunchy political debate, and I'm excited for it, okay? On Thursday, we're going to go on to the Admiral Gibbs show, and we're going to talk about the Voting Rights Act, gerrymandering, such topics. That'll be fun. And then Friday, we have Lilith Lovett coming on the show, who has been accused of using her nefarious connections to Ratio Hassan. Okay? She's obviously part of the DGG, Julumni, E-Israel. Okay? But see, what me and Lilith Lovett are going to do on Friday, we're going to expose the lies. And you know what the number one lie is? That E-Israel's behind this, or DGG is behind this? No. It's been me and Lilith Lovett the entire time pulling the strings behind the curtains. We are the power behind the throne. We are the shadow masters. We are the puppeteers, okay? And we're going to talk about it. And it'll be fun. It's just memes, but no, it'd be kind of like a Lilith discusses the world thing. It's a new topic I'm trying, but it'll be good times. It'll be good times. It's funny. Someone DM'd me during this that Destiny was talking shit about me, and I want to see what he said. I haven't actually looked at it, so let me get the clip up.
But what about the argument that you're?
Okay, it's like a 2-minute clip. We'll check it out real quick. This is just bonus content, gang. Okay, bonus content. Make it so you can actually see people. What is going? No. Okay, let's see what his throwing Wick under the bus looks like. Okay, I've actually not heard this before, so bonus content.
Responding to doxing with doxing, for that you have to have either I have to be there to have the conversation, or you need to have like a strong person who understands like all the arguments to be there. The worst types of people for those situations are, no offense, I love all of you, but are like your Wicks and your Connors, because in
no offense, LOL, I love you. That doesn't seem like throwing him under the bus, but let's keep going.
their mind, it's literally all the same. And they will play the worst type of both sidesism because they just aren't sophisticated enough to understand like what's happening. The question you should always ask, I've said this from the beginning of my internet existence, whenever some crazy fuck shit happens with somebody, my first question is always like, oh my God, did you hear that A did this crazy shit to B? My first question is always like, oh shit, what did B do? Why did A do that? What was going on there, you know? Because A could be a horrible, terrible, malicious actor, or B could have had it coming. It really depends on what's going on, you know? Yeah, but the frustrating thing too is that these actors like Connor or Wick or whatever, I don't know if they just don't understand it or they don't care or whatever, but the people that I'm arguing with do understand it, and they will make those arguments for ethical doxing, right? Which is what happens later on in this video, is when they realize, like, okay, well, hold on, is all doxing bad? Well, if it's a person that's harassing Pinky Chew, who is a victim of sexual assault, and we need to get this information in order to help out Pinky Chew, right? Isn't it good? Whoa, so okay, maybe it is. Maybe there's a time and a place for where having an identification of a person is actually like a worthwhile thing, you know? So, you know, if you ask people, well, why have you guys doxed Destiny? Why did you guys dox these people? You know, what is your goal for doing it? On their side, it's because he said something I don't like, or he was mean to somebody I don't like, or that I do like, or he has a political opinion I disagree with. I don't even know actually I don't know what the rationales they give for any of these people are. I'd have to go in and look at particular, but usually it's just because they're trying to isolate and separate off political enemies, right? For the people that I've been involved with this with, it was because they were spam copy pasting insanely disgusting sexual attacks against the girl that I was debating from a lolcow forum, from another thread that it wasn't her thread, but it was somebody else's thread for a person that she dated. And then they were spamming those attacks into Gisticle's Discord via Kelly Jean oftentimes. And they were using that to attack my girlfriend at the time because they thought that it was disgusting that she hadn't publicly disavowed me and left me. So the issue with people like Connor and Wick is they're too fucking retarded to see the difference between these scenarios. They're like, well, it's still all the same. It's really not. If you're not a fucking
That's not my argument, to be clear.
Retard, it's really not the same at all. But like they just don't understand. So these are like, again, it's always the worst when you have the people in the center that you have to go through to demonstrate the insanity of the other side, because they play this like, well, I think that it's all bad. And it's like, okay, yeah, me too. It'd be cool if nobody was doing this kind of behavior, but.
So first of all, okay, whoever sent me that saying that he's throwing me under the bus, I don't view that as throwing me under the bus. This is just a continuation of an argument that is ongoing between me and Destiny of when is it okay to fight fire with fire? When is it okay to tit for tat? We have different standards for this. That does not mean, and nor am I suggesting, that it's all the same type of bad. I can acknowledge that it is very, like, some things can be way worse. Like, if you kill and rape 20 children, that is obviously worse than if you beat the shit out of a guy. But that doesn't make beating the shit out of a guy okay or right to do or good, okay? Like, this idea that I'm not sophisticated enough to understand this argument, I obviously am. I just disagree with your conclusions. Now, when it comes to the doxing bullshit, the problem I'm having is that there are so many people with so many different bits of information floating out there that none of it is clear to me. So look, Destiny, if you want to come on my show, and I'm happy to have you, and you can just lay it out and lay out your argument, and we can have that discussion. But look, when it comes to like people like Esports Batman, as I understand it, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, but as I understand it, your justification for doxing Esports Batman is he was using his credentials as a lawyer in order to put out information about your case or spin a narrative about your case that you felt was harmful, and so you decided to dox him in order to expose his credentials. I don't think that's sufficient to justify doxing. I don't. If I have gotten your argument wrong, fair enough. That's why you should come on and talk to me, okay? But no, am I retarded? No, fuck you, okay? With love and respect. You're just wrong. But like overall the situation, again, I am getting inundated with information. It's like the Israel-Palestine thing. Like, I keep hearing things that I don't know. I can trust the information, right? And I've never sat down directly with Destiny to hear his side of these things. Even though in my server, constantly, we have people making the other side of the argument. So, again, open invitation. I'm happy because this is something I haven't done, and I probably should do. I should sit down with him and hear out his side of the story 100% entirely and stop relying on third-hand accounts and third-hand justifications. Now, given that, I will probably still have differences of opinion on the justification here. I am suspecting that might be the case, but I don't know. I guess we'll find out. So there you go. Oh, Aspiring Devil says, Wick TV, if you weren't reading chat, I wasn't. He was going off chat's description of your statements and prior to this. Okay, if he's trusting chat, then I have another issue with him. Never trust chat. Trusting chat is almost as bad. It's not quite as bad, but it's almost as bad as trusting Kuihman DMing you. Okay? All you little chatters, right? You guys, I never just trust what you say. I always ask you for links or sources because I know how you guys are. You're little shit stirrers. Okay? So, why is he trusting chat? It's crazy. Chat is the best, is it? Okay. Except me, Wick TV. You can always trust the devil. True. Lit Icarus says the Destiny anti-fans seem to have left the chat. I don't see the spam anymore. That the one thing that I probably should have done different on the stream is I had it so, like, the way I have my setup is I couldn't see chat while we were covering this thing. So I don't know. I'll actually have to go back and look what people actually thought. I didn't really check it very much, or respond to it well. I'm not very good at that. I need to get better. But I don't really do review streams very much. Yeah, it is what it is. Okay. Cool. So one of you weirdos, clip that and send it to Destiny, and maybe we can set something up. Cool. Okay. I love you all. Good night. Peace out. Bye.